comes quite specifically through Roman Catholicism, with hardly a nod to the Bible. And that specificity shows up all the more sharply for me in the foreignness of virtually every moment of his existential tour of the Church. Contrary to Lefebvre's assumption that such a tour provides a paradigmatic case of a church building, it is its indelibly Roman Catholic nature that opens out into a space of representation. But let me return to the strategy of such a space of representation, the search for a utopian spatialization in a dialectical switchback from historical sediment to a glance of the new. I have suggested that this happens with his description of the church building. Despite the overwhelming polemic, the church emerges as a space of representation in which the ridiculed turns out to have some promise. But is this not the method of reading on which his whole effort to recover an earlier image of rural harmony relies upon? In other words, I have merely followed Lefebvre's own approach within the essay itself. Chapter 5. The Ecumenism of Antonio Gramsci. Both the party and religion are forms of world outlook. 1. Inexorably we draw closer to Rome, crossing not Lefebvre's Pyrenees to Spain, but the Alps to Italy. If the mountains seem to block the specificity of the Roman Catholic Church for Althusser and Lefebvre, 2. Then Gramsci's nearness to the Papal See brings out such specificity all the more sharply. The more its immediate power becomes apparent, the less universal it appears to be. So it will turn out that Antonio Gramsci is much more responsive to the particular nature of the Roman Catholic Church. He prints the word Roman much more heavily than he does Catholic. Gramsci's Catholicity, therefore, manifests itself not in the unwitting universality of his thought, but in the deep ecumenism of his thought. By ecumenism, I mean the whole range from the ecumenical movement to the deeper sense of the Greek word ekumen, the whole world. In this sense, Gramsci is thoroughly ecumenical, whether that lies in the ecumenical movement, an insatiable curiosity that runs all the way from the running of meetings to translation theory, refusal of polemics, interest in the Roman Catholic Church as a model of a global political organization, intellectuals in the Church, fascination with the Protestants and their Reformation, and the interest in other religions. In the end, ecumenism in this chapter signals Gramsci's deep desire to draw lessons for communism from religion and the Church. I will argue that, in Gramsci's hands, it is a far more useful notion than the often unwitting universalism of Althusser and Lefebvre. Wide is Gramsci's scope, and I am not fool enough to argue that all, or even most, of his concepts rely on the Roman Catholic Church. Yet, there is a peculiar stamp that the Church leaves in his writings as he seeks out possibilities for communism and the party, particularly in the 4 areas of this chapter, namely ecumenism, the politics of a global church, the intellectual, and, nally, the possibilities for communist change which he draws from the moral and intellectual reform of the Reformation. Apart from these nuances, I enter a strange world in these texts. My Northern European Calvinist heritage, full of Geneva, Calvin's Institutes of the Christian Religion, the Synod of Dort, John Knox, and the rest of that motley crew, is still struck by the way everyday life was so heavily determined by the actions of Pope and Vatican. Gramsci, for his part, can speak of a Leo XIII, Pius IX, or X or XI, Benedict XV or Gregory XVI, or of encyclicals like Mirari Vos, 1832, Singulari Nos, 1834, Rerum Novarum, 1891, Syllabus Errorum, 1864, as though they were part of everyday knowledge. His assumed knowledge has required on my part an immersion into the intricacies of Italian religious politics. After the ambiguous passion of Althusser and Lefebvre regarding the Church, Gramsci's writings seem free of polemic. Apart from the occasional wry comment, and a few attacks, 3. Gramsci offers a measured analysis, seeking to understand the intricate web of political, social, moral, and theological questions of the Church's inescapable place in Italian society. Partly this is due to his unagging curiosity. Time and again, he will note that a book or article, the latter most often drawn from the Jesuit journal Civiltà Cattolica or Nuova Antologia, is most important, or indispensable, requiring further study and research, a utopian gesture in prison, where bad health, poor food, and inadequate clothes held out little hope for further study. But he was also fascinated since, in some of its key areas, such as Catholic action or the caste intellectuals or the internal struggles of integralists, modernists, and Jesuits, the Roman Catholic Church revealed features crucial for a reconsideration of communism. There are 4 areas of Gramsci's writings on which I focus in this chapter. First, in the face of the of-chail atheism of the Communist Party, Gramsci's interest in the ecumenical movement itself, the question of conversion, proselytization, and adonition of religion itself, all speak most directly to what I have termed his ecumenism. Further, it seems to me that his reactions on the institutional structure of the Roman Catholic Church, its political status and machinations, concordats, internal debates, Catholic action and the complexities of events in which the Church as the RST global movement was a crucial player resemble the type of complex analysis we find in Marx's 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. In short, the Roman Catholic Church in Italy shows in relief the intricacies of the Church as a temporal and political institution. Thirdly, these texts on the Roman Catholic Church skew one of Gramsci's key notions, namely, the organic or democratic intellectual. His interest in the clergy, the variations from region to region, the transitions from the clergy as a medieval class to a caste of intellectuals, their moral and intellectual work to further the cause of the Church, constitutes a major slice of what he comes to describe as the organic intellectual. Finally, another notion that takes on a completely different color is that of moral and political reform, a central feature for a communist revolution, except that his model for such reform is the Protestant Reformation. In fact, I want to register my profound surprise to find the reformers Luther and Calvin championed by Gramsci. In brief, Gramsci argues that the large-scale transformation the reformers wrought in Northern Europe, in terms of culture, politics, economics, and social organization, provides a paradigm for communist revolution in Italy and elsewhere. It is one of the only models for social change that worked its way through all levels of society. For Gramsci, Machiavelli becomes the Italian Luther, the one whose program would have led to a comparable Italian Reformation had it been realized. Not only this, Machiavelli, particularly with his notion of the new prince, becomes the source of possibilities for the Italian Communist Party. Gramsci's writings on religion, then, are not only thoroughly ecclesial, but they exhibit the depth of the Catholicity, understood here in terms of ecumenism, of his politics and thought. They function as an extraordinary example of what a more developed Marxist analysis of religion might look like. Except that his reactions come in various snippets and scraps, paragraphs scattered in the notebooks that even in a thematic arrangement jump about like an over-responsive road bicycle. They run in different directions, overlay each other, tersely note a thought to be developed, comment on a series of articles in Civiltà Cattolica, appear to contradict until a deeper line of thought emerges. So I read closely those paragraphs that deal with religion, i.e. the Church, in both further selections from the prison notebooks 4 and the RSTVE notebooks translated and edited by Joseph Buttigieg 5. I begin with Gramsci's interest in the ecumenical movement, the coalition of the various Protestant and Orthodox Christian churches. In characteristic fashion, he writes, the question of the unity of the Christian churches is a formidable post-war phenomenon that merits maximum attention and careful study. 6. Gramsci is drawn by this movement, embodied most clearly now in the World Council of Churches, partly because it seeks to overcome the tendency of Protestantism to splinter rather than remain one diverse church, and partly because the Roman Catholics, supposedly the one Catholic Church, studiously avoided the ecumenical movement. The paradox that emerges in such a refusal is that the notion of Catholic becomes a means of exclusion. Gramsci does not come at the paradox of Catholicism in this fashion, but this is how I read his comments on the threat that the Roman Catholic Church saw in the ecumenical movement. The alliance of Protestant and Orthodox churches was perceived as an effort to produce a united front in order to lay siege to Catholicism in order to make it renounce its primacy. 7. And it is this unity that threatens the ability of Rome to absorb heretics and schismatics. In response, the Roman Catholics organized in September 1928 a social week in Milan on the theme of true religious unity. Herein lies the profound contradiction of Catholicism, for the claim to be a universal church involves the claim to be the only church. Indeed, within the Roman Catholic Church, the traditional category of an ecumenical council, which may only be called by the Pope, is restricted to that church alone. Instead of the Protestant doctrine that the universal church is an invisible entity made up of all believers, the Roman Catholic position is inextricably tied to the earth-based institution. Yet this internal consistency of the Roman Catholics there can be only one Catholic Church leads to the paradox that the notion of Catholicity can operate only by exclusion. Here, the idea of a singular institution runs up against an inclusive one, and this goes back to the RST assertion by the Church in Rome to be the Catholic Church in the early years of the Common Era. Not only was this claim made in response to the Orthodox churches who had broken away, but also to exclude various sundry groups such as the Donatists, Gnostics, and Manichaeans, to whom Augustine belonged before he came to champion the Catholic Church over against his former mentors. The Roman Catholics are trapped. They cannot agree to enter the ecumenical movement on equal terms with the other churches, for this would require relinquishing their claim to be the only viable Christian church. And yet, by not entering, they not only leave themselves open to the reproach of the churches in the ecumenical movement that Rome is not interested in Christian unity, but also that they are in fact an exclusive institution. 8. Does Gramsci sidestep such a paradox in his own reactions, both on the Christian churches and communism itself? The trick here is to avoid the position of a singular party to the exclusion of others with whom one may share certain positions. Gramsci was given, before his imprisonment, to his own battles with various forms of the left before the establishment of the Italian Communist Party, but I want to argue that he was continually seeking in the prison notebooks for various lessons and possible forms of allegiance. The distinct contrast with both Althusser and Lefebvre, who could barely contain their disdain for the Church, is that Gramsci does not feel the need for polemic. As I have indicated above, I want to designate this largeness of vision Gramsci's own ecumenism, reminiscent of but much deeper than Althusser's early efforts to seek an alliance between the Church and communism. For Gramsci, the value of ecumenism is that it showed up both the limits and the possibilities for the various communist parties. The RST step in such an exploration of the ecumenical movement is to locate an alternative notion of Catholicism that is inclusive rather than exclusive, one that enables an alliance politics and the establishment of a federation which grants equal rights to all. And Gramsci nds it in the position of Nathan Soderblom, the Swedish Lutheran bishop, scholar of comparative religion, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, and one of the founders of the ecumenical movement. For Soderblom, the mark of an evangelical Catholicism is the direct attachment to Christ and nothing more. 9. Gramsci notes that the former Roman Catholic, Professor Friedrich Heiler, comes to the same conclusion, commenting cryptically that the pan-Christians have had some success. 10. But we need to push Gramsci a little, searching for the implications of his cryptic comments concerning the ecumenical movement. Although one would want to question the particular content of Soderblom's statement, especially in light of an unagging suspicion of Redeemer or Savior gers that I have acquired over the last few years, see the chapter on Adorno later in this book, the success of his position is that it reconquers the correlation of Catholicity and singularity. The singular institution of the Church now becomes an inclusive unity, still held together by a singular statement and singular guru. In one respect, the boundaries have, of course, been moved. Jews and Muslims, for instance, would have a hard time being accepted, although one can imagine a limited valorization of Jesus Christ being sufficient. But in terms of Christianity itself, the denition of Catholicity is no longer a strategy of exclusion but inclusion. Gramsci's fascination is not merely due to his soft spot for the Protestants, but rather to the profound political implications. Here we have, for the RST time, a challenge to the oldest globalizing movement in human history, precisely by those churches that broke away and were excluded from that global Catholic Church. How is it, I can sense Gramsci asking, that a comparable politics might be developed? Not merely a common front of left parties, but a communist party that, in terms of its own universalising logic, is able to hand out the membership card to as many as possible. Another factor entices Gramsci as well, namely the schismatic tendency of the Protestants. At RST reading, this seems to be a mere reiteration of the Roman Catholic criticism of Protestantism that it cannot be the true Church since it keeps breaking up and forming ever new denominations. But Gramsci's interest is also very much a political one. Given that the left exhibits many of the same tendencies to fragment into Leninists, Trotskyists, Maoists, anarchists, food not bombs, and so on, the question then becomes one of alliance politics. Does the ecumenical movement provide an alternative model from the massive organization and centralization and single command of the Roman Catholic Church? 11. Instead of dispersing and absorbing the sundry heretics and schismatics, is there room for a variety of positions, operating on equal terms, without any one of them seeking to soak up and dominate the others? Ecumenism as a distinctly Christian phenomenon remains Gramsci's forte, but his lines of inquiry do run to the ragged edges of Christendom in both territorial, India, China, and so on, and religious, Judaism, Hinduism, Islam, directions. Here, he is on less sure footing, reliant on scattered pieces in the journals Civiltà Cattolica and Nuova Antologia. Out of his diverse notes, I will take up the question of conversion. 12. In my earlier discussion of Gramsci's fascination with the ecumenical movement, I picked up various facets overcoming fragmentation, the challenge to the Roman Catholic Church, bypassing the paradox of Catholicity by redefining the term, but I have held off on one item, namely the renewed ability of the ecumenical movement for proselytizing. This question also emerges in his various notes on religion in countries such as India or China. Both situations, the ecumenical movement and the encounters between different religious systems outside Europe, turn on the issue of conversion. Let me begin with the material from India. Gramsci cites the examples of Upadhyaya Brahmabandav and Sadhu Sundar Singh, the former a Roman Catholic convert, the latter a Protestant. The Christian missions in India were never particularly successful, compared with Korea, Africa, or the PCC Islands. Both Brahmabandav and Singh come under the criticism of the Vatican. In Brahmabandav's case, it was not so much his homeopathic approach, the desire to transform various aspects of Hinduism from within in order to render it Roman Catholic, as his nationalistic fervour that drew Rome's ire. Singh, a follower of Gandhi, committed the cardinal sin of converting not to Roman Catholicism but to Protestantism. These details on Singh are not, in fact, provided by Gramsci, for he merely notes his name and the articles of Civiltà Cattolica that deal with him. Already, my own comments on these two exceed those of Gramsci, so the question is not the analysis that Gramsci himself provides, but why he notes precisely these men and the issue of conversion. It seems that the issue and process of conversion itself, from one comprehensive and vastly different belief system to another, is what draws him in. However, Gramsci does not leave us to guess concerning his interest in proselytizing. The cryptic notes on Brahmabandav and Singh, stripped of any analysis, come up against the more sustained consideration of the conversion of intellectuals in India. As we shall see later, Gramsci's key category of the intellectuals cannot be understood without their role as religious professionals in the various religious traditions. In this case, the problem lies in the resistance of Indian intellectuals to Christianity. Conversion has been limited to the lower castes, he observes, 13, but, as far as the Roman Catholics are concerned, this process does not come at the heart of the matter. Such conversion is molecular and piecemeal. What the Pope wants is mass conversion and, in order to achieve this, the intellectuals need to be won over RST. In the immediacy of his reactions on conversions in India, Gramsci is quite enamored with the Pope's astuteness in such matters and the methods the Jesuits undertake in order to understand Indian society and religion and so convert it wholesale. I will return to the question of individual or molecular conversion in a moment, but what Gramsci has done here is pick up the constitutive feature of the Roman Catholic approach to conversion and the Christian life. The aim of such missionary activity is at one with the raising of children in Roman Catholic societies. If every aspect of one's life is saturated with the myths, language, and synaptic patterns of Roman Catholicism, then one has no option but to believe. No other world is possible. Characteristic not merely of the world in which Christianity was the unquestioned cultural dominant, which Gramsci will mark as having passed with 1848, and the need for the Roman Catholic Church to establish its own political party to look out for its own interests, this social, cultural and religious saturation and envelopment remains part of the agenda of the Roman Catholics today with their schools, sporting and cultural organizations and so forth. Transferred to an environment in which such a comprehensive envelope does not surround each person from the moment of birth, the deeper logic remains the same, except that it now takes a step back. Missionary activity becomes a process of transforming the entire social and cultural environment into a Roman Catholic one. For this reason, the Jesuits seek an exact knowledge of the ideologies and ways of thinking of these Indian intellectuals so as to have a better understanding of the organization of cultural and moral hegemony in order to destroy or assimilate it. 14. Theirs is not merely an abstract intellectual exercise but one with concrete practical goals. 15. The model Gramsci explores here is collective, although with a twist. In the end, it is a trickle-down notion of conversion, one that relies on the leadership of intellectuals. Again, I need to ask, what is the importance of proselytizing and conversion for Gramsci? By now, it should be rather transparent. How can the communist movement itself enhance its own distinctly political form of proselytizing? Here, the analogy between Marxism and Christianity, or between religion and communism more broadly, works to the favor rather than detriment of both. For does not Marxism seek to attract members to a superior political program? Does not a form of political conversion take place? And his language indicates the distinctly political interest he has in the missionary activities of the Jesuits in India. Apart from the need to understand the structure of the cultural and moral hegemony of Indian society in order to transform it, the Pope himself becomes an astute operator of the machinery of conversion. The Pope knows the mechanism of cultural reform of the popular peasant masses better than many secular left elements. He knows that one cannot convert a great mass in molecular fashion but that, to hasten the process, it is necessary either to conquer the natural leaders of the great masses, in other words the intellectuals, or to form groups of intellectuals of a new type, hence the creation of native bishops. 16. Without trying too hard, we can see here what is by now Gramsci's classic formation of the role of the organic or democratic intellectuals as well as the party in the revolutionary process. Except that the shock lies with his identification of the Pope as a much more knowing agent in such a process than many secular left elements. Not that he imposes this strategy on an unwitting Pope, rather, it is from the Roman Catholics, past masters at mass conversions and comprehensive programs of conversion, that he wishes to gain some experience. Is the Pope, then, an unwitting revolutionary? Hardly, for it is the lesson to be learned from the RST truly global organization that pushes Gramsci this far. If this is the sum of all that Gramsci can say concerning conversion, then he is indeed guilty of a far-reaching Catholicity that merely extends the specie sense of Catholic in Roman Catholicism, the unwitting assumption that the ways of this Church are indeed universal in a monolithic sense that brooks no alternative. Gramsci does, in fact, explore another model of conversion from the ecumenical movement itself, but, before I come to that, I want to comment on the Indian situation that elicits his comments in the RST place and then consider the neglected element of molecular conversion. On the RST point, I have the advantage of hindsight. The majority of Christians today in India are from the lower castes, especially that of the Dalits, or indigenous people. Gramsci also notes that the majority of converts are among the lower castes. He writes this off as too molecular, but the appeal of Christianity in India is that it has enabled the Dalits to step out of the caste system, at least in religious terms. The edge of many Christian missions with which the Brahmins were not enamored was the biblical text, "In Christ there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither slave nor free, there is neither male nor female," Galatians 3:28. Now, while the passage has its own problems, the use of it in India as an anti-caste message resonated most strongly with the Dalits and other lower castes. Given the sheer population of India, even the relatively small percentage of Christians makes the Christian Church, in all its branches, one of the largest in the world. What Gramsci does not consider is the possibility that such a moral and intellectual reform can take place from the masses, from the bottom up. However, the other element that he neglects is the question of molecular conversion. Indeed, for me, the immediate model of conversion that comes to mind is the thoroughly individualized and Protestant one of personal transformation and commitment. The catch with such a model of conversion is that it denies the other dimension that I have considered above with regard to the Roman Catholics, the absence of any deniable moment of conversion, the sense that one has always been a believer in some way or another. Yet, all I have done is set up two ideal types, the shock of personal conversion and the collective sense of always having believed, for it will turn out that the personal moment of conversion felt by endless numbers of people is part of the ideological structure of what it means to have faith. That moment has itself been set up, replete with its recognizable patterns of experience and verbal narration, by a long process of formation. Conversion is, therefore, a collective experience, one that is part of the social and cultural makeup of the churches themselves. But what happens when there is no cultural dominant of religion, no long tradition, no institutional and cultural matrix for such commitment, formalized and ritualized at the moment of confession and confirmation? The question is no different for the Communist Party seeking to win converts or for a religious body such as the Christian Church. Here, one may impose the structures in the anticipation that these will eventually condition belief, beginning with winning over the intellectuals and engaging in mass initiations, the Roman Catholic missionary approach, or seek to win souls through individual commitment after being exposed to the gospel, the preferred Protestant method. In some future society, one may expect the cultural and political pervasiveness of communism to make commitment easier, but in the situation of urging people to switch allegiance for conversion, or metanoia, is, in the end, a switch from one belief system to another. How is the Communist Party to proceed? Thus far, I have concerned myself with Gramsci's deliberations on the Roman Catholic model in India. But there is an alternative at which he hints, and here I return to the other dimension of his interest in conversion or proselytizing, namely the ecumenical movement itself. The aim of the movement is not merely unity, he suggests, but also the acquisition of a proselytizing force 17 that was characteristic only of the English and American churches 18 as one of the few expansionist religions in the world, including Buddhism and Islam. Christianity is normally characterized by the removal of ethnic, linguistic, and geographical boundaries to membership. The bar is set quite low, allowing in anyone who confesses belief. Yet, Gramsci's point is quite astute, for in the vast missionary effort of the colonial era, it was only the various Roman Catholic countries such as Spain and France, along with the English and then American Protestants who consistently sent out missionaries to the colonies. There were exceptions, such as the Lutheran missions in Central Australia, but along with the obligatory missionaries sent by individual Protestant denominations, the RST properly ecumenical bodies were the missionary organizations themselves. Gramsci does not make this point, but the role of the London Missionary Society, for instance, throughout the globe is what has been often called a parachurch organization. Drawing missionaries from all of the Protestant churches in England, Scotland, and Wales, as well as the various administrators of the organization itself, it provided a model of the ecumenical movement to come. What Gramsci was not able to foresee was the shift that the ecumenical movement would enact between the older colonial centers and the targets of missionary activity themselves. It would only be a matter of time before these countries too would become members of the World Council of Churches, eventually to reset its whole agenda, call for a moratorium on proselytizing itself, and nd that there were more Christians in what has been called the Third World than in the colonial centers. But how does the ecumenical movement, a union of Protestant and Orthodox churches, provide an alternative model of conversion from that of the Roman Catholics? It is not so much that the dispersed groups of the left should form a united front in order to convince more people to join, but that the model of the federation of the different Christian sects, with equal rights for all 19 is itself not a model from which to launch proselytization but, rather, the result of that process. If this smacks too much of liberal pluralism, allowing everyone to remain exactly as they are, then it neglects the profound change that is required not only for a commitment to communism, but also for such a federation to come together in the RST place, let alone exist for any time. The ecumenical movement, at least implicitly, provides an alternative model for proselytization than the monolithic structure of the Roman Catholic Church, and Gramsci is interested in the implications. Rather than the trickle-down effect of focusing on the moral and cultural leaders, that is, the religious intellectuals, he hints at the possibility that proselytizing may take the form not of swamping and absorbing that which is different into one's own system, however much that system may be transformed itself in the process, but of a different type of federation in which the various emphases and traditions may continue to exist without giving up their peculiar autonomies. Politics, the 18th Brumaire of the Holy See. One must not think of ideology or doctrine as something artificial and mechanically superimposed, but rather as something historically produced, as a ceaseless struggle. 20. Unlike Althusser, Lefebvre, and Eagleton, Gramsci never seems to have had a period of religious commitment, a youthful passion that was to fade with the sensibilities of adulthood. Despite the fact that the Church permeated everyday life in his home on Sardinia, he was always outside the community of the faithful, describing himself wryly as someone who has not as yet been blessed with the grace of being able to penetrate within the secret of the language of the saints. 21. In view of Gramsci's avowal of his outsider status, why is he so interested in the details of the Church's inner workings? The longest and most developed entries concern precisely these matters: Catholic action, church congresses, the various concordats, papal encyclicals, Italian politics, and the perpetual to and fro of church-state relations. And, unless one has a somewhat perverse interest in the detailed workings of church history, I would be tempted to skim over them, scouring the table for more delectable morsels. But there are some tasty pieces here too, although in the most unlikely places. My concern here is with three dimensions of the Roman Catholic Church's politics: Catholic action, the inting between modernists, integralists, and Jesuits, and the Church's political alliances. Catholic action. I am going to infiltrate Catholic action for a while, before moving on to re-ECT on Gramsci's treatment of the Roman Catholic Church's internal connists and then its political and social policy, especially its confusing series of apparently opportunistic alliances. Gramsci is deeply interested not because, like Althusser, he was once a member, but because Catholic action provides him with an opportunity to re-ECT on the nature and practice of the Communist Party. Catholic action draws Gramsci time and again, but it is a Catholic action distinct from that which is familiar to us in Althusser's France, even though Gramsci regards the French arm as better quali-ed and organized. 22. With characteristic insight, Gramsci points out that the widely known Catholic action of the sort that drew in Althusser was in fact a thorough reorganization undertaken by Pius XI, 1922–39. He does note the activities in which Althusser was swept up, although in Italy they took less the form of associations of workers, students, and so on, but then, in France, the Roman Catholic Church had been disestablished, and more the form of retreats or closed spiritual exercises modeled on Ignatius Loyola. Built around a core of devout workers, the retreats sought to inculcate an active spirituality amongst an increasingly apostate working class, who tended to be negative, or at least passive or skeptical and indifferent. 23. All of this took place in the early 20th century. Yet Gramsci pushes much further back, although there were antecedents from the French Revolution of 1789, the crucial moment is that of the revolutions that shook Europe in 1848. If Lukács could see the demise of the historical novel proper in 1848, when the bourgeoisie met for the RST time the working class as an organized and militant group and hastily began forgetting its own recent emergence, then Gramsci locates a comparable moment for the Roman Catholic Church. For the RST time, it needed a specie political party to support it. And this process continues. To the extent that every national Catholic action grows and becomes a mass organization, it tends to become a real and proper party, whose orientations are dictated by the internal necessities of the organization. 24. 1848 marks the shift for the Church from an assumed and unquestioned position of universal dominance to one of having to defend itself. Before 1848 one saw the formation of more or less ephemeral parties and single individuals who rebelled against Catholicism, while, after 1848, Catholicism and the Church had to have a party of their own to defend themselves and lose the least possible amount of ground. They could no longer speak as if they knew they were the necessary and universal premise of any mode of thought or action, except of Caeli, since the Church will never admit the irrevocability of this state of affairs. 25. The sheer pervasiveness, the untranscendable horizon, of a Christian and more specifically Roman Catholic worldview before 1848 is one that is hard to imagine in the thoroughly secular, or what is now more often called the post-secular, world. As an analogy, Gramsci suggests we might think of the impossibility of an anti-suicide party. Given the universal assumption or necessary premise of life, there would be no need for a party that set itself against the practice of suicide. Only if life were no longer such an unquestioned assumption would such a party become necessary. Gramsci searches for the intricate precursors of Catholic action before 1848, from the contradictory unions of Lamennais, who provided both the theoretical basis for Catholic action and was condemned as the RST Catholic modernist, to Neo-Guelphism, 26 Sanfedistas, 27 the leftward Liberal Democratic and Bourgeois Action Party, and the burgeoning Roman Catholic periodicals set up to combat the ideas of the Encyclopedia and the French Revolution. 28 But what was the event of 1848 that led to such a shift in the Church's position? It was the same victory of a conservative liberalism and the bourgeoisie that simultaneously crushed the newly emergent communists and removed the Church from its dominant position. I will pick up this bifurcation that the bourgeoisie enacted between an old order and one that was only in the RST stage of its emergence below, but it means that the anti-clericalism of Italy, the often military struggle against the Church, all of which ended in a right-wing liberalism sweeping the Eld understood as a conception of the world as well as particular political current 29 was combined with the horror and brutal repression of the RST organized movement of the working class. As far as the Church is concerned, we saw in the discussion of Althusser that the victory of the bourgeoisie over the Church resulted in the slide from the Church itself as the dominant ideological state apparatus to that of education, the major site of the inculcation of liberal values and culture. Or, as Gramsci puts it in the following entry in Notebook 20, it is no longer the Church that determines the battle eld and weapons, it has instead to accept the terrain imposed on it by the adversaries or by general indifference and make use of the arms borrowed from the adversary's arsenal, the mass political organization. 30. In other words, Catholic action arose through the impossibility of the Restoration, the return to the Ancien Regime. Apart from his polemic against the Roman Catholic historians, 31 who see Catholic action stemming from the movements of the time of Christ, was he not, after all, the RST leader of a Catholic action group? It seems to me that Gramsci's argument has distinct ramifications for his theory of the Communist Party. In the case of the Church, the argument is retrospective. Once it had lost the position of necessary and universal premise, then it required a party to look after its own interests, despite its reluctance to recognize this. If we reverse the temporal order, precisely at the point where one loses its supremacy and the other only begins its long struggle for hegemony, then, for the time being, the working class and the masses need the Communist Party to espouse its own interests, to struggle for a myriad number of workers' causes. But all of these are only temporary measures, at times in profound tension with the long-term aims of the party. Once communism itself has become the necessary and universal premise of society and culture, then the party itself will no longer be required, dissipating into a newly dominant worldview that requires no defense. This is, of course, a version, with Gramsci's own twist, of the Marxist-Leninist theory of the party and the temporary dictatorship of the proletariat. I am not sure whether Gramsci's insight into the function of Catholic action was enabled by such a theory, now thrown into historical reverse, or whether the history of Catholic action provides a distinct insight into the function of the party. Except that the dichotomy is a false one, unless we want to distance Marxism from religion, specifically Christianity, with its church, scriptures, and clergy. Rather than back off from the implications, I would rather take them further, arguing that it is precisely because of these likenesses that Marxism has the appeal and strength that it does. In the same way that a religion like Christianity provides a complete narrative not only of human life, or even of that which comes before and after the lifespan of a biological individual, but also of the place of human beings within the vast sweep of history and society, of both a global and universal nature, so also Marxism is able to provide a narrative of the comparable breadth and depth. Or, as Gramsci puts it, socialism is a whole vision of life, it has its philosophy, its own faith, its own morality. 32 It seems to me that this is the level at which Gramsci's analysis of Catholic action, as a distinct party comparable to the Communist Party and its function with the working masses, operates. And this is why it matters little, in the end, as to whether the insight comes from his Marxist presuppositions or from his study of the Church, for both gain strength from one another, rather than depleting each other as they struggle for the same territory. My suggestion that Catholic action provides potential sources for understanding the possibilities of Communist Party politics carries through into Gramsci's reactions both on the regional variations of Catholic action 33 and his notes on congresses, of all things. Let me focus on the second, with which Gramsci LLS the remainder of the RST long entry from Notebook 2034, the one I have been trailing now for a while. To begin with, in discussing the National Congresses of the White, i.e. Roman Catholic, trade unions and the Popular Party, he identifies a contradiction between these relatively democratic arms of Catholic action and the hierarchy of the Church itself, which had honed its anti-democratic skills over the centuries. As Gramsci points out, the Roman Catholic Church opted for the line that a little bit of democracy, suitably kept in check, was better than a potential populist subversion of the structure of Catholic action and the eventual threat brought to the gates of the Holy See itself. But this observation about the various arms of Catholic action then moves into a series of points and questions that seem to require further reaction: the agenda of conferences, choosing of leaders, relations between the social composition of the congresses and of the movement as a whole, adults and youth, the role of subordinate and subsidiary organizations, the press, the agrarian question, the relation between the political center and trade unions, and so on. In the end, he spins out into a discussion of the press, journalist that he was. But what interests me about these notes and points is that they begin specifically with Catholic action and its congresses, but, by the time we get to the reportage of parliamentary debates, he is speaking about political parties per se. For instance, the doctrinal and political homogeneity of a party can also be tested by the following criterion: what are the orientations favored by party members in their collaboration with the newspapers of another tendency or with the so-called organs of public opinion? 35. And, if we track back to the earlier points, it becomes difficult to ascertain whether Gramsci is in fact speaking about Catholic action and its trade union and parliamentary arms as he does at certain points, or whether he is making notes and recommendations for the function of any party, especially the Communist Party and its congresses. I will restrict myself to one earlier example. The agenda ought to spring from the concrete problems that have compelled attention in between one Congress and the next and from future perspectives, as well as from those points of doctrine around which general currents of opinion are formed and factions come to group themselves. 36. I want to suggest that this inability to distinguish between Catholic action, the party as a generic category, and the Communist Party, is another dimension to the point I made above concerning the shift in 1848 that brought about Catholic action in the RST place. In other words, the detailed workings of Catholic action, its various arms and the apparently mundane matter of the congresses, all enable reactions on the operation of the Communist Party. This is merely the weak version of a point that should be much stronger. Gramsci seeks to strengthen the operations of the Communist Party by keeping a close watch on Catholic action, for, in the end, it is an analogous movement with a wholesale social, ideological and political agenda. And this shows up even more clearly at the moments he does not realize, which, in this case, is the inadvertent slippage back and forth between observing Catholic action and tips for running better congresses. Internal con-ICT, integralists, Jesuits, and modernists. Comparable to Gramsci's efforts to track the twisting paths of Catholic action are his comments on the battles between integralists, modernists, and Jesuits. On the inside of the thick stone walls of the Church, the intricate weave of theological debates are also for Gramsci very much political. Thus, the differences between integralists, moderates, Jesuits, and modernists become for him an intriguing investigation into the political problems of the struggle for hegemony and centralized rule. Whereas Catholic action interests him as the political party of the Roman Catholic Church, the internal battles of the Church can provide some insight into the effects of such conists on the political program of the Church. I begin with what may be taken as a central assessment of the conists before describing the conists themselves. After speaking of the various alliances and activities of the three groups, Gramsci writes, "All this shows that the cohesive force of the Church is much less than is commonly thought, not only because of the fact that the growing indifference of the mass of the faithful for purely religious or ecclesiastical questions attaches a very relative value to superficial and apparent ideological homogeneity, but also because of the much more serious fact that the Church center is impotent to clear the eld completely of the organized forces engaged in conscious struggle within the Church itself." 37. The impression of a united front, of one Church, one faith, one Lord, is precisely that, a front. Gramsci holds less store by the lack of concern for unity among the faithful than in the inability of the Church center to deal with organized internal con-ICT. To my mind, this last point is the key to Gramsci's interest in the battles between modernists, integralists, and Jesuits. The deep political struggles within the Church weaken its effectiveness as a political organization. I will return to this point below, but not before some reaction on these three groups. It would be easy to characterize the three groups on a political spectrum from left to right, from the modernists through to the integralists. But Gramsci does not fall into this mistake, for the modernists were merely the liberals, as we saw with Lefebvre. Belatedly concerned to bring the Roman Catholics into contact with not-so-modern thought, something the Protestants had been vigorously pursuing for some time, although not without con-ICT and angst, the modernists desperately wanted the Church to become a little more progressive. Reading the modernists today, they come through as mainstream supporters of the status quo. They were, in other words, good old liberals. I will not repeat the brief outline of Roman Catholic modernism that I produced in the chapter on Lefebvre, but it is worth noting that, apart from one moment, Gramsci tends all too readily to take modernism as a distinct movement within the Roman Catholic Church, full of covert and agonistic operations. 38. In this respect, he merely takes up the descriptions of modernism in the various encyclicals and church documents, which give the impression of a well-organized and coherent movement. A little like basing one's knowledge of the heresies of the early Christian Church on the polemical texts of the various heresy hunters. As for the modernists, there was never any great sense of a movement as such, but rather a common agenda that had myriad forms and a number of sine cant names, such as Alfred Louisi, George Tyrrell, Friedrich von Hugel and Italy's own Ernesto Bonahudi, author of Il Programma dei Modernisti in 1907, translated into English by Tyrrell and A. Leslie Lilly. Gramsci's interest in Joseph Turmel, who was not a major Gur by any means, seems to be determined more by the similarity of Turmel's clandestine practices to the integralists than any theological depth. 39. By contrast, the integralists were just so highly organized, and Gramsci notes with some amusement on a number of occasions the codes. The Pope was, for instance, Baroness Micheline, secret signals, vendettas, insinuations, gossip, slander, libel, scandal sheets, and pamphlets, along with underground conspiracies of leaders such as Umberto Benigni in Italy and Cardinal Billow in France. 40. Their target was mostly the Jesuits, given their power in the Vatican itself under Pius XI, but also the modernists, with whom they often lumped the Jesuits. And the integralists' agenda, coming to the fore under Pius X, they loved the syllabus errorum, so do I, but for different reasons. maintained an almost Jansenist great moral and religious rigor. 41 And sought to keep the Church on a straight, narrow, and undeviating path. Drawing close to Charles Maurras's proto-fascist Action Française, the integralists stepped over an invisible line, threatening the effectiveness of Catholic action in a Roman Catholic popular political party in France. The Jesuits had their day when Pius XI took action against Action Française, the fatal mistake being the support of the overt atheist, Maurras. 42 In other words, the integralists made the relatively right-wing Jesuits 43 look like a moderate center party of a church that had already assumed the mummy-edge shape of a formalistic and absolutist organism which hangs together only by virtue of the rigidity typical of a paralytic. But let me return to the modernists, who are far more intriguing and enigmatic, especially Gramsci's astute observations in the FTY second entry of Notebook 14. Contrary to his tendency to take modernism as a clandestine movement, of whom Turmel then becomes an extreme paradigm, here he distinguishes between what the modernists' enemies say of them and what they themselves say, observing that it is a complex and multifaceted movement. 45 The distinction that follows is the most important one. Modernism may be understood both as a politico-social manifestation and as a scientific religious one. I begin with the latter. Here, Gramsci means the appropriation and use of what is commonly called historical criticism of the Bible, the investigation of oral and written sources and their compilation, and a new consideration of theology and dogma, particularly with a teleological bent. Both of these were sweeping through the various Protestant churches of the time, not without controversy, and usually gathered under the label of liberalism, and the modernists felt the incursions of such a liberalism into Roman Catholicism was well nigh overdue. Yet, for Gramsci, the scientific religious side of modernism is not where the edge lay. Rather, through their liberal bent that often tended to mild forms of reformist socialism, the modernists triggered the ire of the integralists, with their aristocratic and often fascist connections and leanings. In short, politically, the modernists would rather the church be of the popular classes, and this the integralists could not stand. In itself, the distinction between what might be called the ideological and the political, or what Gramsci calls the scientific religious and the politico-social, is nothing startling. He is not the RST to have observed the political and social dimensions of the Roman Catholic Church's theological debates, or those of any other Christian church, for that matter. The emphasis on the political rather than the theological side of modernism has its own background in Gramsci's Marxism, but the main reason for the distinction is, as I have already suggested on other issues, to be found in his desire to deal with the Church as a possible model concerning the nature, activities, and problems of communism. Underlying the preceding discussion has been the initial point I made, namely that Gramsci's interest in the connists between modernists, integralists, and Jesuits has the distinct political motive of tracing the weakening effects of such deep connists on an organization like the Church. I should add at least two further factors: the battle for hegemony and the problems of rule for such a global organization. On the RST point, Gramsci writes of modernists, integralists, and Jesuits as those who represent the three organic tendencies of Catholicism, i.e. they are the forces acting for hegemony within the Roman Church. 46 Hegemony is, for Gramsci, not merely the mechanism of ideological dominance, by means of both force and consent, but, more importantly, a term developed in order to theorize the process of revolution. Nor is an organic individual, most often associated with intellectuals, simply one who is integrally connected with the popular classes in a dialectic of theory and practice. The term organic bears with it a revolutionary urgency, the look forward to winning the struggle for hegemony. As far as the Roman Catholic Church is concerned, the struggle within the organization for hegemony is both a microcosm of broader political struggles within society as a whole and a signal of the importance of such disputes for the nature and future of the party itself. Closely related is the second point concerning the problems of rule. What is important to note here is that all three, modernism, Jesuitism, and integralism, have meanings that go beyond the narrowly religious denitions. They are parties inside the international absolute empire constituted by the Church of Rome, and they cannot avoid posing in religious form problems that are often of a purely worldly nature, problems of rule. Dominio 47. Posing in religious form is the key to a passage where Gramsci spills forth the reasons for his interest in the Roman Catholics. As the only global organization, or more directly the RST International Global Empire, one that has a longer history than capitalism, it provides the only long-standing model for the nature of international rule. So much so that, even with Catholic Action, that distinct political party of the Church, Gramsci can speak of a lay Catholic International 48. He refers here to the meetings of Roman Catholics from around the world to discuss inter-national problems while the League of Nations was in session. Established in France under the auspices of the Union Catholique d'études internationales, this International Catholic Week that operated separately from the Vatican contributes to the creation of a concrete unity of thought among Catholics the world over. 49. In the same way that these meetings function in terms of the parliamentary interaction of popular political parties, then so also do the organic struggles for hegemony within the Church, which present in religious form purely political questions, with all of their regional variations. 50. And these include the struggles of the parties themselves, the importance of the central government to maintain some sort of control, the necessity to avoid being boxed into a rigid position with no room to move, and, as I will discuss in the section on intellectuals, the political strategies used by the Church to effect its own agenda in secular politics. Bewilderment? External alliances. But, for all his interest in Catholic Action as the political party of the Roman Catholic Church, for all the lessons he might learn from internal debates for the exercise of global politics, for all the explicit and unwritten comparisons between Church and communism, Gramsci still NDS some almost impassable divides between them. Thus, in the con-ICT over the allegiance of the masses between Roman Catholicism and communism, particularly the efforts by the Church to overcome the apostasy of the working class through Catholic trade unions, Gramsci summarizes the Church's of Chale position on poverty in 4 points. 1. Private property, especially landed private property, is a natural right that may not be violated even by means of heavy taxation, and from this principle stem the political programs of the Christian Democrat tendencies for the distribution with compensation of the land to the poor peasants, as well as their national doctrines. 2. The poor must be content with their lot, since class distinctions and the distribution of wealth are disposed of by God, and it would be impious to try and eliminate them. 3. Almsgiving is a Christian duty and implies the existence of poverty. 4. The social question is RST and foremost moral and religious rather than economic, and must be resolved through Christian charity and through the dictates of morality and the judgment of religion. 51. Although Gramsci writes that he is summarizing the most widespread opinions based on the encyclicals and other authorized documents, 52. These 4 points may be read American Samoa, a brief commentary on the famous encyclical Rerum Novarum, 1891, of Leo XIII, which sought to deal with the situation of workers and provide the basis for Roman Catholic social doctrine. It boils down to the application of Roman Catholic teaching to the emergence and effects of capitalism. In itself, the effort to deal with contemporary questions by facing them rather than condemning them was an innovation, but it ended up being quite conservative. Society originates with the family, private property is a God-given right, and socialism is mistaken for questioning the status of private property. Perhaps the most progressive idea put forward was the notion of the just wage, which should be enough to support the wage earner in reasonable and frugal comfort. Yet, the worker was a male with a family, cared for by a wife who remained in the home. Thus, the much vaunted and lengthy tradition of so-called Roman Catholic social thought, as a third way between communism and capitalism that bases itself on theological criteria, turns out to be a variation on liberalism itself, and thereby a tool in the anti-socialist agenda. One could read the inviolability of private property as a selfing agenda for the Church, but it is also a linchpin of liberal social doctrine. However, one of the enticements of Gramsci's notebooks is that he shifts chairs as he ponders various angles. And there are many gaps, built into the choppiness of the style of the notebooks, into which the reader can enter and engage with him. It will turn out that Gramsci's apparent condemnation of the Roman Catholic Church's social policy is part of a larger effort to understand the various political allegiances of the Church. In light of the summary I have quoted above, one would expect that the Roman Catholic Church would side time and again with the liberals against the socialists. Yet, the Church seems to ip from one alliance to the other, apparently uncertain about whom to back. If, on one occasion, its position may be read as a resolutely anti-socialist, at another moment, it turns out to be just as resolutely anti-liberal. I begin with one extreme, the apparent concord between the Italian fascist government and the Roman Catholic Church in Italy. In a discussion of the Concordat, particularly the interpretation relating to education in the primary and secondary schools, Gramsci traces the connivence of church and state to the point at which the state as such professes the Catholic religion. 53 No matter that this is the interpretation of the Roman Catholic Church, the symptomatic Catholic religion hardly needs explication by now, or, rather, it matters a great deal, since the Church seems to be twisting itself into all manner of shapes in order to take the fascists as favorable to the Church. That the state seems willing is borne out by the text of the Concordat and the Albertine Statute, the royal decree of King Carlo Alberto of Savoy in 1848, which became the constitution in 1861 until the foundation of the Republic of Italy in 1948. In which the teachings of the Roman Catholic Church become the foundation and crowning piece of elementary education. 54 On other occasions, consistent with the coalition with the fascists, the Pope seems to take socialism as the mortal enemy. Except that now he sides with liberal forces in order to forestall socialist gains. On this matter, there is Gramsci's intriguing narrative of the 1904 abandonment of the non-expedite decree of 1871, in which Roman Catholics were forbidden to partake in national elections. Here, Gramsci paraphrases the account of the Pope's change of mind by the leading liberal politician Gianforte Suardi, who had already forged an alliance between liberals and Roman Catholics in the municipal elections. In Bergamo, apart from the picture of a Pius X tarried by the image of a red victory and the subsequent attack on the Church, pestered by the lawyer Bonomi on behalf of Suardi, and apart from his statements, follow the dictates of your conscience and the Pope will say nothing. 55 What interests me here is the way the so-called progressive forces within the Church, those in favor of participation in national elections, were in fact arrayed against the socialists. Yet, despite the appearance of a natural connivence between Roman Catholics and liberals, it seems as though the Pope required a little more persuading than such an alliance seems to assume. Elsewhere, he speaks of the liberals as those irreconcilable enemies 56 who came together with Roman Catholics in the Belgian Revolution against William I of the Netherlands. My quotation of irreconcilable enemies is at the fourth remove from its original location, me quoting Gramsci quoting Civiltà Cattolica quoting a certain Ch. Terlinden on William I and the Roman Catholic Church in Belgium, so the opinion is hardly original to Gramsci. It would seem as though Roman Catholics and bourgeois liberals were hardly the best of friends. Of course not, for was it not the liberals who overthrew the Church's assumed and unquestioned cultural dominance so that Catholic action became the political party of the Church? But, in certain circumstances, these mortal enemies would join forces in order to deal with another danger. In the Italian elections of 1904, it was the socialists, whereas in Belgium it was the Calvinist oppression of William I, who was keen on neither liberals nor Roman Catholics. The Roman Catholics will, at certain moments, join with the liberals, but will they form a common front with the socialists? Caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, the Church would, in fact, support such an alliance, notes Gramsci, in cases where Roman Catholic workers were being violently oppressed by industrialists. Commenting on a full judgment by the Holy Congregation of the Council concerning Con-ICT in the Roubaix-Tourcoing region, under jurisdiction of the Bishop of Lille, in France, he writes that it recognizes the right of Catholic workers and trade unions to form a united front even with socialist workers and trade unions on economic questions, and that it is a sign of détente with the radical socialists and the G.C. of L. 57 Gramsci is obviously more interested in the alliance with socialists in France than with the liberals in Italy and Belgium, for it shows that the Roman Catholics are not default anti-socialists. But how to understand the Church's shifting alliances? A rather unambiguous hint comes in Gramsci's discussion of the armed insurrection of Roman Catholics and liberals in the Belgian Revolution. In the same paragraph in which he observes this alliance, he notes that armed insurrection is permissible, especially in extreme cases of the suppression and limitation of the privileges of the Church and the Vatican. 58 Calvin would also come to this point, despite the heavy weight of Romans 12:1. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Rather than seeing the Roman Catholic Church as essentially anti-liberal or anti-socialist, the key to its shifting alliances lies in the Church's own interests. Thus, Gramsci writes elsewhere, in an effort to understand the jerry-built, ad hoc and inconsistent nature of Roman Catholic social policy. In order to have a good understanding of the Church in the modern world, one must realize that it is prepared to struggle only to defend its particular corporate freedoms, of church as church, an ecclesiastical organization, in other words, the privileges that, it proclaims, are the bequest of its own divine essence. 59. Gramsci is tempted to make a quick dismissal at this point. Catholic social thought should be studied and analyzed as an ingredient of an ideological opiate aimed at maintaining certain religious kinds of moods of passive expectation. 60. But there is also a recognition that the Roman Catholic Church is not merely anti-socialist, or that its agenda is not always at one with conservative liberalism or even outright reaction. What it does, as one would expect, is act in terms of its own interests, its own well-being. And those interests are, curiously, not purely political or even temporal. The prime example of such a looking out for itself is the difference between Pius IX, 1846-78, and Leo XIII, 1878-1903. The former ensured that most Roman Catholics were increasingly alienated during his long reign from the everyday civil and political life of the various emerging nation-states in which they lived, whereas Leo XIII, for all his conservatism, encouraged, for instance, German Roman Catholics to reconcile with Bismarck and end the Kulturkampf, as well as French Roman Catholics to come over to the side of the Republic and give away their feudal hope for a restoration of the Bourbon monarchy. 61. In the cases of both Pius IX and Leo XIII, despite all their apparent differences on the social and political fronts, their ultimate aim was to do what they felt was the best for the Roman Catholic Church. Precisely what that best entailed was a matter for varying interpretation and practices. It turns out that Leo XIII appears the more progressive of the two, and many Roman Catholics still consider the reign of Pius IX responsible for what is perhaps my favorite statement, the Syllabus Errorum, a low point in the history of the Roman Catholic Church. I have been getting to my point in a roundabout fashion, rather than reading Gramsci's observation that the Roman Catholic Church's changing political and social policies are always geared towards the interests of the Church as a criticism of the Church. It turns out to be a recognition of precisely what the Church should be doing. It is, in other words, not inherently reactionary or conservative, even if its decisions, pronouncements, and acts often seem to be. In its most basic motivation, the Communist Party is not going to be, nor should it be, any different. Quite explicitly, the party's self-interest is the working class for Gramsci, the masses, or populo, and the revolution which will overthrow the conditions under which the working class is exploited. In the same way that the Church's social policy seems contradictory and ad hoc, so also will be the political and social strategy of the Communist Party, unless its prime motivation and self-interest becomes clear. The lesson to be learned is that the party should not act contrary to its own prime objective. Thus far, I have argued that the underlying motivation of Gramsci's intricate exploration of the arcane byways of Roman Catholic politics lies in the possible tips he might learn, whether in Catholic action, internal conists or external allegiances. But he is also fascinated by the Protestants, especially the ecumenical movement. I will return to the Protestants and their Reformation in the closing section of this chapter, but, RST, his extraordinary considerations of the clergy, the caste intellectuals. Along with the notion of hegemony, probably the most widely influential category from Gramsci's work has been the organic or democratic intellectual. In part, This was due to the decisions made by Quinton Hoare and Geoffrey Noel Smith in the selections for their English translations of Gramsci's notebooks. Boldly put, the organic intellectual is one whose work is integral to the everyday lives and politics of the masses. Lenin is, for Gramsci, the great model, theorizing only in the midst of intense practice. But what did not come out in that initial edition by Hoare and Noel Smith is the importance of Gramsci's reactions on the clergy, along with some lengthy notes on the religious intellectuals of China, 62 Japan 63 and Islam, 64 not only for the idea of the organic intellectual but for a fuller appreciation of Gramsci's notion of the intellectual per se. Let me begin with an observation that inadvertently functions as his thesis regarding intellectuals. In a very spicy comment on the United States, 65 he notes, "It turns out that on certain occasions the clergy of all the churches has functioned as public opinion in the absence of a normal party and a press organ of such a party." 66. He wants to read the churches themselves, and not merely Catholic action, as a type of political party, or rather, as the stand-in for a political party. It is not that the church is analogous to the party, but that, on occasions, that church itself becomes a political party in the absence of a normal party. And Gramsci is not speaking of a singular church, the Roman Catholic Church that was his focus in the discussion of Catholic action, but of the various churches and denominations in the United States. What interests him is the way these churches can form various ecumenical bodies such as the Federal Council of Churches and the Interchurch World Movement and speak as one voice on specifically political issues. In what follows, I will pick up the main interest of the quotation I have been exegeting, namely, the clergy. For Gramsci, then, clergy of all types, priest, vicar, minister, pastor, and so on, become not merely the intellectuals but the press organ or public opinion of the party that is not quite a party. The clergy have, of course, always been the intellectuals of the various churches, especially the teachers and doctors of the church. Too often, the work of these intellectuals remains in-house, enclosed within the ranks of the churches themselves. Although Gramsci is interested in these intellectuals as well, see below, the ones who draw his attention are those who enable the churches to make statements and act on political questions, strikes, class con ICT, government policy, and so on. My point here is that it is precisely when the clergy, or at least those committees and individuals within the churches given to political commentary, function as the press organ or public opinion that they come closest to his favored organic or democratic intellectuals. I have chosen this example to begin my discussion of clerical intellectuals, since it is both a contemporary one and outside Gramsci's usual domain of reactions on the Roman Catholic Church in Italy. There is plenty of the latter in most of Gramsci's comments on the Church, but he prefers to look to the historical function of the clergy, especially in the Middle Ages, as precursors to the place and role of intellectuals in the modern world. However, Gramsci is not one to make lax comparisons, especially on a question such as that of intellectuals. And so he qualifies his observations. Is there an organic study of the clergy as a class caste? It seems to me that it would be indispensable as a beginning and as a condition for the whole study that remains to be done on the function of religion in the historical and intellectual development of humanity. The precise juridical and de facto situation of the Church and the clergy in various periods and countries, its economic conditions and functions, its exact relations with the ruling classes and with the state. 67. The cohortative voice of this quotation runs in a number of directions, especially social or class analysis and history, but I am interested in two aspects of Gramsci's analysis. The RST is where he seeks to position the clergy within already existing or given class differentiations. The second takes the clergy as a distinct class, beginning with feudalism and then following through the implications when the social situation of the clergy changes dramatically. I am going to arrange Gramsci's various comments in a rough chronological order, since it makes better sense of his uses of caste and class. The bottom line is that the clergy becomes a caste in Gramsci's sense when the conditions for their existence as a class have passed, and yet they maintain a residual status. When he goes searching back a little, especially into the Middle Ages, the emphasis is squarely on the clergy as itself a class in the medieval class hierarchy. In order to get to that point, however, THIRD distinguishes between the Church as a clerical organization and as an organization of the faithful. 68 In its latter function, the Church developed a body of political, moral, and religious principles that sat in a profound tension with the interests of the Church as a clerical organization. Gramsci thus reworks the old distinction between the Church's temporal and spiritual realms. If the spiritual is that of religious and moral belief and instruction, then the temporal becomes that realm of that class caste of the clergy. The distinction he retools then allows him to account for the close links between the clergy and the lower feudal classes, particularly that of the peasants. But only in a dialectical fashion. The support of the lower classes was not a result of the Church's moral religious principles but of its clerical, economic status. That is, as a distinct feudal class, the clergy sought to preserve its economic interests against the other classes who attempted to reduce its unions. Thereby, the Church became a support of the peasants in an alliance against the other classes, insofar as the peasants enabled the Church to maintain and expand its unions. But this alliance was fraught with its own tensions, since the moral and religious principles ran against the economic interests of the Church. After all, points out Gramsci, as a feudal class the clergy exploited the peasants as much as the king and nobles. This internal contradiction between religious and economic interests then realizes itself in the French Revolution, whose principles are precisely the principles of the community of the faithful in opposition to the feudal order of the clergy. 69 The clergy was thus playing a double game. It championed the peasants over against the other classes in order to enhance its own status, and yet it also maintained an alliance with the king and the nobles in order to keep the peasants in their subordinate position. It is this latter alliance that the moral and religious principles of the community of the faithful, realized in the French Revolution and then the Protestant Reformation, challenged and attempted to break. The fracture between the clergy as a class and the organization of believers, between the shepherd and the ox, while itself the working out of a deep contradiction, becomes a heresy and schism. 70 Lest the logic of this internal contradiction be seen as wholly positive, that is, in the French Revolution and the Renaissance, Gramsci also points out that the destruction of church property by national liberalism, the heir of the Renaissance and the Revolution, has had a detrimental effect. Thus, although the church exploited the peasants and others, it also provided charity, popular culture, relief services, and so on that disappeared with the church's temporal estates, replaced by even more parasitic 71 forms of ownership. A purely cynical reading would suggest that the church needed to keep peasants alive in order to exploit them, but that the capitalist relations that followed the church did not bother. Rather, I would suggest that this is another manifestation of the contradictions Gramsci traces in the medieval church. What arrives in its place, with all the best intentions of the eradication of the corruption and superstition of the church, is even worse, pure exploitation with little mitigation. The implication of Gramsci's analysis of the medieval church and its legacy is twofold. The French Revolution, which, in its laicization of the internal tension of the church, is itself a more mature version of the Reformation, has a certain dialectical logic within the class tensions of the church. Second, it allows Gramsci to separate the class nature of the church from its ideological, i.e. religious and moral function. What interests him is the nature of the class alliance and not so much the content of the church's doctrine. For what he seeks is a class section of intellectuals whose thought is not at odds with its own class, but one that both reacts on and guides the practice of the militants of that class in a classic theory-praxis dialectic. The clergy, therefore, provides the model and precursor of the class links in medieval terms, the alliance between the peasants and clergy, between intellectuals and working class. I suspect that Gramsci's interest in the clergy as intellectuals under capitalism has a similar motivation. How is it that these intellectuals can maintain such close contact with the people, especially in a situation that is so different in terms of political economics? But by the time we get to capitalism, in the long 11th entry in Notebook 16, the clergy has moved from being a class to a caste with its own distinct identity. The clergy has, in other words, become a residue of feudal class arrangements, emerging now as a subclass that is not merely regressive but also proactive in regard to its constituency. And the key issue turns out to be education. If I bring in Althusser at this point, we can see that the shift from religion or the church as the key ideological apparatus to that of education marks the victory of the bourgeoisie. Gramsci species the shift to the seismic ruptures in culture and ideology of 1848. Indeed, for Gramsci, the possibility of such a break lies with the internal contradictions of the Church, as the community of the faithful and the clergy as a medieval class that opened up the logic of the Reformation and the Renaissance. In realizing the values of the community of the faithful, the Reformation and Renaissance culminate in the revolutions of 1848 and the end of the assumed validity of the Church and the sacred. Education becomes the battleground, especially the conflict between secular, laico, with the sense of both laicist and secular, and religious intellectuals. The former seek to impose their will over a previously dominant but now residual class of intellectuals. How does Gramsci read this vital issue of education in Q453? He does so in terms of the struggle between church and state, all of which emerges from a more sustained reaction on the various concordats between the Vatican and nation-states in Europe. A crucial feature of the concordats is the return in a different form of ecclesiastical privilege. In light of the destruction of the clergy's medieval dominance over culture and education, the intrinsic ties between its conception of the world and actual reality 72 that I discussed earlier, the concordats now recognize and grant on behalf of the state a limited set of privileges, mostly political, that the clergy once took for granted. But I am intrigued by Gramsci's use of caste of citizens to speak of the clergy, or caste intellectuals. He distinguishes between the caste intellectuals and the secular intellectuals. Both are engaged in an underhanded and sordid struggle 73 for dominance, the one attempting to hang on to and recover lost privileges, the other carrying on the program that ousted the clergy in the RST place. The details of Gramsci's intriguing analysis of the division of labor between secular and clergy intellectuals in education remain highly relevant, especially where the establishment of Roman Catholic universities is still underway. But I am also interested in the working categories of his analysis, especially that of division of labor, for it assumes that intellectuals either form distinct classes or, rather, subgroups or class fractions, for which he uses the term caste. So, let us dive into a little more detail and then move on to the categories of analysis. In Italy before the Second World War, the Roman Catholic Church was left the task of education in primary and secondary schools, while the state took over at the tertiary level in the secular universities. In various nation-states, the story differs in degree, but, in each case, the Roman Catholic Church has fought for the right to run its own schools. Protestants, of course, followed suit, particularly in a contest for the minds of the young. In a manner reminiscent of Althusser's class analysis of the various levels of education, Gramsci points out that the university is the place for the ruling class, as well as those selected from other classes who will be absorbed into the mechanisms of rule. Only at the tertiary level can the higher reaches of modern critical thought be taught, rather than the dogmatic education of the primary and secondary schools. For those who attain these RST2 levels, the petty bourgeoisie and popular classes, a restricted and relatively uncritical education is all that is required. These people, after all, will be better with their hands and bodies rather than their minds, able to put things together and see ordinate colors in some trade or other rather than think. Before Gramsci passes on to consider the University of the Sacred Heart, he has made a subtle and unacknowledged shift. He began with the caste intellectuals over against the secular intellectuals, but, by the time he gets to the schools and universities, the distinct grouping of the clergy as a caste has quietly slipped out of the door and, as educators and intellectuals, they seem to have become part of the petty bourgeoisie and working class. Not quite, in fact, the caste of the clergy spends most of its energy teaching and training these classes. And, however much their numbers may be drawn from various classes, whether the petty bourgeoisie or working class or residual aristocrats, the process of theological training, removal and setting apart from the community, ordination and obligations materially and spiritually to the Church ensures that they enter a curious group that is not quite a part of existing class structures. The problem, argues Gramsci, is not only the declining number of professions or callings open to the clergy, but also that those who entered the ranks of the clergy were intellectually subaltern. 74 Further, the limitations of the seminaries meant that the education of its candidates was often incomplete and partial, failing to equip them for anything but the lower-ranked jobs. Is Gramsci speaking of Italy in the 1920s and 1930s or the current state of the churches in countries throughout the Western world? The situation is all too familiar: cash-strapped theological colleges or seminaries trying to train largely substandard and often psychologically troubled candidates for the ministry or priesthood, operating with underpaid teachers, inadequate libraries, and woefully short of the necessary technical equipment. As far as Italy itself was concerned in the RST years of the 20th century, the problems of low pay, the limitations of the subaltern intellectual profession of teaching in primary and secondary schools, as well as the influx of women into teacher training and then teaching itself, led to priests studying at the secular universities, obtaining diplomas that enabled them to apply and get state jobs, RST to supplement their stipends, and then leaving the church entirely. Apart from professional limitations and low pay, Gramsci also cites the effect of contact with less suffocating and narrow circles than ecclesiastical ones. 75 The crisis that such a situation generated the church was about to be defeated automatically. 76 Was also very much the dissolution of the clergy as a distinct caste and its absorption into the relatively newer capitalist class structures. I am reading beyond Gramsci at this point. He puts it in terms of the Church's inability to produce members of the ruling class from within its own ranks without resorting to the old strategy of relying on aristocratic Roman Catholic families. In order to remedy this situation, at the heart of which lies the restoration of the clergy as a distinct class fraction with the agenda of the Church in mind, Gramsci cites the importance of the University of the Sacred Heart, the RST. Such institution, I hardly need to add the quali Catian Roman Catholic. Despite his call later in this long entry for the limitation of the Church's power and influence and the means it uses to secure its own future, Gramsci cannot help a surreptitious admiration for the Church and its intellectuals. It seems to me, as I have already argued in regard to Catholic action, that Gramsci's interest in the clergy, that distinct caste of intellectuals that does not quite tee in with the culture and society in which it works, derives from his search for various critical models on which to build the work of the Communist Party and its intellectuals. First of a number of Roman Catholic universities that will follow, the University of the Sacred Heart in Milan was recognized by Mussolini's fascist government in October 1924, 3 years after its foundation. The implications, as far as Gramsci is concerned, range far and wide. The Roman Catholic universities will splinter the secular uniformity of the existing universities. In doing so, they will, dialectically, provide a continuous stream through all levels of schooling in contrast to the discontinuity for students moving to secular universities. Above all, what interests Gramsci is the centralized plan and uniformity of purpose that makes the Roman Catholic universities so formidable. Rather than the inherently disparate and plural form of secular and liberal culture, especially its educational policy, the caste, with its own universities backed by a single-minded church, will soon outstrip its secular rivals. Various factors come together in the Roman Catholic universities: a concentration of secular religious culture, cultura laico-religiosa, the like of which has not been seen for many decades. 77 The organizational efficiency of the Church is far superior to that of secular culture, the Church's homogeneous structure that puts all its weight behind the universities. Although Gramsci would argue that, between the pluralism and relative freedoms of secular culture and the enforced uniformity of the Roman Catholic Church, he would prefer the former, he cannot but help admire it at the same time. For the supposed freedoms of the secular culture of which he speaks was not much to write to Russia about. If anything, the fascists in power would become less tolerant than the Church, and so I suspect that what draws Gramsci in is the fact the Church can make political headway against the fascists without surrendering the prime item on the agenda, namely its own interest and advancement. Yet, all of this formidable concentration of intellectual activity is not merely for the restoration of the Church, nor even for the preservation of the clergy themselves. Given that the universities are schools for the ruling class, the Roman Catholic universities will become the mechanism for selecting the most intelligent and capable individuals from the lower classes to be admitted into the ruling class. 78 And Gramsci is not thinking merely of the ruling class within the Roman Catholic Church, still far too much dominated by sons of aristocratic relics. The Church wishes to do far more than produce priests, lay people, thoroughly inculcated with Roman Catholic culture and deeply loyal to the Church, but also highly sophisticated and intelligent, will become more valuable auxiliaries of the Church as university professors and as top managers, etc. rather than as cardinals or bishops. 79 Is Gramsci here the ecclesiastical detective, uncovering a vast plot of that curious caste, the clergy? To my mind, he has a far more interesting agenda, although he does criticize the clergy as intellectuals. No subtle conversions are on the horizon for him. For instance, commenting on a 1929 philosophy conference, he suggests that those caste intellectuals intent on restoring neoscholasticism seem not to notice the effect of refutations of their position, treating scientific truthfulness and honesty as a weakness or naivete of their adversaries. 80. On the other hand, he berates the secular intellectuals, who seem to have given up far too much ground to the caste intellectuals. By means of the concordats agreements between two sovereign bodies within the one state concerning its citizens, the secular intellectuals have lost contact with the vital activity and life of the state, becoming detached, realizing that they and their struggles are extraneous. Or, as he puts it, the abstract polemics of cultural snipers. 81 Do not deny the ethical nature of a state, that is denuded by its legislation. In the situations he has in mind, the effective legislation is of the concordats, one that splits the unitary state into two, leaving a whole group of individuals, Roman Catholics, free to refuse, or at least limit, the desired effect of the laws of the state. It is worth noting that Gramsci speaks of the efficacy of those laws. 82 And not the laws themselves, which Roman Catholics are beholden to obey. Gramsci's criticism is here directed at the secular intellectuals, for they have relinquished some hard-won gains. If, as we saw above, 1848 was the crucial date for the abdication of the Church as the assumed cultural dominant, and, if liberalism was the great victor in a long and bitter struggle, then for the liberal intellectuals and educators to acquiesce in the concordats amounts to a massive series of concessions to Roman Catholic privilege. In the end, Gramsci is hardly more enamored with the clergy than he is with the secular intellectuals, but what he ends lamentable in light of his overriding concern for the engaged and connected intellectual is the surrender of precisely this role by the secular intellectuals. What Gramsci does not want is a situation where the state gives up being inactive, a permanently active, center of its own culture in favor of the Church. 83 In this respect, the secular intellectuals are but one part of a larger problem. Despite his profound opposition to the fascists, Gramsci does not want to see a return to the overwhelming secular power of the Roman Catholic Church. Philosophical arguments, theoretical refutations, and the like are not sufficient and will not contain the Church and its intellectuals. Only the quotidian exaltation of human forces throughout the whole of society will do so. Yet he does not write the clergy off in his discussion of intellectuals, searching, despite all his criticisms, for the role of the organic intellectual, the detachment or lack of class T of this caste of intellectuals, the single-mindedness of the educational program of the Church, of which the university functions as the missing piece, the democracy of the Church, its distinct politics and ability to have a direct impact on contemporary politics, and, nally, the whole notion of the Catholic cell. I do not want to pause too long for some of these items. The semi-detachment of the caste or class fraction of the clergy, no matter how much they may be drawn from existing classes, is, in some respects, analogous to the image of the Communist Party and its intellectuals. For they too do not tie neatly into the class structure of capitalism, the difference with the clergy being that the communist intellectuals are anticipatory rather than residual, looking forward to a communist society rather than back to a former period of almost unchallenged dominance. Any notion of the Church's democracy operates in a distinctly paternalistic sense. What interests Gramsci is the fact that The son of a peasant or an artisan can become a cardinal and a pope if he is intelligent, capable, and sufficiently pliable to let himself be absorbed by the ecclesiastical structure and to have a feeling for its particular esprit de corps, its spirit of conservation, and its present as well as future interests. 85. On a number of occasions, he mentions the poor and those outside the ruling classes as precisely those on whom the Church focuses its educational energy. Is this not precisely the class with whom the Communists work? For this reason, it seems to me, Gramsci is vitally interested in the way the Church works. And so his observations on the singular interest of the Church for its own well-being have a double edge. On the one hand, I can read a criticism of the closed environment of such a body, but then, on the other, there is an admiration for the united purpose that the Church seems to express. Although the means of achieving such a united program would be different for the Church, dictates from the top down rather than lively debate at party congresses, Gramsci also desires such a united front for the Communist Party. Alongside these three aspects, the detached nature of the clergy, democracy, and the singularity of the Church, Gramsci is most intrigued by the mechanisms of the Church's political engagement and the notion of the Catholic cell. As for the former, the introduction of the Roman Catholic universities will provide a long process of selection and training adapted from the one already in place for the priesthood and church leadership that runs through the full years of education from primary to tertiary levels. In particular, it brings forth the most capable youngsters of the poorer classes 86 and trains them for ruling class roles, all the while maintaining their deep loyalty to the Roman Catholic Church. In other words, alongside the explicit political activity of the Church, through its own party, Catholic Action, as well as other political parties, the Church also has a mechanism for infiltrating the ruling echelons themselves, precisely with a new type of intellectual. Not a caste intellectual in the old sense, one who is part of the clergy and works in this role, rather, a lay intellectual whose deepest affiliation is with the Church and thereby acts in its interest. Is this not the type of intellectual that Gramsci desires for the Communist Party? One in close connection with the party and the people, busily part of the daily life of politics, cultural, intellectual and economic leadership, rather than the aloof and remote intellectual who keeps free from such mundane pursuits, such as Croce. 87. Then there is the image of the cell. On at least one occasion, Gramsci uses it to speak of the Roman Catholic universities within Italian society. The new situation in the schools makes it possible to insert into the secular ruling class cells of lay individuals who owe their position solely to the Church, and these cells will increasingly reinforce themselves. 88. I am tempted to call this a Brechtian estrangement effect, for Gramsci is not speaking of the base communities of Latin America and liberation theology, nor of the Roman Catholic left in other places such as England in the 1960s. It is, after all, the Vatican of which he speaks, the vortex of a hierarchical men's club of extraordinary tenacity. And yet, the image he presents of the Church's new program in education, one that runs through from primary to tertiary levels, is of revolutionary cells infiltrating the ruling class. All we need are the Gaulois and berets. They may think and talk like the ruling class, with all the skills of government at their disposal, but their allegiance will not be to the secular values of that class. Coming from poor backgrounds and with an ultimate allegiance to the Church, these cells, increasing in strength and number, will seek to undermine the secular basis of government. Again, it seems to me that Gramsci is not merely playing with words here. Rather, it is the methods the Roman Catholic Church uses that he finds so enticing for possible types of Communist Party activity and infiltration. The function of the Roman Catholic cells closes out a reasonably comprehensive picture of the caste intellectual or clergy, except that, in this case, the intellectual is no longer clergy but lay. All along, I have argued that Gramsci seeks not merely the correspondences with his much-desired organic intellectual, but that, in many respects, the detailed interest in the nature and function of the Church's intellectuals is part of a search for possible models. And the items I have suggested that this role are the comprehensive educational and social program of the Roman Catholic Church, its focus on the poor masses, the ability to infiltrate the ruling class and its unchanging focus on doing what is best for its own interest. Gramsci will always disagree with nearly every point of the Church's own agenda, but it is the means it uses that he will continue to end useful. I began this lengthy discussion of the FTY third paragraph of Notebook 4 with the desire to trace the way Gramsci accounts for what was a class, the clergy, in feudalism can no longer function in the same way in the very different situation of capitalism. On the way through, I was also on the lookout for the Rami cations of his central notion of the intellectual. But what has happened on the level of class analysis is marked by his preference for the term caste rather than class when he discusses the situation of the clergy in capitalism. What we have is a class relic, a residual element from feudalism that maintains a cohesion one would hardly expect. If anything, the clergy are a class fraction, but even this does not get us very far, since, as Gramsci notes in his famous discussion of the Southern question, those from the north come from the peasants, whereas those in the south are drawn from the old aristocracy. 89. In other words, a fraction of which class? Rather, what is interesting about the clergy is the way such a class relic, a caste, can remain both deeply connected with the people, Gramsci's favored mass, and yet semi-detached from the current class and economic structures of capitalism. Without recourse to a supernatural or transcendent realm, in other words, Gramsci is intrigued as to how one's own caste may operate at some remove from the current structures, always with an eye on a very different future. Thus, precisely through being a relic, the clergy provide a glimpse of something different, able to look forward in a way that does not merely replicate the present. It is their backwardness, the fact that they are not in touch, that enables them to anticipate a different future. That is to say, they act according to an agenda that is, in many respects, their own and not of this world. Finally, if their residual status as a caste enables the clergy to work as an emergent group, to borrow Raymond Williams's terms, then they do so through education and not through the church per se. Gramsci's focus on education is something Althusser would pursue more fully, namely the wresting of education away from the church by the bourgeoisie in the transition from feudalism to capitalism. But what the clergy are able to do is work within the context of the educational system in order to carry out their own program, with distinct political aims in mind. To my mind, it is this that Gramsci admires about the clergy. Reformation. Luther and the Reformation stand at the beginning of all modern philosophy and civilization. 90. Perhaps the greatest surprise of Gramsci's ecclesiastical curiosity is his abiding fascination with the Protestant Reformation. At times, I get the feeling he regrets not being born north of the Alps, that he was not closer to Luther's Saxony or Calvin's wholesale social reconstruction of Geneva. Viscerally, I can grasp the appeal of the lumbering and belligerent German and the incisive Southern clergy have far less going for them. Landowners, usurers, and subject to the passions for women and money, the priests should come, as far as the peasants are concerned, from their own districts, so that at least there is some recourse to redress, through families, electoral rights, and their openly conjugal life with a woman. Intellect of Calvin, but why should Gramsci, the Sardinian with Roman Catholicism imprinted in his genes, and the reformers so attractive? For all his love of the Renaissance in Italy and the rest of Europe, along with its associated developments in French and German philosophy, the problem is that these are reforms that touch only the upper classes and often only the intellectuals. 91. His interest is Italy, and he envies the Northern Europeans the developments subsequent to the Renaissance, their Lutheranism and Calvinism. All that he NDS in Italy are half-starts and misdirected efforts, such as those of David Lazzaretti in the middle of the 19th century, with his mixture of religious doctrines from times gone by with a good dose of vaguely socialistic maxims, together with generic references to the moral redemption of man. 92. By contrast, the Reformation uplifted the whole of society and transformed it through and through. In Italy there has never been an intellectual and moral reform involving the popular masses. 93. Intellectual and moral reform becomes Gramsci's code for the Protestant Reformation as a model of reform itself, coming to secular maturity with the French Revolution. 94. He draws the phrase directly from Ernst Renan's book of the same name, in which the Protestant Reformation becomes the paradigm for a transformation of French society. But there is a third interchange of terms, this time the breathtaking alignment of the Protestant Reformation, as intellectual and moral reform, with the Communist Revolution, or, rather, to draw the specie lesson of the last great European mass movement, therefore historical mat. Will have or may have this function, which is not only totalitarian as a conception of the world but also in that it will permeate all of society down to its deepest roots. 95 I am going to track this extraordinary move, running through his persistent refereeing in favor of the Protestants, to ask whether there are not some problems with his proposal. Time and again, Gramsci contrasts Protestants and Roman Catholics, and the Roman Catholics do not come off well in the comparison. To be sure, the Protestants do not emerge unscathed, especially in the United States, but his favoring strikes a curious note, especially in light of his desire for a reformation in Italy. In what follows, I begin with Gramsci's reactions on the deleterious effects of the Counter-Reformation in Italy, the home of the Holy See itself, and then move on to the direct comparisons between the Roman Catholics and the Protestants. Counter-Reformation and Reformation. Like the infamous list of 80 errors of the modern world in the Syllabus Errorum of Pope Pius IX, 1864, which listed among other items, Protestantism, pantheism, rationalism, the separation of church and state, liberalism and socialism, Gramsci piles up his own list of the errors and missteps of the Counter-Reformation. Of all the glimmers and possibilities in Italy itself, the RST stirrings of the Renaissance and the passing of feudalism, and, for all the efforts to insist that the so-called Counter-Reformation was not reactionary but one of a series of reforms over the ages, 96 he simply observes, the Counter-Reformation ed intellectual development 97 as for Italy, he identifies two such developments that were to go nowhere, one of Leon Battista Alberti and his nascent bourgeois individual whose prime interest lay in the local commune with little sense of what lay beyond, and the other in Gramsci's preferred Machiavelli for whom the Church became a deleterious national problem. 98 I am tempted to describe these as political developments, but Gramsci's concern, especially with Machiavelli, was to identify the reasons why Italy failed to go through the comparable continental shift that took place further north, reaching through all levels of European society. For Gramsci, the Counter-Reformation has much to answer for. As for science, in his Syllabus Errorum, Pius IX may as well have included modern physics in his list. It is a wonder Galileo did not make it into the syllabus, for he was still the bane of the Vatican, his condemnation lifted only at the close of the 20th century in a moment of progressive thought. And Gramsci notes, with a mix of dismay and relish, the continuing tale of Galileo in his own time. Roberto Bellarmino, 1542–1621 CE, the one whom Gramsci, among many others, regards as the cardinal who conducted the 1633 trial against Galileo, 99 was nally canonized on June 29, 1930, and declared Doctor of the Universal Church in 1931, well after Mussolini was in power and Gramsci was in prison. 100 Even if the canonization was as much due to the victory of the Jesuits in the context of internal ecclesiastical infighting, 101 as to Bellarmino's defence of Catholicism against detractors such as James VI of Scotland, later James I of England, along with the obligatory miracle that passes by the devil's advocate, Gramsci nds the whole Galileo affair a rather sordid example of the way the Counter-Reformation hindered scientific development in Italy. And, if anyone did not submit to the Church's discipline, he was effectively exiled from Italy. By contrast, advance of the sciences in the Protestant countries or where the Church was less immediately strong than in Italy 102 And then there is the index itself, the list of books banned from publication and reading by the Roman Catholic Church. But the very need for an index shows up yet another challenge to the supremacy of the Church. In fact, the ban on Galileo's works was, in many respects, the culmination. In the condemnation of Galileo the Italian Renaissance came to an end even among the intellectuals 103 despite the resistance of the French to the index, the printing of uncut works by Italian authors in Germany, France, and Holland, the sheer effectiveness of the index in Italy meant the gradual winding down of the Renaissance in that place. As he is wont to do, Gramsci notes that Machiavelli's complete works appeared for the last time in 1554. So much for the Counter-Reformation's intellectual asphyxiation. The tracks of Gramsci's comparisons between the Protestants and Roman Catholics run along curious paths, from fetishism through opium and gambling to the central theological category of grace itself, the ideological battle-eld of the Reformation. Let me begin with fetishism. In an effort to come up with a distinctly political definition of fetishism, rather than economic or psychoanalytic ones, Gramsci puts forward somewhat tentatively the suggestion that it derives from the Roman Catholic Church. It is natural for this to occur in the Church since, in Italy at least, the toil of centuries that the Vatican has devoted to annihilating any trace of internal democracy and intervention by the faithful in religious activity has been totally successful, and this way of thinking has now become second nature to the believer. 104. Closer to Marx's fetishism of commodities rather than Freud's notion of sexual fetishism, Gramsci's distinctly political take is to argue that once a political body or collective organism, say state, nation, or political party, is regarded by the people as extraneous to their own involvement and activity, then it becomes a fetish, a phantom without any real existence. That is, when the people who are actually members of the group in question think of the group itself as something outside their daily lives, that it somehow exists despite and outside themselves as a distinct entity, much like Marx's commodity, then we have a fetish. And the prime example of this fetishism is the Roman Catholic Church itself, especially in Italy. God then, at least for Roman Catholics, becomes an extension of the same fetishism, an abstraction of the collective organism. 105. But what of the Protestants? In contrast to the Roman Catholic desire for an active consent, an identikation of the individual with the whole as it is represented by the rulers, in other words, the complete absence of any internal democracy. In contrast to all of this, the Protestant churches are built on the need for such democracy, such involvement by believers, even if any form of intervention from below would splinter the Church. 106. Anathema to the Roman Catholic desire for unity, the actual difference of opinion. An involvement of all believers in the Protestant churches is vital to their existence. As we would expect by now, the Protestants do indeed themselves in a somewhat better position. Even precursors such as the German Cardinal Nicholas of CUSA, 1401-64, have a favorable glow about them. A reformer before the Reformation, proposing that the Pope be subject to the church councils, that there be unity in a divided church, an understanding of Islam based on a common scriptural core, and, just to round out the necessary image of the Renaissance man that he was, he also proposed the concept of unity and became one the foundational gears of modern philosophy. It is not that Gramsci is merely reiterating a given position, rather, his wholesale enthusiasm for CUSAIES in the face of a tendency to date the Renaissance cardinal's contribution, he comments on an issue of Nuova Antologia of 1929. And then, of course, there is this: it is fair to say that the Lutheran Reformation broke out because CUSA's reform activity failed, that is, because the Church was unable to reform itself from within. 107. In his perpetual tendency to return to comparisons between Roman Catholics and Protestants, Gramsci is not averse to the occasional theological observation, although with his characteristic twist. He will, at least with some connections that I want to draw across the various notebook entries, move from a discussion of opium and gambling to the question of grace itself. In a curious entry from Notebook 16 he muses on the origin of Marx's Opium of the People. Picking up on Marx's well-known interest in Balzac, he suggests that the latter's phrase opium of the poor that describes the lottery, makes its way to Marx's characterization of religion as opium of the people. 108. Not without the mediation of Pascal, who dressed up in respectable form the popular notion of religion as a wager: if there isn't a God, what does it matter, but if there is, won't it have been useful to have believed? 109. Apart from Gramsci's predilection for such detailed etymological speculation, what interests me are the comments towards the end of this entry. After noting the Italian penchant for betting, he writes: There is moreover a close connection between the lottery and religion, wins showing who is among the elect or recipients of a particular grace of a saint or the Madonna. One could make a comparison between the Protestants' activist conception of grace that provided the spirit of capitalist enterprise with its moral form and the passive and good-for-nothing Lazaronesque conception of grace typical of the Catholic common people. Look at the role Ireland has had in bringing sweepstakes back into the Anglo-Saxon countries and the protests of papers like the Manchester Guardian that represent the spirit of the Reformation. 110. Before he can go into this cryptic reaction too far, he catches himself. Are not saints and the Madonna distinctly Roman Catholic? Do the Protestants not gamble as well? No, they do not. And it relates, in the end, to their concept of grace, the peculiar paradox that predestination generates. One would expect a Roman Catholic quietism or good-for-nothing conception of grace to invade the Calvinist consciousness with even more force, but Calvinists do not gamble on God's grace, submitting themselves to a lottery whose result is unknown. They know quite clearly that they are of the elect, and therefore they have the burden of responding to that grace, with frugality, good and hard works and the laicization of monkish virtues. It seems to me that Gramsci was on to something that signals the differences between Protestants and Roman Catholics on the question of grace. It is not just that Roman Catholics like to gamble because they are a lower subspecies of Homo sapiens, or that they are lazy and cannot but help to throw away their earnings, 111, but that it is congruent with a theology of grace in which the Church holds all the cards and the individual remains uncertain and dependent on the Church for that grace. Hence the quietism and near-fatalism of such a theology of grace. Almost despite his caution, Gramsci's etymological foray, I can picture him in a different life as a patient philologist, swings Marx's opium of the people around to become a characterization of Roman Catholicism. Initially, his argument via Pascal, the wager, and gambling uses the instinctual knowledge of Roman Catholicism that is part of his Italian context in order to re-ECT on religion itself. But then he pulls himself up, the comparison with the Protestants showing how specifically Roman Catholic all the previous discussion about wagers, lotteries and gambling happens to be. Gramsci will return to the question of grace, perhaps the key theological issue of the Reformation. The history of the doctrine of grace can be interesting for examining how Catholicism and Christianity adapted to different historical epochs and different countries. 112 Apart from the various currents within the Roman Catholic Church that I have discussed above, he is drawn to the Calvinist position on grace, of which Jansenism then becomes the Roman Catholic version denounced as a heresy. In fact, like Lefebvre, who, despite himself, could not resist the regional and heretical appeal of the Jansenists, Gramsci NDS in Jansen many of the features of a suppressed reformer, closer to the Calvinists and Protestants more generally, and ethically just a little better than the Jesuits. The main objection to Pascal's formulation of the religious problem of the wager is that of intellectual honesty towards oneself. It would appear that the whole conception of the wager, as far as I recall, is closer to Jesuit than to Jansenist ethics, too much of the merchant's outlook etc. 113. What of Calvinism itself? Without even a nod to Weber, he draws from German and French sources 114 both the paradox of Calvin's doctrine of grace and its simultaneous realization and dissolution in the United States. Thus, in drawing out the ultimate logic of Luther's not by law but by grace, along with justification by grace through faith, Calvin argued that human beings can produce no good works by their own means. We are, as the RST point of Calvinism would have it, totally depraved through original sin. Therefore, we are thrown entirely before the mercy of God who, in His grace, deigned to send Jesus Christ to save us, or at least some of us, limited atonement. Only through Him can we be saved and not through any other means. Grace is wholly of God and can in no way be earned. The paradox of Calvinism is that it leads not to quietism, a resignation before the futility of any human act, awaiting God's grace in His own time. Rather, through the insistence that human beings must respond to God's grace through good works which are now only the signs of God's grace and not the means of earning grace, Calvinists work the hardest of all. Calvinists therefore become the best capitalists, always willing to put aside religious scruple in order to make a pro-T, as the Dutch, among others, showed time and again. I must admit that I share Gramsci's fascination with Calvinism, for it may be seen as a major precursor to historical materialism itself, cast in the inescapable language of theology and the sacred in the long twilight of feudalism. I want to suggest that part of Gramsci's interest lies in Calvinism's affinity with Marxism, which may now be read as a retooled Calvinism with a temporally rather than ontologically transcendent reference point. Gramsci's favored example is, however, the United States, where the paradox of grace works itself out in full. Except that, as Weber was to argue as well, the religious dimension of Calvinism was but a passing phase. It is dissolved in the culture of capitalism, becoming a lay religion. But, just when it seems as though Calvinism may be the ultimate democratic form of religion through its very dissolution, the internal consistency of its doctrine of grace throws up another paradox: predestination. For Calvin, grace may be irresistible and unlimited, but atonement through the death of Jesus Christ is limited only to the elect. Further, those who are to be saved have been predestined so before the creation of the world, as have the damned. God's grace is, in other words, restricted to the elect, those predestined to salvation. I have taken a different line here from Gramsci's run into the religion of the Rotary Club, 115, not merely because I cannot, like him, stand the Rotary Club. While there is a certain logic to the suggestion that predestination renders Calvinism non-democratic, a doctrine for an industrial elite, an elect aristocracy, it neglects the IP side of the doctrine of election, namely that the role of the elect is not to restrict God's grace to itself but to make it available for all, since you never know who is elect and who is not. To be sure, I have never met any Calvinists who assert that they are of the damned, that Calvin is right but that they missed out. But it seems to me that the notion of predestination, the concern with an advance party of the elect who must never tire in their work for the kingdom of God, also functions as a precursor to the notion and role of the party in Marxism. Apart from teasing out the paradoxes of Calvinism, why else is Gramsci fascinated? As we saw, the Protestant Reformation is one of the few movements that have mobilized the masses into a fundamentally different social, intellectual, political and economic practice. And this is precisely what he seeks to do with the Communist Party in Italy, although in a somewhat different vein. Hence the great interest in Machiavelli, the Italian Luther. However, in order to get to Machiavelli, I would like to pass through the situation in Italy one more time. And it will turn out that Gramsci's argument concerning the deleterious effect of the Counter-Reformation in Italy is not particularly original. For it echoes the argument of others that Italy's political weaknesses, the instability of its nation-state, was due to the absence of a full-scale Protestant Reformation. And this argument, popular in certain circles in Italy, is itself a species form of the wider valorization of the Protestant Reformation that Gramsci traces through the works of Ernst Renan, Sorel, and Proudhon himself. 116 Except that the argument was developed in a France that lay between the Renaissance and the French Revolution. In each case, it turns out that the model for intellectual and moral reform is a Protestant one. In the end, Gramsci is not going to remain with the image of an Italy suffocating under the thick blanket of Catholic reaction, stagnating in a backwater of Europe. Rather, the Vatican NDS itself taking various rearguard actions against a whole series of efforts at reform, molecular changes within society and among the faithful that the Vatican resists in desperation. In a characteristic effort to identify as many threads as possible, he identifies the key factors in the religious question in Italy. The real, effective one, by which intellectual and moral reform movements arise within the mass of the people, both in the passage from Orthodox and Jesuitic Catholicism to more liberal religious forms, and as an escape from the confessional camp towards a more modern conception of the world, the differing attitudes of the intellectual groups towards a necessary intellectual and moral reform. 117. As far as Italy is concerned, reform has taken a path that includes the mix of secular liberalism and liberal Catholicism during the Risorgimento, the mix of positivism on the one side and democratic and Masonic anti-clericalism in the period 1870 to 1900, and then modernism and idealist philosophy until the First World War, the political organization of Catholics until the 1929 Concordat, and nally the working out of the implications of the Concordat itself. At the moment he writes, he sees a cognates of both a new type of anti-clericalism and a much greater interest in religious questions by the laity that itself smacks a little too much of Protestantism. I have paraphrased Gramsci's discussion here, not merely because it brings out the difference between the Protestant Reformation he takes as a model and the constant reform that was taking place in Italy. The key lies in his statement: it is undeniable that many things are changing within Catholicism, and the ecclesiastical hierarchy is alarmed about it, since it is unable to control these molecular transformations. 118 At the same time, Gramsci seeks more than incremental change. Rather, to bring in a term he does not use himself, he also wants molar transformation, a thoroughgoing and wholesale overturning of the current order capitalism that would fundamentally reshape culture, society, and economics. And, although he does on one occasion attribute an Italian intellectual reformation to Croce, 119 his preference for an Italian model is Machiavelli. Although I do not want to consider the whole question of the relationship of Gramsci and Machiavelli, Fontana's useful book has already done that. 120 Gramsci does hold him up as the Italian Luther. While he looked to the Reformation as the last great transformation of all levels of society right through to the masses, his Italian Luther retains one dimension that differs from the Reformation: religion must be subservient to the state of the new prince. 121 But this means that I will now need to broach the question of hegemony, that most well-worn of Gramscian categories. Gramsci is selective in applying Machiavelli's guidelines to what he calls the modern prince, but there are two basic points. The RST is the need for a reform of religion or world outlook, for which the modern prince must and cannot but be the preacher and organizer of intellectual and moral reform. 122. This reform of religion itself provides the basis for a national popular collective will whose desire is a better and higher form of civilization. The prescription for moral and intellectual reform looks for all the world like the agenda of the Protestant Reformation, except that it needs to be read in light of the second point, namely formation of a national popular collective will of which the modern prince is at the same time the organizer and active working expression. 123 The prince's very status as a myth prince renders him the RST sign of this new collective, which turns into its most potent form in the political party, that particular party which, at different times and in the different internal relations of the various nations, aims, and is rationally and historically founded for this end, to found a new type of state. 124 For Gramsci, in the same way that Machiavelli becomes, in the rousing conclusion to the prince, the embodiment of the people to whom he has addressed his tract, a political myth such as this can only realize itself if it becomes the ideology, the drive behind and content of the political program of the party. If religion is a crucial feature of intellectual and moral reform as that is to be wielded by the modern prince in order to bring about social change, then religion is very much part of Gramsci's notion of hegemony. Double-edged, the theory speaks not only of the difficulty of maintaining a dominant ideological position but also of the means for revolutionary transformation. On the RST count, the ruling ideas of an age, to gloss Marx, need constantly to be reasserted. Ever new ways have to be found to ensure that they hold on to their somewhat tenuous status as ruling ideas. This much is well known, and forms the recurrent, popular usage of the term, ideas, beliefs, and feelings, such as the value of the nation-state, nationalism and patriotism, the value of competition, the inviolability of private property and the individual person, to which the bulk of the judicial system is devoted, the foundational role of the nuclear family in social organization and reproduction, the generation of self-esteem by selling one's labor power in work, the right to render anything for sale, and so on, are not so much givens as items of struggle that need to be reasserted time and again. Hegemony, then, is chronically unstable, a primary zone of class con-ICT, the need to struggle with opposition and dissent. The connexual nature of hegemony will bring Gramsci back to the need for both force and consent in the assertion and maintenance of hegemony. As far as consent itself is concerned, Gramsci refers to an intellectual and moral leadership diarrhean that operates primarily through consent and persuasion. Thus a dominant hegemony works by articulating and spreading a specific set of cultural assumptions, beliefs, ways of living and so on that are assumed to be normal, accepted by people as the universally valid way of living. Here, intellectuals, the organizers of ideology, culture, philosophy, religion, law, and politics are central to the idea and operation of hegemony. Hegemony runs deeply through any social and political formation, for the structures of knowledge and values, the letters through which society acquires form and meaning, are precisely those that are constructed and maintained by the leading class or party. The intellectuals mediate between ruling and subaltern groups and classes, universalizing the values of the ruling class through this organization of culture. Leadership, a continuing concern of Gramsci's along with the intellectual, thus takes place when a particular social class can transform its own ideas into a universally assumed understanding of the world. As Fontana writes, hegemony is thus conceived as the vehicle whereby the dominant social groups establish a system of permanent consent that legitimates a prevailing social order by encompassing a complex network of mutually reinforcing and interwoven ideas af remed and articulated by intellectuals 125, and the purpose is to indicate how such a situation might be transformed into communism. Hegemony is both a tool of analysis and of revolution. But this means that the new prince must brook no rivals, no possibilities of oppositional hegemony in the construction of the new state. Consent must be at one with the use of the force, the two sides of hegemony. Religion thereby forms a crucial component of consent, falling under the rubric of intellectual and moral leadership diarrhean. Domination or coercion dominio, especially over against antagonistic groups, is the inescapable obverse. By contrast, those with which the leading group in his alliance and association work together by consent. The supremacy of a social group is manifested in two ways, as domination and as intellectual and moral leadership. A social group is dominant over those antagonistic groups it wants to liquidate or to subdue even with armed force, and it is leading with respect to those groups that are associated or allied with it. 126. These two elements of leadership by consent and coercion emerge in Machiavelli's image of the centaur. You should know, then, that there are two ways of contending, one by using laws, the other, force. The RST is appropriate for men, the second for animals, but because the former is often ineffective, one must have recourse to the latter. Therefore, a ruler must know well how to imitate beasts as well as employing properly human means. This policy was taught to rulers allegorically by ancient writers. They tell us how Achilles and many other ancient rulers were entrusted to Chiron the centaur, to be raised carefully by him. Having a mentor who was half beast and half man signs that a ruler needs to use both natures, and that one without the other is not effective. 127. Gramsci comments on this passage. Another point to be decided and developed is that of the double perspective in political action and state life. There are various levels in which the double perspective can be presented, from the most elementary to the most complex, but they can be reduced theoretically to two fundamental levels, corresponding to the double nature of the Machiavellian centaur, savage and human, force and consent, authority and hegemony, violence and civilization, the individual stage and the universal stage, church and state, agitation and propaganda, tactics and strategy, etc. 128. Necessary for the life of a state, arms and religion. This formula of his can be translated into various other, less drastic, formulas: force and consent, coercion and persuasion, state and church, political society and civil society, politics and morals, Croce's ethico-political history, law diritto and freedom, order and discipline, or, with an implicit judgment of a libertarian of war, violence and fraud. In any case, in the political conception of the Renaissance, religion was consent and the church was civil society, the hegemonic apparatus of the ruling group that did not have an apparatus of its own, in other words did not have a cultural and intellectual organization of its own. The ideal gur, the mix of force and consent, is the gur of Moses in the Hebrew Bible, aka the armed prophet. According to Machiavelli, all armed prophets succeed whereas unarmed ones fail. 129. We are back with the problem of the overwhelmingly religious nature of the Protestant Reformation Church and State in terms of the quotation above and the problems that this poses for Gramsci. I want to suggest that the way the problem enters Gramsci's texts is through his analysis of the church-state concordats that I considered earlier. In the end, he is not particularly impressed by the concordats, for they create a fundamental division within the state, an interference in the sovereignty of the state. 130. Or two equal sovereignties within the same state. 131. The one of the spirit and the other temporal. But, in light of his comments on the need for the union of force and consent in the new prince of the party and especially in the construction of a new state, this will hardly provide a formula for such a construction. His concerns run deeper than the species of the Roman Catholic Church here, for any allegiance to ends, religious or otherwise, other than the new society will cause instability and eventual failure. Or, to put it in the other key term, the hegemony so crucial to the work of the Communist Party will be undermined and rendered unworkable. Hence, in the concordats themselves, he sees no redeeming feature. They constitute the capitulation of the modern state. 132. The Concordat fundamentally impairs the autonomous character of the sovereignty of the modern state. 133. By accepting the external sovereignty of the Vatican, which the state, through the nature of the Concordat itself, recognizes as superior. Various examples, drawn from the Concordat between the Vatican and the fascist government of Italy on February 11, 1929, merely illustrate such a capitulation by the state: marriage laws for Roman Catholics that override those of the state, priests under censure by the Church denied public of CES, the removal of the laws that abolished ecclesiastical privilege, and the complete exclusion of the state from church schools, including many primary and secondary schools that function as recruiting grounds for the priesthood and the various orders. 134. Further, he does little to conceal his astonishment at the extent of the Vatican's financial dealings and of the state's continued support, purportedly in recompense for the relinquishment of any claim for restitution of the Papal States, to the tune of 1.75 billion lire. 135. I have indulged myself in summarizing the various objections to the concordats, partly to show how comprehensive the objections are, but mostly to raise a deeper question. Why, for Gramsci, is the state worth acting for? He is, after all, writing about the concordat between the fascist government of Italy and the Vatican, mentioning also the one with the Third Reich. For Gramsci, the state and its autonomy are crucial for the political activity of the Communist Party. Even though the state would eventually wither away under communism, and even though communism was very much an international movement, the state is the vital lever to power, whose autonomy ensures the sovereignty of a communist state in the short term. But Gramsci's defense of the modern state's sovereignty is also a logical outcome of his notions of hegemony, as the union of consent and force, and of his development of Machiavelli, for whom the hard-won unity of the new state was not something to be relinquished lightly. All of this is still extremely relevant, for while the regulation school argues for the viability of the state in any contemporary economic and political debate, others such as Michael Hart and Antonio Negri argue that the moment of the state, specifically the nation-state under capitalism, has waned in the face of the new permutation of empire. 136. Conclusion. Gramsci has handed me a vast and delectable feast. The sweep of his concerns, from the ecumenical movement to Machiavelli, provide a distinct slant on the question of religion itself that is overwhelmingly political. We do not have to scratch too hard to locate the distinctly political agenda in both dimensions of Gramsci's writings that I traced above, namely his ecumenism and the perpetual drive not merely to understand how things are now, but particularly what lessons and guidelines the Communist Party itself may gain from considering the gains and setbacks, the possibilities and limits of that global institution, the Roman Catholic Church. For, in the end, the Communists were competing with the Roman Catholics for the hearts and souls of workers and peasants. 137. If, with Althusser and Lefebvre, the Catholicity of their writings appeared in the tendency to universalise, however unwittingly, in a fashion comparable to the Roman Catholic Church's assumed singular universality. In Gramsci, this Catholicity takes on a distinctly ecumenical color. I did identify certain points where Gramsci also fell into a similar pattern to Althusser and Lefebvre. And I also argued, with Althusser and Lefebvre, that such a universalising Catholicity has distinct gains that a totalizing approach may provide, running through from the claims of a materialist philosophy to the question of everyday life. However, it also has the disadvantage of projecting the species nature of one's own religious context, one that permeates the very categories of thought itself, onto a global scene onto which such a template ts poorly. This is where Gramsci's ecumenism provides a way forward, drawing out what is implicit in Lefebvre's predilection for heresies. 4. In following paths around the singularity that the Roman Catholic notion of Catholicity assumes in its denition, in sidestepping the process of exclusion that Catholicity assumed in the self-denition of the Church of Rome, Gramsci emerges on the other side with a Catholicity that is inclusive rather than exclusive, seeking allies rather than heretics. Chapter 6. The Apostasy of Terry Eagleton. Eagleton has returned to his Roman Catholic roots, if he ever left them. Or so the rumor had it at the beginning of the new millennium. It is, of course, consistent with a rediscovered Irishness, a cultural Roman Catholicism that even the most resolutely secular and atheistic of Irish intellectuals cannot excise without the cultural machinery itself puttering to a standstill, although Perry Anderson would point to his own ascetic Protestant Irish tradition in response. A censored version of Eagleton's Irish Roman Catholic background can be found in the tricky terrain of his memoirs, The Gatekeeper, 2001, and I will indeed turn to this document later in this chapter. 4. Like Althusser and Lefebvre, who also wrote autobiographies, and even Gramsci's prison letters, I cannot escape biography entirely. Yet my concern is not quite with biography. Apart from a critical engagement with Eagleton's theological texts, I will focus on his argument that what the left needs is a more sophisticated engagement with some of the arguments that come out of the theological tradition rather than the crude caricatures and swift dismissals so commonly found. Although this engagement has in part the need for analytical depth, for a greater philosophical vocabulary, or a recovery of some element of a Europe maligned for everything from the Enlightenment to colonialism, Eagleton's species agenda, like that of Bloch and Eck, is that the left may indeed learn politically from theology, especially in a time of disarray and fragmentation. Over against the other Catholic Marxists, Eagleton vouches without apology for the sophisticated content of theology and its arguments. And so my concern will be with that content, with the viability or otherwise of Eagleton's theological positions. For Eagleton theology forms the inclusio of his published work. The would-be theologian of the New Left Church, 1966, The Body as Language, Outline of a New Left Theology, 1970, The Slant Manifesto, 1966, and a string of articles in Slant itself disappears for more than 3 decades only to re-emerge after a career as one of the world's leading left critics in Sweet Violence, The Idea of the Tragic, 2003. These texts are the focus of what follows, tracing continuities and discontinuities, assessing the arguments themselves, and seeking Eagleton's own contribution to my search for a materialist theology. But there are generous dollops of theology in both The Gatekeeper, 2002, and Figures of Dissent, 2003, and these texts will appear frequently below. 3 zones of Eagleton's writings are relevant for my argument. To begin with, for a writer and critic whose style is as well known as his politics, and for one who constantly comments on the style of others, the issue of style is hardly avoidable. Pugnaciously witty, with an eye for the ludicrous, from the local name of Oscar Wilde's Dublin statue, Quare on the Square or Fag on the Crag, to I.A. Richards's hair-catching Henri from Lightning on a Mountaineering Expedition, making his political points by one punchline after another, at times zippant, Eagleton seems to write with an ease that escapes most of the rest of us. And the volume and range of work plays, novels, poetry for the pub, a travel book, journalistic book reviews, And, of course, criticism seems to rect a writer who has never had a block, who enjoys the act of writing. Yet, those RST books on theology, the New Left Church and the Body as Language, have none of the stylistic air of his later work. Still recognizably Eagleton, especially the characteristic sliding across a whole range of literature and theoretical material, it is patiently pedagogical, keen to make the point in the clearest possible manner. Is this the sign of a writer who has yet to end a style, or is there something more about the apostate theologian who gave up the faith and found a new style? Secondly, even though he writes at length on a cluster of theological categories, the crux of Eagleton's theological recovery in the later works is that Christology has a distinct political dynamic that the left ignores at its own peril. This message, that the lowly and downtrodden will be lifted up, is one that he recycles with minimal alteration from his early theological work. Except that now the audience is the cultural and political left rather than the Roman Catholic Church. Although Eagleton wheels out other theological categories: anthropology, hamartology, sacramental theology, ecclesiology, and even eschatology, he is a distinctly Christocentric thinker. But he is also a Roman Catholic thinker, one who does not particularly wish to excise that stamp from his writing. Thus, the Eucharist can be understood only in terms of the doctrine of transubstantiation, asceticism in terms of celibacy, poverty, and obedience. Ecclesiology automatically includes the priesthood, and the Christian Church is none other than the Roman Catholic Church. Again, like Althusser and Lefebvre, there is an implicit assumption here that the very specific Roman Catholic features of theology are those of theology generally. The third zone of Eagleton's work, and one that marks him out from the others in this book, is his historical location in the Catholic left of the 1960s and 1970s. In the mix of the 60s, from Vatican II through the Prague Spring and the Civil Rights Movement to May '68, the circle around the journal Slant generated a heated and very public controversy within and without the Roman Catholic Church. Indeed, much of the Body as Language RST appeared in earlier versions in that journal. At the same time that liberation theology in Latin America and black theology in the United States were emerging, Slant was causing its own disturbances in the restricted space of England. But what is intriguing about the Catholic left and Slant is the depth of Eagleton's involvement and his studied and resolute refusal to comment on or recognize that involvement in his later work, especially when many of the same ideas recur. What, then, of ecclesiology? In going for the engine room of Christianity, for theology itself, rather than the various appurtenances such as its institutional structures, Eagleton appears at RST site to throw off the external trappings for the vital heartbeat of Christianity. Apart from what will become obvious, the specifically Roman Catholic nature of Eagleton's theological ruminations, one of the assumptions in my analysis of his work is that theology, at least in the way Eagleton deals with it, cannot dispense with its institutional ties as easily as he might like to think. In fact, it is precisely when he tries to cover his tracks most carefully, especially in relation to his deep involvement in the Catholic left, that such an implicit ecclesiology peers out from behind Eagleton's texts. And so I will turn in the closing section of this chapter to some easily forgotten writings on ecclesiology buried in the ecstasy of the 60s. Wit and the Encyclopedia, or the Tensions of Style. Hardly charmless or bloodless, drably functional or given to the usual at-footed style of the cultural left, to Eagleton's less than sympathetic observations on I.A. Richards, Jonathan Dollimore, and Gary Smith, his style is effortlessly witty, belonging on the street rather than the senior common room or the high table of the English University College. On one level, Eagleton's style LLS that most crucial of roles in the left, namely, polemic against the right. Indeed, he sees this as one of his main tasks as a radical critic. That is what we are in business for, 3 in part due to the smaller numbers of leftists or radicals, and the frequency of these terms in this chapter re-ex his constant political dichotomies. Eagleton seems to have taken to heart Althusser's description of philosophy as class struggle in theory. Except that he would include literary criticism, English, the writing of plays and poetry, and so on. Self-consciously humorous, his wicked licks often have a political barb in them. A further banity of this stance post-structuralism is that it is mischievously radical in respect of everyone else's opinions, able to unmask the most solemn declarations as mere disheveled plays of signs, while utterly conservative in every other way. Since it commits you to affirming nothing, it is as injurious as blank ammunition. 4. Or is it that wit is a far more effective scourge of one's opponents than merely attempting to bulldoze them in a style that cannot even be called limpid? Or that one can get away with far more through ridicule, that the dig is more effective and readable? Or that, as Andrew Milner suggested to me, the move from theology into English literature, a characteristically unserious business, also frees Eagleton's style up from the strictures of theology and indeed the dreaded seriousness of the left. In many respects, the truth about the Irish or the Gatekeeper are exceedingly readable texts, consciously designed as bestsellers. But they are lightweight, something you would write for relaxation. And then there are the plays. Saint Oscar is quite good, but the others less so. 5. The novel, Scholars and Rebels, 1987, wears on you after a while, with too many in-house allusions and a narrative that thins out even more rapidly than the characters. As for the poetry, when he moves away from the ditties that pepper the plays, it is tolerable at best and often woeful. This is not to say that Eagleton cannot still write seriously or deeply, as the best essays in the Figures of Dissent collection attest, such as those on Lukács or Eek, or the masterly tragedy book, Sweet Violence. But the earlier one goes in Eagleton's corpus, for example, back to the essays collected in Against the Grain from 1975 to 1985, 6, and the monographs written during this time, such as Criticism and Ideology 7. One notices that they are much more self-consciously serious and convoluted. Or, rather, to put it in chronological perspective, as he continues to write, Eagleton's texts become more relaxed, taking his own writing less seriously. In light of these later texts, the earlier ones threaten to break out every now and then, the moment of humor brought to bear on a pressing theoretical or political point, as in the parody that begins his essay on Frederick Jameson's style. 8. Yet, in these earlier screeds, I can go for pages and the humor is as rare as sunlight in a rainforest, buried in the political urgency and at times dense theoretical points that Eagleton needs to make. And so, by the time I nally tracked down copies of The Body as Language, 1970, 9, and The New Left Church, 1966, strangely absent from the publisher's blurbs of later books that list previous publications, and having read a good deal of the other Eagleton before then, the patient pedagogical style of these very early monographs left me nonplussed and in a state of profound ataraxia. Flat-footed, one might say, certainly plodding, and even bloodless and a little charmless. So, what am I to make of this strange and oddly pious Eagleton? A deathly seriousness pervades these short early texts, and I have been able to detect only a couple of moments of light relief. 10. But I want to suggest that this is not merely the RST effort of a young scholar to show that he can actually think and write, rather, it has much more to do with the content, the discipline of theology itself. For talk about God Theologos is not noted for generating uncontrollable laughter or gut-busting mirth. Theology is a serious business, and this gravity it shares with Christian liturgy and the Church in general. For all his desire to bring together Roman Catholicism and Marxism, Eagleton is in The Body as Language and the New Left Church very much part of the Church, adhering to all its major points of doctrine. And it is with the overt professions of faith, the summoning up of a Christian, always lowercase, viewpoint, that style merges into content. A few of the more glaring passages. The truth that the bread becomes the body of Christ is then the truth that the physical world, progressively transfigured by man under Christ's lordship of creation, can become the language of human encounter without simultaneously intervening between men as a source of alienation and division. 11. In the moment of his historical death, Christ projected himself beyond the limits of history into the future. In this sense, as the risen man in heaven, he incarnates the death of history itself. To receive him in the Eucharist, therefore, is to grasp the ultimate frontier of human experience, the end of history, one's own personal death, in order to transcend that threshold, within the movement of Christ's transitus, into eternal life. 12. Since the resurrection, the meaning of human community has been Christ. Whenever 2 or 3 are gathered together, in a pub or discussion group or works committee, Christ is the ground of their communication, the living principle of their community. Christ assured us that whenever a genuine act of human communication and thus of community took place, he would be involved in it. When we love each other, we love him. 13. However, before I subject the theological content of both the early and late Eagleton to sustained scrutiny, let me return to style for a moment. Whereas the issue of humor brings forth a sharp difference between the serious theological writer and the pugnaciously witty radical critic, there is another feature that runs completely against the break I have traced above. One element of Eagleton's style that is consistent from even his earliest work, parts of which may be traced back into the mid-60s in the journal Slant, is a perpetual gliding from one reference to another. One has the feeling of pushing against an encyclopedic weight as almost every paragraph brings yet another comparison, another topic that is roped into the general line of argument. At times, they seem to function more like one discursus after another, generated by the possibility of applying an insight to something else that is on his mind in the process of writing itself. This writerly act can be disconcerting at times, especially when I am interested in the topic itself and not, say, how one might apply it to an aspect of English literature. For instance, in The New Left Church he picks up points from William Golding, Ibsen, Arthur Miller, Dostoevsky, Graham Greene, T.S. Eliot and George Eliot, all while discussing the intensity and martyrdom of Christian commitment. 14. At other times, when this feature of his style works much better, the bits and pieces come together to broaden and reinforce a point that Eagleton is keen to make as universal as possible. Thus, in the closing chapter of Sweet Violence, to which I will return later, he makes a direct move to reinvigorate debates on the left by means of theology. Here, he sweeps broadly to include the anthropological point about the scapegoat, Horkheimer and Adorno, Albert Camus, the classical Greek Pharmakos, Antigone, King Lear, Macbeth, Oedipus, Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, Dostoevsky, Henry James's The Golden Bowl or The Ambassadors, Melville's Moby Dick, Lacan, Benjamin, Kafka and Thomas Mann's Hedgehog. I am not sure if I have listed everything in this one chapter alone, but you get the idea all the same. The concern that emerges here with Sweet Violence is not one that we envy in the early theological works. The encyclopedic rating is similar, the effortless scheming that threatens to avoid depth in the pleasure of writing itself, but in the very style a tension emerges between the specificity of the Christian tradition and a desire to say something a little more global. While he derides the postmodern concern with the detail of anything but one's own tradition, and while all of his references come unapologetically from that tradition, see the sample list above, the effort to provide so many comparisons indicates a desire to overcome the universal claims of Christianity that were so much to the fore in the theological texts. While Christianity has something valuable to say, it is but one feature among many in Sweet Violence. It no longer has the singular universality to which he was once committed, and yet the tradition of Western thought is one that he almost militantly champions. Straining against each other, these two elements of Eagleton's style, the vast gulf between serious theology and polemical wit over against the piling up of references, will manifest themselves in the content of his writings, especially the theological ones, in so many ways. To put it slightly differently, the possibilities and limits of both his style and the content of his theological writings themselves come out of his own theological tradition. And that tradition is Roman Catholic. Thus far, I have used the broader term Christianity, and Eagleton has a liking for the term as well, often in the lower case. But his work, like the others in this book, is not merely Christian but Roman Catholic. The stylistic tension I have laid out above is one that comes from that form of Christianity, with its own history of doctrine and ecclesiology. If at an earlier moment he works consciously within that tradition, making the universal claims endemic to the whole notion of Catholic that should by now be utterly familiar, elsewhere, especially in the later writings, the global series of references and the effort to subsume Christianity within that broader series is also very much part of Roman Catholic thought. It is this that I want to dub the Catholicity of Eagleton's writings, which might be described as seeing the hand of God in the most unlikely of places. I have already slipped into the explicitly theological content, where I want to interrogate the glut of theological material in what is at times referred to as the Committee of Terry Eagleton. I begin with the earlier material, winding my way back to the earlier writings from the time of Slant. And what emerges from these theological scratchings is a continuous search for the integration of orthodoxy and orthopraxis, particularly through the node of Christology. It is not just that Eagleton is an orthodox thinker, interested in the central features of Christian theology rather than the heterodox currents that so enamored Ernst Bloch or Henri Lefebvre. He is not averse to orthodoxy itself, although not of a liberal or conservative type. Being subjected to an orthodoxy of humane belief and behavior is rather preferable to being a heterodox thug. Feminism is not an orthodoxy in Nepal, and more's the pity. 15 Even here, orthopraxis is never far from the scene. In fact, it has a much longer life in Eagleton's work, persisting when he shed theology with only the barest of seemly haste in the early 1970s. For the need to be conscious of one's acts, the criticism of the ravages of capitalism and the urgent need to do something about it, engage in action as it is so routinely called, is inescapably a question of orthopraxis. Dealing justly, overcoming exploitation, the desire for a society in which the old slogan from each according to their ability, to each according to their need is not an impossible economic dream but starts to become reality, all of these come into the realm of orthopraxis. Indeed, in typical Roman Catholic fashion, Eagleton's orthopraxis is not difficult to spot. Not even content to argue, like Jameson, that there is a distinct political role for intellectuals in the development of a Marxist culture, Eagleton insists on the limited role of writing, intellectuals, and culture in general. In the end, the pressing questions are not the intricacies of literary criticism, or some clever turn of critical theory, but global child slavery, systemic economic exploitation, chronic militarism, the imperialism of the United States and the widespread depredations of capitalism. Things are dreadfully wrong, and rather than throw his hands up in resignation, he insists on the need not only to name what is wrong but also to do our best to overthrow the system that relies on such injustice in order to function. At least he is no hypocrite, a vice for which he castigates other left critics, having thrown himself into the daily action of the International Socialists and then the Workers' Socialist League in the 1970s and early 1980s. 16 Although the image is incongruously quaint, the Wharton professor of English at Oxford handing out Lee ETS at a local factory at the pre-dawn shift change or selling a socialist newspaper on the pavement, he is not someone to speak without acting. But he will let others on the left have it for resigned inertia in the face of what appears to be an unstoppable juggernaut. Thus, for all her sharp criticisms of First World post-colonial academics, or his central role in the intellectual left of England and the emergence of the Birmingham School of Cultural Studies, even luminaries such as Gayatri Spivak and Stuart Hall do not escape criticism. If he hands out to Spivak a devastating criticism of her resignation, her ensconcement within one of the most prestigious institutions in the U.S., her lack of political activism and her willfully chaotic and opaque style, 17 Then Hall's VE decades or so of political activism are limited to media interventions in the context of the middle class where, despite everything, Eagleton comments that Hall has not lost his warmth and geniality and hardly anything in the realm of proletarian politics. 18 In response to those who feel that revolution is impossible now, he cites time and again the mass revolts in Eastern Europe at the end of the 1980s. Although the result is hardly what any socialist would like, the rapid embrace of brutal forms of capitalism that makes the USA look tame, the possibility, Eagleton insists, may emerge suddenly and without warning, like a thief in the night. If there is an eschatological note to the way I have cast Eagleton, in whose work the word revolution is as common as the curiously British English a spot of, then this is largely to his credit. For it seems to me that the left is poorer for its disavowal of eschatology. I have already broached the whole domain of his orthodoxy. And, here, there is no secret agenda that I may uncover with some careful detective work, for Eagleton wears his Roman Catholic credentials on his sleeve, asceticism, celibacy, sacraments, and the priesthood, communal activity and helping one's neighbor rather than a chronically privatized matter of belief, let alone the overwhelming feel that Christianity is as much about the continuity of an institution, the most enduring of institutions that we know, Eagleton points out, as about individual belief. And these are items from the late Eagleton, who is quite conscious and proud of his Roman Catholic background. There are other items too, such as forgiveness, humility, and justice, that are not so recognizably Roman Catholic on their own, but in the mix of his theological reactions cannot but be so. And then, in the earlier writings, we nd that the Eucharist involves nothing else than the doctrine of transubstantiation, or that the ministry can only be seen as the priesthood, or that there is a distinct tradition of Roman Catholic social teaching that diminishes itself by not engaging with Marxism. If all I want to do is argue that Eagleton is a Roman Catholic thinker, then there is nothing much to say. But what interests me about his theological work, and by implication his wider work, is how orthodox it is. What can be gained from such an orthodoxy and specificity? And how does it relate to his radical politics? Asceticism. Let me begin with his defense of asceticism. The criticisms of asceticism that it is world-denying, dualist, the domain of men in rejection of women and children, that it leads to its own obsessions and excesses, too often of alcohol and young boys, that it smacks of a puritanism of which we are well rid, are so well worn and reiterated in such a crude fashion that one wonders if anyone knows what the word means anymore. For Eagleton, asceticism, in the very traditional Roman Catholic form of the vows of celibacy, chastity, and poverty, is also about the criticism of injustice and self-indulgence, explicitly or implicitly. In denying the world as it is, ascetics actually hold out for a better world, the political kingdom rather than the kingdom of heaven, concerned with future transformation rather than present self-loathing. 19. Too often spiritualist, asceticism can become a refusal of the command consume, within capitalism, the generation of ever greater needs by an economic system that must expand, in both new geographical markets and the generation of new needs and turnovers in already saturated markets, if it is to survive. In the body as language, such asceticism becomes the mark of the priest and the revolutionary leader in the mountains of Colombia or the jungles of South Vietnam, 20, both of whom take on the eschatological vows of poverty, celibacy, and obedience in order, paradoxically, to bring about that which they deny, a world of plenty. More than 30 years later, in the memoir, this reading of the other, political side of asceticism turns the enclosed Carmelite nuns in his hometown of Salford into something of an implicit and contradictory political cell, communists and radical separatists despite themselves. They symbolically denounced the systemic oppression and poverty of industrial towns like Salford. Their asceticism and implacable otherworldliness becomes an acknowledgement of the wretchedness of human history, which they would no doubt have called the sinfulness of the world, and were thus the reverse of the bright-eyed modernizers. 21. But how is their asceticism political in any way apart from contradiction and implication? Eagleton suggests that it is by means of their extreme self-abandonment that symbolizes the extent and depth of the change required in order to render a just world. I must confess that I cannot nd much in the safety valve of female orders in the Roman Catholic Church, although Eagleton does his best. Simultaneously recognizing and shunting to one side any aspirations for women within the Church, the hierarchy of the Church thereby conveniently absorbs and dissipates, as Gramsci observed, a deep desire for reform. However, I suspect that Eagleton's reappropriation of asceticism is, in part, a reaction to the profound ignorance and continued discussion of Weber's famous work on the Protestant ethic. In a grudging note, he comments that the only sustained tradition of theological questions within social theory turns on Weber's study. 22. What he wants to introduce in his own way is a much wider consideration of other theological items, which happen to have a distinctly Roman Catholic odor. But, in his rush to counter the caricature of asceticism as some life-denying and world-defying creed, a refusal of enjoyment and pleasure in one's own life and company of others, he neglects to point out that asceticism generates its own pleasure, more jouissance than plain gratification. For the attraction of asceticism is not only the appeal of martyrdom, of anticipating one's death by living in the service of others, in a conscious and somewhat resilient manner, but also of its much deeper pleasure that works only through pain and self-denial. Evil and the humble virtues. Asceticism, however, does operate with a particular species of dualism in which the world as the domain of evil must be resisted and denied, especially one's own body. Of course, there are other strains within Christian thought that dwell with bodily and sexual pleasure. Eagleton's example is sex itself as a model for the union of Christ and his people. 23. But I want to suggest that the connection between Eagleton's all too cryptic comments as he slips from one topic to the other on asceticism and evil lies in the realm of politics and economics, that the world in many respects is evil, especially in the socio-economic register of capitalism. Thus, he commends Noberto Bobbio for not being afraid to broach the question of evil itself, demanded as it is by the monstrosities of the century through which he lived almost from one end to the other. 24. Neither the negation or absence of good, as some forms of traditional theology would have it, nor even the instrumental and purposeful purges of a Hitler or Stalin, the quintessence of evil lies in its intrinsic nature. It has no purpose or end apart from itself, is as non-functional as good, God, art, creation or humanity. Eagleton's favored examples are the show or Holocaust and the devil. 25. Without motive or rational meaning, the Jews, gypsies, gays, and others in the NAL solution were subjected to pointless torture and humiliation, transported at great expense across Europe only to be murdered en masse. Similarly, the devil performs evil for its own sake, an agent of motiveless pain and destruction. The central term that Eagleton himself does not seem to want to name is theodicy, the traditional three-way contradiction between God's goodness, justice, and omnipotence. And the problem for theodicy is precisely the sort of gratuitous suffering, the absolutely purposeless evil that exists for its own sake. I can agree with Eagleton that the value of a guru like the devil is that he reminds us of the positive, palpable nature of evil, that it is not merely the absence of God or goodness, or even that, when middle-class values such as thrift, prudence, temperance, and sexual repression dominate, the devil becomes much more enticing and alluring, the ipside of suburbia. 26. But I am not sure that meaningless evil is the end run of any theological consideration of evil itself. Is not the instrumental reason, charted so well by Horkheimer and Adorno, that he so quickly dismisses also inherently evil? And I think here not of the calculated and malicious individual act, say running over your former spouse's cat or sending an anthrax-looking white powder in the mail to a personal enemy. There are a host of blood-soaked examples, such as the depredations of imperialism, both of an older colonial and neo-colonial age, or the necessary exploitation by which capitalism itself operates, or the long history of the oppression of and assault on women, let alone the Holocaust, which is only the most widely known and commented upon of genocidal and racist acts. Is this not even more sinister than evil for its own sake? The devil himself, in traditional Christian theology, engages in his campaigns of mayhem and disruption precisely for the sake of world domination. He knows he cannot win, but he will give it a damn good try all the same. But Eagleton gives this all a curious psychoanalytic turn. The demonic are those who sense some frightful non-being at the root of their identity, and who endy this sublime chaos embodied in a particular guru, whether Jew, woman, homosexual, or foreigner. Exterminating this otherness then becomes the only way of convincing yourself that you exist. Only in the obscene enjoyment of dismembering others can you plug the gap in your own being, warding off the threat of non-being by creating even more of the stuff around you. The damned cannot relinquish their torment because it is bound up with their jouissance, cannot escape the brutal sadism of the law because this is just what they desire. And this is why they are in despair. But since we all desire the cruelty of the law, at least if Freud is to be credited, evil of this kind is at once gratifyingly rare and exceedingly commonplace. 27. Like Irigaray, who argues that Lacan is absolutely correct as far as describing the status quo is concerned but fails to articulate any possibility of change, Eagleton has here enlisted psychoanalysis as an astute description of the nature of evil. Elsewhere he comments on the tension in Eck's work between his political dissent and chirpy wit on the one hand, and the thoroughly pessimistic view of human life that he peddles with unceasing enthusiasm on the other. 28. There is, as I will explore in the next chapter, a contradiction at the heart of Eke's texts between his dialectical Lacanianism with its ban on utopia and the Leninist program he vociferously pursues, except that Eagleton does not quite put it this way. Rather, the Lacanian real, that central category of Eke's thought, is, for Eagleton, a psychoanalytic version of original sin, 29 the felix culpa or fortunate fall. He can do this via Schelling, on whom Eke writes at length, for, in Schelling's work, that which allows God to be God is that which is expelled, the foreign body at the core of his being, i.e. creation, that makes him who he is, and all of his creation too for that matter. In fact, for Eagleton, it is precisely Eke's anecdotal wit that is the sign and concealment of the obscene vision of humanity, which thereby becomes the excluded item that constitutes Eke's style in the RST place. Psychoanalysis, then, particularly Lacan's version of it, becomes, for Eagleton, a way of speaking about evil. Thus, the non-being, or gap or otherness for Lacan, the real and objet petit that one wishes to exterminate or LOL, becomes what makes us who we are, that is evil. Which is another way of saying that Eagleton subscribes to a fairly conventional theological anthropology: human nature is, by definition, fallen nature. It is just that Lacan provides another way of describing, alongside Paul, who becomes the RST psychoanalyst, such a fallen humanity. The Paul Eagleton likes is the one in Romans, where he ponders the paradoxes of the law. 30 The law, for Paul, is not what cuts off sin and the desire to sin, what holds us from falling into the morass of sin. Rather, the law generates the knowledge and desire for sin in the RST place. Eagleton quotes Romans 7:31, which Eagleton then reads in Lacanian terms as the taboo on which the law is based, the excess that enables the law to be what it is. What he neglects to notice is that, in Paul's argument, this means that the Jews, those who have been recipients of the law, have a far greater responsibility, since they are the ones who know what sin is. But, in this distinctly Calvinist moment, the RST thesis of Calvinism is, after all, our total depravity. 32 Eagleton suggests that there is no way out of this mess by our own devices, since we are trapped in the vicious circle of the law itself. Jouissance is then the need to transgress the law, a transgression on which the law itself is based, in order to savor the punishment that follows. One's ultimate obedience is to transgress. The sadistic law demands this obedience and yet punishes us for that obedience. 33 However, if psychoanalysis describes the status quo, the state of evil out of which we can in no way extract ourselves, then there is no room for a homeopathic approach. We can work out our own salvation about as much as a bandicoot. The earlier Eagleton is not so sure. Fallenness is the history of the linguistic animal, man, and the Christian belief is that it cannot be entirely overcome by his own power. 34 The entirely is the crucial quali generating a Roman Catholic ambivalence which he would not relinquish. Good works will get you part of the way, but you need Christ's help to get you over the hump. In the text from 1970, he argues that human beings can be only partially successful, since the conditions for such fallenness, language as the source of both human community and of the objecti-cation and exploitation of those in that community, block the possibility of completely repairing the fault. Even the later Eagleton is not quite so happy with the bleak picture psychoanalysis provides. Just when we thought that the law was a pit of quicksand from which we cannot extract ourselves, Eagleton switches to a developmental model, in which the realm of law is for the immature, children and the like, from which we then grow up into virtue and ethics. Once we supersede the written law, kicking the ladder away when we have attained maturity, the law itself is written on our hearts. Basing himself on his favored letter of Paul to the Romans, the one that will draw in Eke and Badiou as well, Eagleton calls this the law of love, the move from the rulebook to the spontaneous habit of virtue. 35 But the shift is curious in a couple of counts. The move comes from within the law, and all we need to do is grow up. Further, we progress from the law to virtue in the same way that salvation moves from cultic observance to ethics. The mention of feeding the hungry, visiting the sick and those in prison depends not on Paul, but on the apocalyptic passage of Matthew 25:35-6. 36 On both registers the move from law to virtue and the internal nature of this move we are still, in the end, contained within the realm of the law. This is hardly a law in which we are trapped, from which we cannot extract ourselves except by some external assistance. Theologically, that assistance is covered by the term grace. What has happened, it seems to me, is that Eagleton has slipped from a Protestant to a Roman Catholic line on this question. William Blake and Lacan have given way to a characteristic Roman Catholic concern with ethics and the moral life, in which there is a glimmer of potential within each one of us. Ethics will return in full force with Eagleton's Christology, as I will argue below. Now the problems start mounting. On the one hand, goodness is as self-sufficient as evil, and the immediate reason for such an argument is to avoid some notion of recompense for goodness, some reward for virtue. Rather, in a world as shabby as this, goodness doesn't get you anywhere. 37 Fair enough, for too often in Roman Catholic thought, let alone Christian thought more generally, goodness is attractive only if there is some trade-off. On the other hand, his response is dualistic. Evil has some formidable opponents, namely humility, modesty, meekness, and other such virtues. 38 To which he adds elsewhere vision, courage, dedication, loyalty, selflessness and endurance. 39 Above all, there is love. He might have quoted 1 Corinthians 13 here, not the well-worn lurch of lust and a warm glow for another human being, but an indifferent, unconditional, impersonal and, especially, a public and political law of love that has its benchmark in the love for enemies and strangers. 40 Ordinary virtues, no doubt, hardly a match for the sophistication and massed forces of evil. Yet, implicit in the opposition is a mutually exclusive dualism between good and evil. The hint of attention accelerates into a full-throttled contradiction before we know it. Just when we thought good and evil were sealed off from one another, existing for no purpose apart from themselves, Eagleton indulges in a rare moment of dialectics, this time in a discussion of the ambiguities of modernity. In this case, he argues that over against the conservative nostalgia for a fabled golden era, liberal progressivism, and postmodern amnesia, the usual three targets, only Marxism insists that modernity has been a revolutionary advance in human welfare, and, with equal passion, that it has been one long nightmare of butchery and exploitation. 41 As he nds in his favored example of Thomas Mann's Dr. Faustus. 42 Capitalism is full of promise and its denial, the offering of undreamed of opportunities only to whip them away again, from feminism to the anti-colonial movement. The only terms appropriate to such a political economic system are irony, ambivalence, and oxymoron. In more specifically theological terms, what we have here is the dialectic of good and evil. What is going on here? Eagleton risks being caught by a tension of his own making. If good and evil operate purely for their own sakes, without reference to anything beyond them, then how can they be in dialectical opposition? He equivocates between an opposition between good and evil that is positive as well as insidious. 43 And an existence all for themselves, but what he wants to avoid is the theological position, often implicit in the various texts he discusses. 44 That virtue can only arise through vice, that the necessary condition of good is the free run of evil itself, if good would not be good without evil, and if God's greatest glory lies in his bringing the former out of the latter, then the two states of being are mutually dependent. 45 But such a dependence leads to the difficult position that we would never be rid of evil unless we dispensed with goodness as well, and, for Eagleton, this would leave no possibility for a change for the better. Hence the argument for the autotelism of evil and the demonic, as well as of good itself, that I have outlined above and to which Eagleton devotes a large slab of text in sweet violence. 46 Yet, the neat sidestep that avoids the trap of a dialectical and mutual dependence only lands him in another snare. For, if good and evil are intrinsic, sufficient only to themselves, no matter how much ontological depth such a position might provide Marxism's dialectical reading of capitalism, then the possibility of lining up the modest virtues Eagleton espouses against evil falls by the wayside. One way out of this problem is to argue that any opposition to evil must be an accident, entirely outside the autotelism of goodness, done purely for its own sake. In the same way that God's act of creation is entirely contingent to his nature, entirely unnecessary, that which is good might well not oppose evil, and the fact that it does is not necessary to the nature of goodness. It just happens that it does so. But Eagleton does not make this move, preferring to court a curious dualism. Another way over which he places a large no-road sign is the radical monotheism of certain parts of the Hebrew Bible, such as Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Job, in which God is the source of both good and evil. In this case, autotelism is restricted to God alone, but this would lead Eagleton back into an unacceptable situation in which both were dependent on each other. What autotelism gives him with one hand God's complete autonomy, it takes away with the other, and I suspect he is more interested in good and evil, that is, the question of ethics, than God. This preference would explain the absence in Eagleton's theological reactions of a central feature of the notion of evil, namely the ontological point that evil is an affront to God. For Eagleton, evil is an entity unto itself, a self-fulfilling and selfing mode of being that requires no outside purpose or justification. But, as I argued above, there is a tension between the intrinsic nature of evil and a certain dualism, the unavoidable opposition of good and evil. I want to suggest that this tension is a mark of Eagleton's effort to sidestep the notion that evil is a fundamental offense before God, that God's own nature cannot abide evil and therefore constantly works for its eradication. This position, of course, follows a different line from that of radical monotheism, where God is the originator of both good and evil. By contrast, here evil is not part of God's nature, and it must therefore have an external cause, which is either human free will or the devil himself. The objection that immediately follows are not human free will or the devil, ultimately God's creations. Misses the point, for the paradox of free will is that God wants not automata who will mechanically worship him. The reason why, it was often said in the West, sporting teams from the old Soviet bloc played so well, but free creatures who want to worship him. The catch is that they may very well not do so. So Eagleton avoids two traditional theological positions in his discussion of evil: either it originates with God or it is an affront to him. But is there any mileage for a materialist position in the idea of an ontological affront? I have deliberately removed God from the equation, but I have come back, via content that Eagleton chooses, or perhaps dares, not to touch, to the deeper import of his own insistence that the left must include theological issues in its theoretical debates. And that is the need for an ontological, or rather transcendent depth to the political problems that bedevil the left. The absence of sin, or, the politics of forgiveness. Eagleton's delectation with the damned and the demonic, the characterization of evil as intrinsic act, cannot but evoke the question of sin. And yet, sin is the absent conversation partner in Eagleton's work. I have, perhaps, spoken too soon, for Eagleton does deal with sin, albeit brewy and in a curiously skewed fashion in some of his early and carefully buried theological musings. The emerging theologian of the 1960s schemes by the whole question in but a few pages, a pause before launching into the too long NAL chapters of the body as language. Here, he explicates the fall and original sin in terms of his primary distinction between language as creative and destructive, as the precondition for history and world formation. For relating to other human beings, language is also the means for objectifying and exploiting human beings in order to carry out those projects of shaping the world. Eagleton himself is guilty of an awful sentence here that he would probably disown: when man does this, uses others as objects for his private self-advancement, he commits what the Christian calls sin and the socialist capitalism. 47 Apart from recoiling at the crude conjunction, the unnamed term of these pages is rei cation, curiously excised from an earlier draft in slant that was later revised for the body as language. 48 The possibilities here are sine cant, particularly in terms of an intermeshing between rei cation and the ban on images, and thereby idolatry, that so interested Adorno. For does not idolatry involve sucking the life out of relationships between the living and injecting it into the relations between inanimate objects, between things, commodities? And yet, Eagleton does not pursue such a possibility, stalling any elaboration of harmatology in a materialist sense. The fate of rei cation in the body of language is the fate of sin itself in the later recovery of theology, so, perhaps, I have not spoken too soon after all. Banished and repressed, Eagleton produces a range of substitutes: history, confession, and forgiveness that turn around the absent center of sin itself. As far as history is concerned, he commends the radical asceticism of the Carmelites of his youth for attributing the evil of the world to its sinfulness. They clung to the quaintly outmoded view that there was too much cruelty and aggression in the world for it to be merely accidental, or solvable by piecemeal reform. 49 And this awe in the world, the deep rift that sets history on a default skid from disaster to disaster, can only be healed through as radical a transformation as the depths of sin. Except that I have put the word sin into his mouth, since he skips past it on the way to redemption. All of which brings us to the questions of confession and forgiveness. Never one to miss the chance of taking a swipe at liberals, Eagleton berates Peter Brooks's troubling confessions, speaking guilt in law and literature for his theological myopia regarding the role of the confessional in the Roman Catholic Church. 50 What we get from Eagleton in response is a brief survey of the theological underpinnings of the confessional, although with the curious writer at its close. Nobody is being asked to believe all this. 51 I want to ask, what parts are we, or more strictly speaking Eagleton himself, asked to believe? A fair bit, it seems to me, given his predilection for reverting to political examples for each theological point he throws in. The key theological terms clustering around the confessional are forgiveness, guilt, shame, judgment, repentance and sacrament. Inevitably, his argument turns towards Christology, which I will explore in more detail below. But, if Eagleton NDS that Brooks hardly uses the word forgiveness, then the word that Eagleton himself cannot seem to write is sin. Thus, with his RST point, that confession in a theological sense is concerned with forgiveness, as opposed to the legal focus on punishment, he neglects to mention that this is, after all, forgiveness from sin. Eagleton is keen to present the insider's view of the confessional, the impersonality and anonymity of which is about as Roman Catholic as the Pope's need to tuck in his shirt with a wooden spoon. Rather than the abject, tormented, and angst-ridden process that Foucault would have us believe is the confessional itself, for Eagleton it is as everyday and perfunctory an affair as buying a pound of carrots. 52 The conventional formulae for penance, most commonly a number of Hail Marys, is less a sign, for Eagleton, of the impotency of the confessional as of its success. There are a number of things going on here, not least of which is to drag the confessional away from its association with guilt and penance, those inescapable features of cultural Roman Catholicism. In fact, apart from the aside that we have much to feel guilt and shame about, 53 Eagleton draws close to that strain of Protestantism in which guilt barely features at all, in which God has already forgiven us before we ask. He accepts us just as we are, in all of our squalor and disagreeableness, and there is no point in trying to impress him by embarking on some 12-step self-improvement program. 54 By this time, Eagleton draws on William Blake, one of the few theologians he deems to mention, but Blake is hardly a Roman Catholic thinker, preferring the fringe, antinomian groups at the edge of the radical Reformation that E.P. Thompson has uncovered in his characteristic fashion. 55 But Eagleton does not push Blake's heretical side, drawing near to the heart of Calvin, if one can imagine Calvin having a heart, for whom God's grace is so overwhelming and undeserved that forgiveness has been granted well before it was asked. But there is another aspect of his stress on the perfunctoriness of the confessional. I cannot see much point in an obsessive concern with guilt, so much so that Roman Catholics will relate the childhood practice of concocting sins so that they have something to say to the priest, for a life racked with guilt does not get us very far, and there is much to be said of the notion that human beings are forgiven sinners, although, for Protestants, no one but God can pronounce such forgiveness. And yet his stress on the everyday ordinariness of the confessional connects with the absence of the term sin at this point, marking a curious privatization of sin in Eagleton's reactions. The confessional and its focus on forgiveness become unwittingly the concerns of the individual and his or her various misdemeanors. The examples and asides are telling here, from Eagleton's invocation of empirical experience, his own, to the comparison with purchasing a pound of carrots. Eagleton will extract himself from such a privatized realm, but this is where his preferred theoretical partner for speaking about evil and sin psychoanalysis with a more surreptitious dosage of Marxism thrown in is no mere accident. And it is Lacanian psychoanalysis rather than someone like Marcuse, whose day is perhaps yet to come. Now, while there are all sorts of possibilities for social and political analysis via Lacan, Irigaray and Eck are the most notable examples. The way Eagleton uses Lacan is inevitably tied to the starting point, namely the psyche of the privatized individual. There is nothing new in my observation, and it is widely known particularly among Marxists who engage with Lacan, and yet Eagleton is still caught in the Lacanian snare. In order to get him out, I will need to rearrange his own emphases and enlist the help of some Latin Americans. In particular I think of the liberation theologians, whose work has enunced so much theology in the West and who rework and recover an element of sin virtually lost, namely the structural nature of sin. Reacting to a chronic privatization of sin and evil, in terms of both the individual and sex, liberation theologians such as Gustavo Gutierrez, Juan Luis Segundo, and Leonardo and Claude Ovesboff, emphasized that evil and sin must be understood in terms of social, political, and economic structures, that a transnational company, political party, or nation-state could be sin. 56 I write sin and not sinful, for the latter conjures up an entity known as sin of which we then partake. Political and economic structures may be sin themselves, rather than partaking of sin, for the latter slips all too easily into the image of an evil leader or two using neutral structures for their sinful ends. In this way, liberation theologians could make use of Marx's analysis of capitalism, the long stretches of capital that detailed the exploitation of English factories and the enclosures, as descriptions of sin itself. If we take up the material or structural nature of sin, one can hardly imagine a CEO of a transnational company heading for the confessional in order to seek forgiveness for exploiting third-world laborers, for the destruction of vast reaches of forest or polluting of rivers and the oceans, for the drive to make a pro-tea at the expense of people's well-being and health, for perpetrating the notion that everything is getting better when if we look around us it is hard to see exactly how. This is where Eagleton's example of South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission is telling. Here, two other terms appear, repentance and redemption, which Eagleton defends with what has become a characteristic liking for that which has been discarded and is now out of favor. An acceptance of one's frailty and failure is the only sure basis for any more enduring achievement, as the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission might suggest. They are not busy simply consoling, they're apacing and disciplining themselves down there in Pretoria. 57. Hardly the personal affair of the confessional, nor the individual slips and petty sins which Eagleton was so keen to identify as unthinking and mechanical only a couple of pages earlier. In full public view, Eagleton's essay was RST published in 2000. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission sought to short-circuit the inveterate tendency for revenge that the post-apartheid era in South Africa readily lent itself to. But my point is that, in this example, Eagleton unwittingly wrenches his discussion of confession, forgiveness, and repentance out of the private realm of personal devotion and religious commitment and into the space of political, economic and social sin. This is how I am going to read his comments in sweet violence. Forgiveness is both lavish, since a form of generosity, but also a kind of negation, refusing to return like for like, plucking something from nothing. As such, it is a utopian gesture which stands for a moment outside the rules of the game. A refusal to retaliate goes along with what seems its opposite, the extravagance of giving more than is actually demanded, offering your cloak as well as your coat or walking 2 miles rather than 1. 58. But it is also how I want to read his comments on repentance, metanoia, and even Christology. Except that he still will not write the word sin. From what, I want to ask, does one repent? From what does one undergo the radical transformation of metanoia, usually translated as conversion? Confession comes to stand in for sin in Eagleton's text. Confession, he states, is the sine er of repentance and metanoia, and, more astoundingly, redemption depends upon confession. On the RST, I can agree in part, but not the second. Yet, On this RST point, confession as a sine of repentance, the Roman Catholic Eagleton takes over, a relic of his earlier incarnation in which the sacraments were crucial. Thus, he argues not only that confession is a sacrament, the theological term for sine but also that one cannot approach the altar in the communal Mass without reconciling oneself to one's neighbor. Here, the theologian of the 1960s throws off his covers, for the sacrament is still the sine of an unalienated and reconciled life. As he wrote in 1970, the promise of the sacramental life is that these contradictions will be nally surpassed, in the fully human society of heaven. 59. In fact, the curious turn to the sacraments makes much more sense in light of this earlier Eagleton. For, as I will elaborate below, a characteristic feature of his early theological reactions is the leitmotif of the sacraments, especially the Eucharist. 60. Eagleton's passion for the Eucharist in its full Roman Catholic form is almost completely muted by now, but glimpses like these, the argument for the value of the sacrament of confession, appear every now and then. He probably would not hold quite to this view now, politicizing the promise of heaven so far that it becomes a purely temporal affair. But, even at this level, confession is a sine/sacrament of such an unalienated society. But the second point, redemption relies on confession, is one that even the crassest of Roman Catholic theologians would hardly want to affirm. This would make redemption and reconciliation depend upon one's act of confessing sin, which gives primacy to human agency. Rather, confession is a necessary part of the process, but redemption itself depends on grace and not on correct observance of the necessary steps, as Eagleton himself says elsewhere. Indeed, he invokes William Blake to dismiss the notion of God as an avenging judge, one who dispenses redemption only as a reward for the appeasing acts of human beings, salvation being a reward for good behavior. The better name for this character is Satan, the accuser of the Book of Job. 61. However, if we are already forgiven and I still have in mind the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and if God accepts us, we are something of a worm. 62. Then confession can hardly be a prerequisite. The ready objection to such a point is that forgiveness would seem to let the perpetrators of the worst crimes, from genocide to economic exploitation, off the hook. If they know that they are always forgiven, if not by God then at least by their neighbors, then what is to stop them from doing the same thing again? Should they not be justly punished? Eagleton's response is the properly theological one, that mercy must not become a form of blithe indifference, it must pay for its lavishness by reckoning the cost and feeling the pain of the injury it has endured. 63. There is, if I may extend his comments, a close connection between the one who forgives and the one forgiven. Invariably, they are one and the same person, and the theological reason for granting forgiveness is that we are ourselves forgiven. Metanoia is, after all, about a radical transformation in which one repents from sin never to do it again, and seeks to make recompense as a response to that forgiveness. It may seem myopically utopian, in light of the human propensity for sin, but it seems to me that such a fully edged notion of forgiveness must be a prerequisite for any workable human society, no matter how utopian it must seem. How else should we read his comment that to be accepted back into a community one has offended may be more than some darkly incorporative device? 64. And such a radical notion of forgiveness short-circuits the pattern whereby the victim is to become those who victimize others, justifying their switch in roles by the narrative of past suffering. Radical Christology. With my theological radar switched on, what astounds me in reading Eagleton is the way nearly all of his theological reactions wend towards Christology. And this direction arouses within me a whole series of deep suspicions that Eagleton will need to answer. In terms of the traditional categories of theology, he has little to say apart from the occasional comment about the doctrine of creation. 65. Or of eschatology, the great themes of his much-admired Walter Benjamin. As for the topics he does consider, hamartology and the doctrine of evil loom large in the later works, but only because they may be seen as subsets of Christology itself. When you have read Eagleton's theological material long enough, the arrival of Christ on the scene is hardly the surprise the New Testament would have us believe it should be. No matter where he begins, the end run is Christology. So, for instance, in his discussion of the asceticism of his beloved Carmelites, from asceticism, through the implicit and symbolic politics of the nuns and the sinfulness of history, he ends up with Christ. The Christian gospel invites us to contemplate the reality of human history in the broken body of an executed political criminal. The message this body proclaims, as the theologian Herbert McCabe puts it, is uncompromising: if you don't love, you're dead, and if you do love, you'll be killed. Here, then, is the pie in the sky, the opium of the people, the sentimental twaddle of salvation. 66. The only irony in this passage is in the last sentence. If you think this is superstitious or delusional nonsense, Eagleton goes on to argue, then it is nothing compared with those who think the future will be an enhanced capitalist present, having nally solved the world's problems. But what interests me is the opium of the people phrase thrown in the midst of pie in the sky and sentimental twaddle. Given its bedfellows, I suspect Eagleton is here not picking up the ambiguity of the famous Marxian phrase "the cry of the oppressed" and so forth, but, rather, swiping the left's disparagement and dismissal of Christianity without considering its revolutionary potential. He is not alone here, as Ernst Bloch, Elaine Badiou, and Slava Heek would no doubt point out. Or, a discussion of pain and bodily suffering brings him around yet again to Jesus Christ. Not so far from asceticism, or indeed his favored topics of martyrdom and self-sacrifice, pain is one of those things that the common sense Eagleton suggests is a brute fact for which there is no meaning, no matter how hard we might try. And Eagleton is not going to buy the argument for the redemptive function of pain, suffering and illness. 67. Apart from the fact that much suffering has no redemptive qualities whatsoever, he matter-of-factly points out that it would be much more desirable if suffering itself did not happen, if the qualities of dignity, courage, and endurance might emerge in a less stressful situation. Over against moral heroes who triumph through pain, he would rather have no cause for such heroism in the RST place. It is hard to see how a Christological point can be made from this, since is not the whole point of Christ's death and resurrection the overcoming of undeserved suffering and death? But, as Eagleton suggests, it would have been better had the world not been riddled with the pain and suffering that even the devil would have had a hard dreaming up. Although Jesus is very often to be found curing the sick, he at no point exhorts them to be reconciled to their suffering. On the contrary, he seems to regard such sickness as an evil, depriving its victims of an abundance of life and cutting them off damagingly from community with others. He would no doubt have shared the mythological opinion of his age that suffering could be the work of evil spirits. There is no sanitizing pretense that such disabilities constitute a challenge, an opportunity or an enriching difference. On the contrary, they are rightly seen as a curse, and Jesus's battle against them is presented as an integral part of his redemptive mission, not as some mere outward sign of an inward healing. 68. Here, as elsewhere, Eagleton is a little too hasty to attribute what is said in the New Testament about Jesus to the man himself. The well-known problem in New Testament studies is that it is well nigh impossible to say anything about the historical Jesus apart from the fact that he was alive for a while. Better, then, to say that one is opting for a particular aspect of the representation of Jesus Christ, except that the down-to-earth Eagleton would rather have some historical gur on which to X his particular brand of Christology. And so, he speculates as so many before him on Jesus's self-knowledge, disappointment, his willing submission to death, and generally how he felt and thought. 69. There is not much to be gained from such speculation, unless one wants to enlist this Redeemer gur in one's own brigades, to justify a particular representation of Jesus as one that he would endorse himself. Thirdly, hard by pain and suffering is the question of martyrdom. Over against the individuality of suicide, Eagleton stresses the collective side of martyrdom. If the suicide relinquishes what is worthless, the martyr offers up what is most precious, his or her own life. 70. It is the most radical expression of the intensity, the all-or-nothing dimension of the Christian life. 71. Eagleton invokes Paul, although without explicit reference to any New Testament texts, to make a moral point concerning the way we should live our lives. It is the martyr's meaning of death in life which St. Paul has in mind when he comments that we die every moment. True self-abnegation is not a matter of political submissiveness or the heady jouissance of sexual pleasure, but of anticipating one's death by living in the service of others. 72. The martyr, then, is the ultimate moral exemplar, although Eagleton neglects to mention that Paul himself urged his readers to imitate his own life, only by living as though one were already dead, that is, in denying the primacy of oneself, is a life fully in service to others possible. In this respect, it is less a purely individual act, but a socializing of one's own death. 73. Again, the political point is not difficult to spot, over against the liberal creed of the sacrosanct private individual, the collectivizing of individual life in martyrdom, of offering up one's own life in the hope that something good may come of it, has a distinctly socialist feel to it. The revolutionary who gives her life for the end of oppression in a more just society is not far beneath this picture. A little further down, but not too far, is the Gur of Jesus Christ himself, whom Eagleton has no qualms in taking as a revolutionary. Jesus plainly does not welcome his own impending torture and death, even though he seems impelled by an obscure conviction that such failure will prove the only way in which his mission will succeed. In the carefully staged Gethsemane scene, however, he is clearly presented as panicking, terror-stricken at the thought of what he must undergo and urgently pressing his Father to spare him such torment. He does not sound like a man for whom resurrection is just around the corner. One must be prepared to lay down one's life for others, while praying devoutly that one is never called upon to do anything so thoroughly disagreeable. 74. Eagleton is relying more on the narratives of the three synoptic Gospels rather than that of John, where Jesus seems in complete control, even in the process of his own death. Rather than take the myth of Jesus's death and resurrection as the source of redemption, although he does use it as a political model, Eagleton's Christology here begins to show its true colors. Asceticism, the overcoming of pain, and then martyrdom all invoke the Gur of Jesus Christ. As exemplar, as one to follow and imitate in your own life. I will have more to say on this type of Christology below, save to mention here that with a venerable tradition of its own, the notion of imitatio Christi operates on the model of leader and disciple. But I have run on too quickly in my discussion of martyrdom, carried away a little by the importance of the moral exemplar in Eagleton's work. If we take a few steps back, then martyrdom turns out to assume the key notion of self-sacrifice, which, in the NAL chapter of Sweet Violence, becomes the crucial political question that emerges from the issue of tragedy. And tragedy too will end its inevitable focus in Christology. In a wholesale effort to wrest the argument that tragedy has much to do with religion away from conservative scholars, Eagleton argues not only that sacrifice is a central category for tragedy, but also that the left should be very much interested in it. And if this does not hold up in the face of suspicions from the left, the problem being the apparent valorization of myth and nature over against history and reason, then his recovery of Christology as a linchpin of sacrifice will make more than a few splutter over their drinks. Sacrifice or self-sacrifice. I have used the two interchangeably thus far, but Eagleton makes it clear at the beginning of his discussion that he is interested in the transformation of sacrifice, as a mode of appeasing the capricious gods and bargaining for their favor, into self-sacrifice in the person of Jesus Christ. I will return to this problem below, but once he has done this he can align a whole series of self-sacrificial gurs under this banner, the ancient Greek pharmakos, the most deformed and dejected members, for there were two pharmakoi, of the community who were ritually degraded and spurned, struck on the genitals while being paraded down the streets, before being sent out of the city-state, the embodiment of such a gur in Oedipus, who rids Colonus of its curse by embodying the curse itself. King Lear, of whom he writes that the only fate that did not befall him was to be eaten, Captain Ahab of Moby Dick, embodying the outcast whalers upon whom early capitalist society depended heavily, the polluted yet redemptive gur of Hester Prynne, the only woman in this collection, of Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, and so on. All of them are scapegoats, pharmakoi, Christ gurs. But let me return to Christ, at least in my discussion. For Eagleton, the political point of Jesus's death and resurrection is twofold. He is the self-sacrificial model par excellence, but he shares the status as scapegoat with a whole list of other tragic victims. Eagleton cannot emphasize enough the sheer dereliction and simultaneously redemptive necessity of such a scapegoat, playing on the ambiguity of the sacred, that which is both reviled and holy, untouchable yet revered. The catch, however, is that the moment Christ's crucifixion is seen as the prerequisite for his resurrection, when suffering is the way station or essential passage to victory, rather as dental surgery is an unpleasant but unavoidable step towards oral health, 75, then it can no longer be redemptive. Crucial to Eagleton's understanding of tragedy, this Adornoesque dialectical move pushing an item or term to its limit so that it yields its dialectical other will also become important in my criticism of Eagleton's Christocentric theology. No human sorcerer this, no conjuring trick, and Eagleton pulls out a string of signals of Christ's failure on the cross, the my God, why have you forsaken me, Mark 15:34, Matthew 27:46, quoted by the Jesus of Matthew and Mark from Psalm 22, although Eagleton as usual neglects to make the direct references, the failed expectation that he would return before his followers were dead, the descent into hell of the Apostles' Creed, Paul's notion that Jesus was made sin that evokes the pattern of the scapegoat. Cul-de-sac, miserable failure, accepting the worst, forlorn faith, bereftness, the last bitter drop, destitute, the hell of meaninglessness and desolation, monstrous, outcast. All of these terms pepper the discussion of Jesus's tragic death 76, but Eagleton is after the political point, which turns out to be the need for going beyond the most wretched and hopeless condition in which human beings can end themselves before any political redemption is possible. Christ is, then, the tragic scapegoat, the sinless one who takes on the sins of the community and is expelled in fear and loathing in order to avoid catastrophe. Rather than focus on the community restored, for Eagleton tragedy lies with the scapegoat, wandering beyond humanity in some border zone of loathing, meaninglessness, and unresolved trauma. In Christian terms, this is Christ's descent into hell after his scapegoating on the cross, the solidarity with human despair and destitution by which he becomes sin for our sake 77. But, in a deft theological turn, the immunized community becomes the arena of liberals and conservatives, where the monsters are either the result of not having quite enough to get by or those outside the community boundaries. The wilderness itself, the wild and hideous territory into which no self-respecting liberal or conservative would go, is where the radicals dwell. For the radical, the real monsters are ourselves 78. But this is where all the scapegoats seem to end up as well: Christ, Oedipus, Lear, in fact the vast majority of the current world population, whole-sweated, uprooted populations, 79 are there, and so should the radicals be. They are, in a move that comes straight out of the body as language, the Anawim, the dispossessed or shit of the earth who have no stake in the present setup, and who thus symbolize the possibility of new life in their very dissolution. 80. It seems to me that this is the key to Eagleton's Christology, and so I want to stay with it for a while. Boldly put, the political model of Jesus Christ is the thoroughgoing transformation of the lowly and rejected into a world without pain, suffering and oppression. Christ's crucifixion and resurrection become the leitmotif for such a transformation, which, in Marxist circles, has become known as revolution. A distinctly Hegelian Marx, it would seem, has turned up at the foot of the cross, for Eagleton stresses the connections between Christianity and Marxism at this point. While both are concerned with the life of common people, the transformation envisaged is not a restoration of the status quo, but something qualitatively different. Both point out that things are much worse than they seem, class society on the one side and a world riddled with sin and evil on the other, yet both hold to a much stronger hope that the world can be a whole lot better, that human beings have more potential than anyone. Eagleton's list swings by liberal idealism, pragmatists, conservatives, reformists, and postmodernists. 81 gives them credit. Or, even more strongly, what the New Testament draws from the Hebrew Bible in describing Christ, as the stumbling block or scandalon that has become the cornerstone, the early Marx, suggests Eagleton, attributes to the class yet to be formed, the class which dissolves all classes in the process of redressing wrong in general. 82. The reason for bringing Christian theology into contact with Marxism once again is that the distinctly political gospel of the former provides an ontological depth to Marxism, an exacerbation of the stakes into the absolute opposition of evil and good, sin and repentance, forgiveness and grace, all of which turn on the notion of metanoia, a radical transformation that may be translated from the Greek as revolution. All of Eagleton's various theological reactions, from those on evil and history, through the cluster of terms confession, forgiveness, repentance, redemption, and metanoia with sin as their unnamed center, asceticism, martyrdom, to self-sacrifice and tragedy, turn on the question of Christology. He is, if you like, a radically Christocentric thinker. But this should come as no surprise for anyone who has read The New Left Church and the Body as Language, for here the efforts to integrate theology, literature, and politics or to incorporate linguistic theory and Marxism into theology hinge on Christology, although of a distinctly sacramental or Eucharistic form. Thus, in linking the historical movement for liberation to Christianity, Marxism too, it would seem, is complete only in Christology. Unlike the Marxist, however, the Christian recognizes the risen Christ as the ground of this historical movement. He believes this because Christ, uniquely, is both a body and a language. He is an animal, yet an animal with the universal availability of a language, the Word of God. In him, we can achieve at the level of physical union a fully human, expressive, and universal communication. In him, language and bodiliness nally converge into a single life. 83. I have a number of questions concerning this nub of his rediscovered radical theological past, and so it is best to list them RST before delving into more detail, the nature of that relationship with his earlier theological thought, the lack of reference to that other current with which his position has so much in common, namely liberation theology and its unions in Western theological and New Testament studies, the favoring of certain Christological metaphors, legal, sacrificial, exemplary, political and collective, over against others, the deep desire for a historical Jesus, and the immense difficulties raised by such a resolute focus on a Redeemer Gur, the problem of the personality cult. Theology Redivivus. As for Eagleton's RST incarnation as a theologian, let me pause for a while with the question of form, for his earlier arguments follow what will by now be an all too familiar path, except that here we have the laying of the RST stones. Thus, in his discussion of language and world, or, rather, sensuous life, in the body as language 84 he runs through various theoreticians Barths, Mallarmé, Wittgenstein, McLuhan, Merleau-Ponty, Basil Bernstein's research into the differences between middle-class and working-class language, the German idealist Jacobi and Saussure, all through the letter of Marx 85 to argue two distinctions, between the creative and destructive functions of language itself and between the immediate nature of bodily gesture and the mediated universality of other communication, from gifts to television. On the RST point, language is not only the gateway into history and the world, the step away from immediate sensuous life, but also the way human beings escape that world, building distance from such a history. In other words, the very means of history's emergence is also the means by which alienation from it is produced. As signs, language is the medium of human experience, but it is, at the same time, the transformation and manipulation of signs into fetishes that alienate experience, the world and human relationships, or, as he puts it, sin. As far as the second distinction is concerned, the disjunction of bodily communication and the extended body of other forms of communication folds back into the RST distinction, since mediated communication opens up a host of possibilities for both human community and alienation. The culmination of the argument lies in nothing other than Christology, although here Eagleton puts it in terms of the Eucharist. Stepping through Merleau-Ponty's argument that the body itself is already a type of language, a means of symbolic communication with the world, he argues that, in the Eucharist, 1 NDS, the dissolution of the distinction between body and language, and between unmediated and mediated communication. The key here for Eagleton is the Roman Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation, in the same way that, at the moment one consumes the elements of the Eucharist, they cease to be bread and wine and become the body of Christ, which they must do for communication to become fully transparent. So also the destructive disjunction at the heart of language, between sign and reality, the alienation between human beings and between humans and the world, is overcome and reconciliation emerges. Transubstantiation therefore means that the sensuous immediacy of Christ's body is at one with the universal media of bread and wine. Christ's self-giving in the Eucharist is globally available, achieved through material products in which all are able to share, but nevertheless bodily direct because what is given in those symbols is nothing less than himself. 86. The determined march of Eagleton's argument towards Christology is all here in one of his earliest works. As far as the form is concerned, nothing much has changed over 3 decades later. What has changed, at least on RST appearances, is the content of the argument. The strange feeling of reading these earlier works comes his passionate attachment to the Roman Catholic liturgy, understood as a symbolic re-embodying of the meanings of the Revolution. 87. His 2 favorite sacraments are the Eucharist and marriage. 88. And he often compares the sensuousness of the former with the earthly euphoria of the latter. Rather than the political Christology of his later texts, what we see in the RST publications is a Eucharistic Christology and politics. There is nothing of the need for a historical Jesus, see below, for all of the Christological reactions must pass through the medium of the Mass. Yet, when we read more closely, the terrain becomes all too familiar. Contemporary theory, Marxism, Christology are by now well-worn nodes in the work I have discussed thus far, but when we peer behind the Eucharistic screen, a number of familiar items tumble out: sacrament as sine er, importance of sacri ce, evil, revolutionary implications of Christ's death and resurrection, and the sine cants of the downtrodden. Inevitably, form has given out to content, so let me take but one example of content, that of the anawim. The appearance of the anawim, or more properly anawim, in Sweet Violence and the Gatekeeper are hardly new, for they are integral to the argument of the body as language. Eagleton is no Hebrew scholar, but he makes sine cant theological mileage from the term, glossing it as destitute and dispossessed. 89. But there is a tension in the Hebrew term between the older consonantal text and the vowels overlaid by the Masoretic scribes in the 9th century CE. Sometimes, the vowels indicate an alternative reading, and such is the case with anawim. The consonants read anawim, bowed down and humble, but the vowels anayim, poor and wretched. The overlap between anawim and anayim suggests that the poor and oppressed are also, in God's eyes, the humble and pious, in all the best senses of the term. So what does Eagleton make of the anawim? The couple of references in the Gatekeeper become central in the NAL chapter of Sweet Violence and, not surprisingly, the body as language from 1970. They are, as I noted, for Eagleton the destitute and dispossessed. St. Paul refers to them rather colorfully as the shit of the earth. The anawim are the dregs and refuse of society, its tragic scapegoats. They are the Itzum and Jetsum of history who do not need to abandon themselves to be remade, since they are lost to themselves already. And it is with them that Yahweh identifies. He will be known for what he is, in the words of Luke 1:53, when you see the mighty cast down and the lower orders exalted, the hungry led with good things and the rich sent away empty. The true sacri chael gur, the one which like the burnt offering will pass from profane to powerful, loss of life to fullness of it, is the propertyless and oppressed. 90. In itself, there is nothing wrong with his effort to democratize the notion of the scapegoat by means of the anawim, the poor and the pious. Eagleton does precisely that with his closing sentences of Sweet Violence, 91, stressing that it is the majority of today's world that is dispossessed, and not just certain minorities. The anawim are, then, in a dizzying sweep, the vast and various working classes scattered throughout the globe for whom the ancient and not so ancient scapegoats and pharmakoi and Christs of tragedy and beyond have moved out of their small circle to join the multitude. As far as this argument is concerned, nothing much has changed from 1970. One sample from the body as language. These men, the anawim of the Old Testament whom Christ speaks of in the Beatitudes, are the dirt which falls outside the carefully wrought political structures of society, those whom society cannot accommodate. As such they stand as a living challenge to its institutions, a potent and sacred revolutionary force. The Anawim are the embodied negativity of each status quo, and as such focus its breaking point. They are thus, themselves, a kind of contradiction, an expressive sign of human failure and limitation which yet, by pinpointing so exactly the limits of a social order, the points where it tails off into chaos, offers a positive symbol for the future. The Anawim, the scum and refuse of society, have, like all dung, a contradictory status. The more they reveal dissolution and decay, the more politically fertile they become. 92. If there is a difference with the later material, it lies in the ecclesial and sacramental stress of the body as language. The Anawim, like the ecclesial sacraments, are signs effective only insofar as they tend to their own abolition. 93. But even this focus fades somewhat as Eagleton presses the political point. And that is exactly the same as in Sweet Violence. The Anawim are just like Marx's proletariat. 94. Although Eagleton neglects to note that they are more like the undesirable lumpen proletariat from whom no good can come. As one of the Anawim, Christ brings out the truth of God's concern with them in the Bible, namely that the lowly will be raised up only through the utmost abjection and desolation. Even the deep contradiction of the Anawim remains the same, for like the anthropological category of the sacred, Eagleton makes the same argument, using many of the same texts from Mary Douglas, in which dirt is both rejected and valued. Christ and the Anawim embody the simultaneously destructive and redemptive forces that lie at the heart of political revolution. The last chapter of Sweet Violence, then, is a rewrite of the penultimate chapter, Politics and the Sacred, from the body as language. The latter is much sparser, restricted to Mary Douglas's 95 work on dirt from purity and danger and the Anawim themselves, while Sweet Violence LLs out the picture with everything from ancient Greek tragedy to Moby Dick. But all Sweet Violence does is spell out in more detail the same argument from the earlier text, the value of Christ's death and resurrection, along with various other pieces from literature and anthropology, lies in the political implications for revolution. The desire for a historical Jesus. But what interests me about Eagleton's Christological reactions is that they rely on a particular construction of the historical Jesus. We have any number of historical reconstructions, the ethical example of 19th-century liberal Protestantism, Adolf von Harnack's Fatherhood of God and Brotherhood of Man, the apocalyptic visionary and wonder worker of Albert Schweitzer, the eschatological prophet of Edward Schillebeeckx, the wondering wisdom teacher of Robert Funk, and, of course, John Dominic Crossan's Political Peasant. But Jesus has been and still can be the RST feminist, a gay blade, a leader of a group of small businessmen, the RST greenie, the wicked priest or the teacher of righteousness from Qumran, the RST advertising executive, as well as, in his spare time, the Son of God. Viewed in the context of such a wealth of historical Jesus studies, which Eagleton himself does not provide, he speculates and assumes a particular Jesus, a Gur with a political and redemptive mission who sought to overcome pain and suffering, who lived and died as a martyr in the service of others, and whose death is nothing other than a tragic event with redemptive possibilities. The shorthand for Eagleton's Christ, if its repetition is anything to go by, is the executed political criminal or just the political criminal. It is one of the more grisly ironies of the Christian gospel that when God Nally got around to putting in a disgracefully belated appearance in the world he had created, he did so as a political criminal. 96 Yet there is nothing particularly new here, particularly in light of his own background with the Catholic left, the neglected liberation theology and the more recent work of the likes of Crossan. However, my question is why such a Gur, the executed political criminal, needs to be based in some historical reconstruction. Eagleton does not offer any methodological criteria for his reconstruction, and these are myriad in biblical studies. Rather, Eagleton operates in a way very familiar from biblical studies, so we nd phrases such as sounds like and seems to regard, along with occasional assertions of certitude, no doubt, plainly or clearly presented. All of which is based on taking some of the gospel passages, particularly those concerning healing and the passion narratives, as in some way representative of how Jesus actually might have acted, thought and felt. I want to register my skepticism here not merely concerning Eagleton's historical Jesus, but of any search whatsoever. 97 However, the more interesting question is not whether we can recover any historical kernel concerning the historical Jesus, but why Eagleton in particular wants to do so. What is there to gain by arguing that the political criminal actually has some connection to whoever Jesus might have been? Quite a bit, it seems to me. Obviously, there is the force that it gives to his argument, especially for one committed to historical materialism as a method. In the case of Jesus, however, the whole situation becomes much more acute, for the authorial weight of this guru, even on a minimal cultural level, means that what Jesus might have said and felt will be more significant than that of any other guru. I suggest that this is the case even with Eagleton's assumed readership in these later works, namely the cultural and political left, although his readership is extremely broad these days, let alone any ecclesial or religious audience. Christological metaphors. Eagleton's recourse to a historical Jesus who keeps threatening to disappear into the fog of history and endless biblical scholarship, must therefore be understood as a rhetorical strategy, one that he uses to increase the force of his arguments irrespective of the historical Jesus. Eagleton would have been better off writing that his historical Jesus is but one representation among a host of others, one that is distinctly useful for his own argument, but a representation nonetheless that has no necessary historical variability. In fact, this is precisely what Eagleton does in his Christological work, selecting certain metaphors and images that he must base in some putative historical guru. His preference is for legal, sacrificial, exemplary, political, collective, and earlier on, liturgical motifs that can be found, among others, in the New Testament and subsequent biblical and theological reaction. Invariably, these images and metaphors run over and through one another, so it is useful to distinguish between them in order to see what Eagleton favors and avoids. Let me begin with the legal metaphor. Here is Eagleton. Jesus is God in the shape of human frailty, no longer the judge on the bench but the political criminal who becomes an advocate alongside us in the dock. 98 Eagleton contrasts two images of God, Satan and Jesus. 99 If the one comes through as accuser and judge, who watches our every step and deed and rewards us accordingly, the other is our co-defendant in the dock, the friend, as he puts it in a favored phrase drawn from the early theological writings, of the shit of the earth 100 but. Such a metaphor has a venerable biblical pedigree, from the notion in the Deuteronomistic history, Deuteronomy to Kings, that disobedience will lead to punishment or blessing, through the image of the accuser and redeemer of property and blood, the Goel, in the book of Job, to the representation of Jesus's death and resurrection as the payment of a legal penalty for sin. Contrary to Eagleton's sharp distinction between the judge Satan, the vengeful God of the Hebrew Bible, to the defendant Jesus, the God of love in the New Testament, both images are part of the complex imagery of God. Thus, Jesus acts as defense counsel for us sinners before a God who seeks to punish us for our wrongdoings. Yet, when he gets to this point, in a discussion of the Protestant Milton, it is no longer acceptable. In a classically Protestant scenario, Christ's love is needed to shield us from the Father's wrathful justice, as a sympathetic defense attorney might save you from a grilling at the hands of a particularly irascible judge. 101. The differences are subtle. Instead of God switching from judge to co-defendant in the person of Jesus, here we have Jesus defending us from God. I must confess I cannot see that much difference. The legal metaphor has merely switched sides, at one moment used favorably and at another, more Protestant moment, less so. But I suspect that Eagleton wants to avoid the doctrine of substitutionary atonement. In this case, innocent Jesus takes the punishment that is rightfully ours. Skirting the other side of substitutionary atonement is Eagleton's liking for the scapegoat, the tragic dimension of Christology. In this case, the scapegoat, or the red heifer in the Hebrew Bible, has the sins of the community symbolically and ritually placed upon it before being banished to the wilderness where it comes to a slow and painful death. As I indicated above, the notion of the scapegoat comes close the heart of Eagleton's Christology in a distinctly political sense. For he stays not with the redeemed community, he will return there, but the scapegoat and all who are like it, the rejected, repressed, and banished majority of the Earth's population. Overlapping the notion of the scapegoat but dragged by Eagleton in another direction is Sacri-Ce. In his earlier texts, he is more concerned with recovering the sacri-chale aspect of the Mass, but that was within the context of the Church. 102 Still inside, however uncomfortably, he is much happier with the mystery of the Eucharist. The liturgy is the means of transferring Christ's redemptive activity to human beings through the specie reception of Christ in the elements. Christ is present in the Eucharist, not simply as the risen man who has crossed the frontier of historical reality into heaven, but in the eternal action of his transitus. He is present in his sacri-chale act of grasping and surpassing the ultimate boundaries of history, submitting to limit in order to transcend it. It is in this that his death is genuinely redemptive. 103. But, by the early years of the new millennium, the question of Sacri-Ce becomes one of self-Sacri-Ce, as I pointed out above. Apart from the obvious political point, the reason Eagleton is keen on self-Sacri-Ce is that it is closely connected with free will, a willing Sacri-Ce of oneself for others. Thus, while the scapegoat bears with it one aspect of the whole complex of Sacri-Ce, namely the appeasement of capricious gods, Eagleton is not particularly taken with this aspect of Sacri-Ce, for a capricious, willful God, one whom we end time and again in the Hebrew Bible, has been carefully excised from Christian and Jewish thought. Out of the whole complex of Sacri-Ce burnt offerings, sin offerings, thanksgiving, animal, grain, and drink offerings, scapegoat and atonement Eagleton exes on a relatively modern notion, namely self-Sacri-Ce, for which the scapegoat can give him a leg up. In fact, all that seems to be left over in contemporary, Western notions of Sacri-Ce is self-Sacri-Ce, the idea that one of the highest moral acts is to offer oneself up freely for a higher cause, which most often turns out to be the nation-state in warfare, or perhaps the victims of a bus crash or earthquake, or the saving of a drowning dog. Gone is any notion of appeasing the gods, of performing the rituals in the correct fashion to avert disaster, of eating the sacri-chale victim in a communal meal, even the substitution of a sacri-chale victim for the good of the community. But it is a long way from the scapegoat to self-Sacri-Ce, for the scapegoat, sent into the wilderness to die for the community, is hardly a willing victim, one who chooses to do so out of pure altruism. In this respect, the cover illustration of Sweet Violence is telling. A detail from Caravaggio's The Sacri-Ce of Isaac from around 1600 CE, it depicts Abraham's knife descending to carve up Isaac's neck. A hand appears from the left, and Abraham's face is averted in the moment that stays the Sacri-Ce itself. I do not want to delve into the intricacies of the narrative of Genesis 22, but the point here is that Isaac is hardly a willing victim. 104 Indeed, Abraham can make no sense of Yahweh's command to go up to Moriah and offer up the son on whom the divine promise of a people rests. Hardly accidental, then, that when Eagleton does get around to writing of the Acta, which he does not call it, he reads not the Hebrew text, but Kierkegaard's discussion in Fear and Trembling, and he focuses not on Isaac, the sacri-chale victim, but Abraham. 105 Heavily Christianized in a distinctly Lutheran sense, Kierkegaard plays on the paradox of faith. Abraham, the model for any believer, 106 does not retreat from the command to Sacri-Ce his son, knowing full well that once Isaac was dead he would not be restored to him, that the promise of a people from Isaac would come to an end. And yet, precisely because Abraham does not give up on his desire for the impossible, the desire that Isaac will be restored to him even while he obeys the order to Sacri-Ce, does God come to the rescue, stay the knife on its downward path and point to the ram in the thicket. Unlike many of the critics he cites in Sweet Violence, Eagleton is quite taken with this reading of Kierkegaard's 107, which he lines up with Lacan's interpretation of Antigone and, of course, Christ's Crucision. Neither Abraham, nor Antigone, nor Christ is socially acceptable or ethically prudent, given to some universal or collective beneity or telos. Abraham's faith takes him beyond anything that is acceptable, relinquishing the universal, ethical, and rationally political, and even tragedy itself, abandoning everything, bringing his joy in the world to nothing, without any sure guarantee of a return. 108 The hand that desperately grasps the end of the rope. Nally lets go. This is tragedy at its deepest level for Eagleton, one that he will identify at the core of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. But what has happened here? To begin with, in the sacrifice of Abraham, the ethical and social coding of self-sacrifice that I identified initially has gone, for, in Eagleton's reliance on Kierkegaard, ethics and the universal are discarded as so much useless baggage on the way up Mount Moriah. Yet, a profound slippage has taken place in the focus on Abraham. He is not the sacrifice but the one who offers up a sacrifice, Isaac. However, Eagleton insists in taking Abraham as the center of this story, the one who makes the impossible sacrifice. 109 Eagleton's Christocentrism is guilty here, for the ease of the connection between Abraham and Christ may work in terms of tragedy, of the absolute dereliction of both before an inscrutable God. But it does not work in any sacrificial sense, whereas Christ offers himself, Abraham offers his son. If anything, the type of Christ following the long Christian interpretive strategy of typology between the Old and New Testaments in Genesis 22 is Isaac, not Abraham, who is not about to roast himself willingly on the altar. Ultimately, the narrative of Genesis 22 is a different model of sacrifice that ill-suits any notion of self-sacrifice. In response to an unfathomable and capricious command from God, Abraham proceeds to offer what is most precious, his only son, forgetting Ishmael, in this particular divine economy in order to appease God. The hook at the end, the ram in the bush, hardly provides a model of faith but one of complete subservience to God. Neither the scapegoat, nor even the acta in Genesis 22, can be read in terms of self-sacrifice, in terms of Eagleton's favored martyr living a life in negation of the self. Self-sacrifice, then, must be read in a Christological fashion, for which Jesus's willingness to die as a sacrifice is crucial. In order to get to this point, he makes some swift moves through the Hebrew Bible and New Testament. Even though sacrifice hinges, he admits, on appeasing the gods, this is not what he ends in the Hebrew Bible. Ignoring the vast amount of material on sacrifice as precisely such appeasement, he focuses on a few prophetic texts from Isaiah 1 and Amos 5 where such practices are castigated as mere hypocrisy. Catch cries of the social justice elements of the Christian churches, they are but one dimension of a multifarious and highly contradictory collection of literature in the Hebrew Bible. 110 But they serve his purpose, since he can then jump to the New Testament, specifically the letters of Paul 111 and the letter to the Hebrews that he enlists here. The very high Christology of Hebrews, not one that I can see Eagleton being enthused about in its full regalia, comes in use for a supersessionist moment, especially Hebrews 9:12 112 where Christ is both sacrificed and sacrificer, victim and high priest, doing one last time what had gone on unendingly in the Hebrew Bible. In his own death, Christ brings to abrupt halt the long line of propitiatory sacrifice, but it allows Eagleton to make his point. This definitive consigning of ritual sacrifice to the past involves reading it in ethical rather than cultic terms as a self-giving for others. As a mutual self-giving, it is no longer an esoteric ritual but the structure of sociality. 113 Anyone who has been to Mass or the Eucharist for the RST time might beg to differ, but, just in case this argument sounds a little too supersessionist, a little too much a Christian reading, he argues that it is consistent with the Jewish law, as any pious Jew would agree. 114 The problem is that he quotes a Jewish scribe from, of all places, the Gospel of Mark, not, say, the Hebrew Bible or perhaps a rabbinic source, to make his point, that justice, loving one's neighbor, is far more important than sacrifice. And so we have self-sacrifice as the crucial motif of Eagleton's ethical and political Christology. The problem is that, as far as the passion narratives of the Synoptic Gospels are concerned, Jesus is hardly a willing victim, except perhaps in the Gospel of John, following the will of a Father whose command he does not understand. The notion of self-sacrifice selects a small element of the metaphors of the Christ's death in the New Testament and elevates it to a key feature. Other metaphors also abound in the New Testament, such as the court scene, the scapegoat, sacrifice itself in terms of sin offering, but also the cosmic battle with the devil, the notion of Christ as warrior and victor in the battle with death, substitutionary atonement, bearing the sins of the world, the guarantor of eternal life, and the martyred political guer. A major reason, I would suggest, for Eagleton's fondness for self-sacrifice and martyrdom lies as his two major Christological categories, the political and the exemplary. Political guers and models work much better if they are willing victims, dying for a cause in a situation where they have at least chosen to be part of a political movement. Their deaths then become a consequence of such a political choice, a martyrdom rather than a death that appeases the powers that be. Lenin, or Christ, or Che Guevara would not be so appealing if they had been press-ganged into their respective political movements. Cannon fodder would perhaps be a better term for this type of sacrifice. By contrast, political martyrs function above all as exemplars, and the old Christological motif of Christus exemplum renders the life and death of Jesus Christ something we can follow. So often this has become a private affair, the realm of the sacrosanct individual who gains his or her individuality by offering his allegiance to the state in a Rousseauesque social contract. Thus, the individual believer must seek to avoid sin, pray to the Father, be prepared for persecution for their faith, live out their moral life in the context of that supreme collective, the family. Over against such a privatization, Eagleton, like others on the Christian left, refuses to break the link between Christ as exemplar and as political guer, and so the exemplary dimensions of Jesus's life and death become those of an asceticism that stands against a socio-economic evil with ontological depth, that offers a radical transformation, a metanoia in which confession, repentance, and forgiveness are political and collective acts rather than purely private ones. With the weight so heavily on the exemplary political leader, Eagleton's Christology ends up being one with a strong moral code, a political ethics that shows up how Roman Catholic he still is. The Judeo-Christian tradition plucks an ethico-political meaning from the cyclical cult of sacrifice and seasonal round of fertility. The natural now becomes a metaphor for the ethical and historical. 115 And the prime context for the political and collective dimension of Christ the exemplar becomes the Church, ideally a model in its own right of a just society. The problem of the personality cult. In itself, there is nothing particularly wrong with Eagleton's focus on certain Christological metaphors in order to recover Jesus as a political exemplar, apart from the fact that he would like to base such a Christology on the historical Jesus. I do, however, have much deeper misgivings about the need for a Redeemer Gur at all that becomes the model for our own political activity. And that problem is one that has bedeviled the left in terms of the personality cult. Political paradigm, moral exemplar, executed political criminal, forerunner to a better world. Even in these terms, Jesus is still a Redeemer Gur for Eagleton. But the problem with Redeemer Gurs is that embarrassing question of the personality cult. Fidel Castro, Lenin, Che Guevara, Mao Zedong, Stalin, Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg, Emma Goldman, and, of course, Marx himself, no matter how much part of the collective struggle or effort to establish actually existing socialism, have ended up iconic gurs, sources of hope and targets of vili cation. It is not that the personality cult is endemic only to the left, but there is a fundamental problem that arises from Eagleton's Christology. Symptomatic, then, is his criticism of Stalinism in terms of tragedy. Taking Stalinism as the name of paradox, the fact that socialism proved least possible where it was most necessary. 116 He argues that all the best intentions of socialism ip over into a martial and oppressive state due to the fact that socialism emerged only in marginal and impoverished places where it became the means of enforced modernization and not of a step beyond modern capitalism. For Eagleton, Stalinism is the paradox of actually existing socialism, predicated on the fact that no first world country became communist. But let me take a different tack that does not rely on what might have been. And that other way of formulating the problem is, in theological terms, idolatry. In order to get there, let me move via Adorno to the Hebrew Bible. I want to make use here of a criticism I will develop more fully in my chapter on Adorno, namely that Christology itself is the basis of the problem of the personality cult. The 2 points from Adorno's work that I pick up are his ban on images and the inverse logic of Christology. Adorno was to take the ban on any graven image, ficelle or likeness to Muna of God from Exodus 20:4 and Deuteronomy 5:8 and elevate it into the Bilderverbot, the ban on images that becomes the empty center, the non-concept of his aesthetic and utopian theory. But the Bilderverbot is also a ban on idolatry itself. The way such a ban is relevant to Christology comes in the discussion of anti-Semitism in Dialectic of Enlightenment. Here, Adorno and Horkheimer argue not so much that the divinization of Christ enables the divinization of other human beings. Rather, it is precisely the humanization of the Absolute in Christ, God becoming a human being, that facilitates the divinization of human gurs. The argument relies on the Christological motif of the fully human and divine natures of Christ, the meeting of immanence and transcendence in one person. In the same way that we may only arrive at immanence through a radical transcendence, Christ, so also transcendence emerges through absolute immanence, personality cult. The dialectic is vicious: only as God could Jesus become a human being, and only as a complete human being can he be God. Thus, in Christology itself, the more Christ is humanized, the more he becomes a god, that is, an idol. So also with any other human being. Thus, in Eagleton's case, the absence of traditional Christological doctrines such as the two natures of Christ or Trinitarian ponderings pushes his Christology of the executed political criminal inexorably into the dialectical logic of the argument of Horkheimer and Adorno. The political Jesus, exemplar of a revolutionary ethics, whose asceticism, healing of the sick and self-denial of the martyr we can follow as fundamental criticisms of this world and symbols of the world to come, is nothing other than the very human Jesus. Hence the need for a historical Jesus, for observations that he would no doubt have shared the mythological opinion of his age that suffering could be the work of evil spirits. 117 for comments on the limits that indicate his humanity. And so it seems that, in the act putting before us a human, political Jesus, Eagleton unwittingly divinises him all the more. For it is through the most human of his traits that he becomes God. The same logic applies to his reading of the truly tragic nature of Christ's death and resurrection. As I noted earlier, Eagleton makes the perfectly orthodox theological point that Christ's death can only be redemptive if he plumbed the depths of despair, turned out to be an abject failure whose mission had come to naught. Only as fully human can he be divine, only as fully abandoned on the cross can redemption take place. According to the logic that Adorno and Horkheimer identify at the heart of traditional Christological deliberations, Eagleton could not have taken a better path to rendering Christ an idol. Far more effective than trotting out arguments for the divinity of Christ or the Son of God. As long as he is locked into his resolutely Christological reactions, this particular doctrinal history will come back to haunt him. However, Eagleton's passion for Christology and the inherent problem of idolatry is, on one level at least, no different from the left's proclivity to Redeemergers and the cult of the personality. A futile response, it seems to me, is simply to refuse any manifestation of the personality cult, for we will end up in a trap like that of Eagleton. He has, however, taken a step in the right direction. Explicit in Eagleton and implicit in Adorno, the rejection of the long tradition of theology puts a halter on theoretical reaction in the left. Yet Eagleton's strategy of picking up certain elements from that tradition, especially the political Christology that runs through his work, returns to the snares of theological thought itself. What I want to call Adorno's theological suspicion is, to my mind, a much better path to follow. Theology is far too important to shunt off to a siding, both for understanding the history of the left and its theoretical deliberations as well as the issues that continue to vex it, but any engagement requires a decent dose of theological suspicion, wary of the traps that open up all too regularly. An intrinsic Eagleton? The question of ecclesiology. While I am deeply suspicious of Eagleton's valorization of Christology as a model for left politics, one of the most enticing and puzzling features of his work is his liking for the intrinsic and purposeless. As I passed through my argument thus far, the list of items that exist for their own sake, for their own enjoyment or otherwise, grew to include evil, the devil, creation, God, art, literature and humanity. However, I want to ask what is being excluded in Eagleton's espousal of autotelism. To begin with, there is his well-known argument that art replaces religion. From there, I move on to ethics, theology, and Eagleton himself. As for art and religion, in an argument that mutates a little over time, Eagleton argues that art has come to take on many of the functions of religion as the latter declined in the West. Or at least some of art's major proponents felt that it should and could become the religion of a secular age. Thus reverence for the aesthetic replaces a religious transcendence lost in the bleary, disenchanted post-Enlightenment world. Both religion and art are symbolic forms, both distill some of the fundamental meanings of a community, both work by sign, ritual, and sensuous evocation. Both aim to edify, inspire, and console, as well as to confront a depth of human despair or depravity which they can nonetheless redeem by form or grace. Each requires a certain suspension of disbelief, and each links the most intense inwardness to the most unabashedly cosmic of questions. 118. It is not just that art derives in various ways from religious art, argues Eagleton, but that art is in a strong sense the replacement for religion. What does draw my eye in this argument are some crucial slippages and assumptions, and then, ultimately, the defense of religion against art. Religion is, of course, a code word for Christianity, which, in its turn, stands in its second remove as the generalizing term for Roman Catholicism, an easy point to make by now but one that is worth reiterating. As for art itself, Eagleton slips literature in through a trapdoor at various points without drawing undue attention to its arrival. At one level, literature can hardly be separated from the realm of art, but when his examples include Matthew Arnold, Fr. Levis, Coleridge, Joyce, D.H. Lawrence, I.A. Richards, Henry James, and Iris Murdoch, then we cannot help but feel that he is, in fact, speaking about a very specific English tradition that stands in not only for literature in general, but art. What we get by the end of these slippages is not so much an argument that art replaces religion, or at least that some people have tried to do so, but that English literature replaces Christianity. With this in mind, let me return to the Eagleton's infatuation with autonomy. The metaphor of artistic creation has always been latently theological, a reenactment of God's fashioning of the world ex nihilo. And just as the world is autonomous of its creator, which is part of what is meant by calling him transcendent, so the work of art is mysteriously self-generating and self-dependent, conjuring itself up miraculously out of sheer nothingness, obedient to no law but that of its own unique being. 119. Art replaces religion, taking on the mantle of autonomy. One intrinsic self-generating system takes the place of another. Or is that English literature replaces Christianity? The whole equation loses altitude when the lofty universals of art and religion crash down to the peculiar and parochial concerns of one religion and one tradition of literature. The problem here is not merely that the emperor nds his abbey body on ludicrous display, but that the slippage itself, from English and Christianity to art and religion, is part of a deeper universalising logic that best goes under the name of Catholicity. And, of course, both English and Christianity have been at the heart of a global empire on which the sun set not so long ago, the most audacious effort to universalize some curious particulars. What Eagleton misses in this very English discussion is that the burning issue in 18th and 19th century debates that circled around the questions of Christianity, society, and culture was that of morality. With the noticeable decline in Christian observance, marked, as Gramsci noted so astutely, by the fact that Christianity was no longer the untranscendable horizon of culture, commentators struggled to nd something that would provide the moral undergirding for society. For some, without religion chaos would ensue, since there would be no moral codes. For others, a substitute was needed, and one of those suggested was literature, or English. And it was not so much rampant copulation in the streets, theft, arson, and murder of which they were afraid, but the newly conscious masses of the working class. The issue was, then, rather more crowd control, the coercion and persuasion of what Gramsci would call hegemony. The deep debates over morality are a far cry from the autonomous and purposeless nature of both Christianity and English, or even religion and art, on which Eagleton is so keen. But his own defense of religion, which we have come to expect, over against art, literature, and cultural studies, invokes not the inherent uselessness of Christianity but the opposite. For Eagleton, history, mass appeal, ecclesiology, and the robustness of theology put it furlongs beyond art or literature, which turns out to be too delicate, and too impalpable, to be bent to such ambitious ideological ends. 120 Which ends? The rendering of art into a political program, ending in alternative mythology, or even a philosophical anthropology, it is simply not up to the task, being not even half as tough as Christianity, which has been and can be all of these things. In the end, Christianity is a mass phenomenon over against an elitist and marginal one, linking high and low culture, an intelligentsia, and the people, a symbolic and arcane system with the daily lives of millions. One would have to be a dupe to miss Eagleton's unequivocal defense, from history's most astonishingly successful solution. 121 Through no secular cultural project has come even remotely close to matching this extraordinary achievement. 122 To in terms of compass, appeal, and longevity, it is far and away the most important symbolic form which humanity has ever known. 123 In fact, Eagleton comes close to the concern with morality and ethics that taxed intellectuals and commentators a century or two ago. As I have noted at various points above, Eagleton is intensely concerned with ethics from his earliest writings. When he argues that salvation depends on how we create community in the world and not our private love for God, 124 And when he invokes the values of self-sacrifice and martyrdom as a life of service to others, the shift from law to an ethics of the heart, or the values of humility, modesty, meekness, altruism, vision, courage, love, and so forth, all coming under the umbrella of the good in opposition to the powers of evil, and especially his profoundly ethical Christology of the executed political criminal, then everywhere we look we see yet more virtues. And, as far as Eagleton is concerned, Christian theology, especially the brand with which he is familiar, provides by far the best resources for what can only be described as a moral or ethical politics. Yet such an ethical position clanks loudly against his liking for autotelism and the intrinsic nature of God, good, evil and whatnot. Given his liking for the implicitly anti-capitalist position of the uselessness of certain activities, done purely for themselves with no ultimate purpose in mind, his concern with a political ethics constitutes an almost unworkable contradiction. The whole problem comes crashing together in an important discussion of Milton, whose Samson Agonists is a sustained denunciation of God's justice. On a Catholic view, God wills what is good; on a certain Protestant view, things are good because God wills them. 125 Of course the latter position is the end run of autotelism, although characterizing it as Protestant is a little too easy. Pure autotelism removes God from any obligation or relation with anything outside himself. And Eagleton clearly does not like the implications, way beyond our sense of justice and love. God's justice would then be like a tarantula that had some notion of elegance but 1 light years removed from our own. 126 In fact, it produces an entirely arbitrary and capricious God given to a vacuous and tyrannical freedom, one who is beyond rationality and justice since he created it, and, we might add, love, humility, hope and the other virtues, hence Eagleton's preference for the so-called Roman Catholic position, which is itself as much a caricature as that of the Protestant position. It boils down to the point that there are various autotelic items, from evil to art, in which justice and love must be included. And these, it seems, exist apart from God and to them he is beholden. Is God's freedom constrained, then? You cannot have your autotelic cake and eat it too. A compromised autotelism is no autotelism at all. Either God is completely self-sufficient or he is dependent on something else. Eagleton's holding back at the last minute, his unwillingness to pursue autotelism to its logical conclusion, is but a signal of another direction for theology in his work. For, contrary to his assertions, theology does seem to have a distinct usefulness and purpose, from providing life-giving meaning to collective integration. As his own unannounced shove from theology to ecclesiology indicates, theology is not as self-generating or autonomous as it would like to think, or, at least, the God upon which it bases its reactions, and then the universe he created are not self-sufficient. Apart from existing to explicate and direct the beliefs and practices of the faithful faith-seeking understanding, as Anselm would have it, theology is inescapably an ecclesiological activity, its efforts ideally directed towards the vanity of the Church, outside of which it would asphyxiate before too long. As with theology, so also with Eagleton, if theology is not as purposeless as he would like to think, operating in the institutional and political matrix of the Church, then Eagleton theological concerns do not emerge ex nihilo. He is no stranger to the institution itself, having been a founding and then senior editor of the journal Slant in the 1960s, organizer of discussion groups, demonstrations, and a conference or two in the Catholic left, as well as a major contributor to the Slant Manifesto. Indeed, the exploration of the connections between Roman Catholicism and Marxism, along with the political activism of the Catholic left that had Slant at its center, was somewhat controversial in the ferment of the 60s. Hardly unaware of the ruckus they were causing, in fact, it seems as though this turmoil was one of Slant's motives. 127 They were at that stage committed to reforming radically the institution itself. And this is where we end Eagleton's explicit engagement with ecclesiology, when he still felt it necessary to argue why he remained in the Church. 128 By and large, I have operated with the assumption that theology may be understood as the ideology, in all its multifarious manifestations, of the Church. In other words, Eagleton's various theological interventions bear with them an implicit ecclesiology. However, if you dig deeply enough, then an Eagleton vitally concerned with the institution emerges in a number of places, especially in the New Left Church and the last chapter of The Body as Language, which RST appeared as Priesthood and Leninism in 1969 in Slant 5.3, and one of his contributions to the Slant Manifesto, the essay The Roots of the Christian Crisis. Along with his love for the mystery of the Eucharist, his desire to see the Roman Catholic Church transformed from within dissipates like the mist in his later recovery of theology, apart from the odd relic. If anything, Eagleton is more intense than Althusser in his desire for an alliance between radical Roman Catholics and the New Left more generally. 129 If Althusser called on the various fringe groups of the French Roman Catholic Church to join with the Communists, Eagleton and the Slant Group want to remold the Church itself. The Slant Symposium of 7-11 September 1967, subsequently published as From Culture to Revolution, had as its explicit agenda the bringing together of those within and outside the Church. 130 Ecclesiologically, however, Eagleton had two strategies, one an effort to recast the whole notion of priesthood in terms of the Leninist revolutionary vanguard, and the other a historical analysis of the churches, moving beyond the Roman Catholic Church, and revolutionary movements. As far as the latter is concerned, I am intrigued by the pattern of the argument, namely that there is no authentic radical past upon which the Catholic left may draw. As far as the argument itself is concerned, Eagleton falls into the pattern of so many literary critics seeking to write history. Like Raymond Williams, he draws evidence from literature such as that of Dickens, and the references to historical materials are desperately thin, quoting a little too often from one text, K.S. Inglis's Churches and the Working Class in England. What he tries to do is characterize the history of the churches. For once he does seek to deal with most of the Christian churches, and social movements in England in terms of three patterns: the liberal contradiction of seeking to connect with the working classes for their own good on the one hand, and to ensure the church's survival on the other; the anti-institutionalism of so-called Christian socialism, where socialism meant primarily morality, relationships, and the inner life over against structural change; and the problem of conservative radicalism, in which opposition to capitalism was cast in reactionary terms. All of these then become past mistakes from which the Catholic left must learn in order to become authentic radicals. 131 It turns out, then, that the Catholic left and the work of Slant is decidedly new, without precedent. If he had pushed back a little further he might have come across Gerard Winstanley and the Levellers at least, if not Thomas Munzer in Germany. Whether this is true, and it seems not, there is an early glimmer here of what would become Eagleton's infatuation with autotelism, with the Catholic left emerging ex nihilo, without any connection to what had gone before it. And this is a feature that recurs in his arguments for the Bainite of theology for the left many years later, without a whisper of his earlier work. But what of the other ecclesiological fragment, the argument that the priesthood should be understood in terms of Lenin's vanguard? I must confess that, even with Eagleton's caveat, the effort to meet the alarmed or simply amused incredulity likely to be raised 132, it does not count as one of his better arguments, even if we go back to his earlier argument that the priesthood must become democratic. 133 Certainly, it ows from the argument that if the notion of the women of Christology is one of historical and political death and resurrection, and that, if the Church is to become a revolutionary body pointing to a socialist future, then the priesthood may be understood in Lenin's terms. Further, Eagleton is entranced by at least one of the revolutionary priests in Latin America, as the one and only allusion in all of Eagleton's writings to liberation theology in the person of Camilo Torres indicates. 134 And, in the swirl of the 60s, anything seemed possible, from anti-medicine and an anti-hospital in which patients would be able, under democratic participatory controls, to infect one another with germs in order to experience the transcendentally liberating effects of serious disease. 135 To the priesthood as a Leninist vanguard. In the Kondenke of those years, Marxism was, after all, the most elaborated revolutionary theory of our time. 136 There are two parts to Eagleton's argument, that the three-way dialectic between revolutionary vanguard or party, working class rank, and society at large is analogous to that between priesthood, laity and society, and that the priesthood in all its dimensions is a sacrament, a sine of the Church's engagement with history. He will even valorize the discipline and hierarchy of vanguard and priesthood, welded together by obedience and authority. 137 As a necessary feature, although always on guard against becoming a selfing elite rather than a movement at the service of the people. When we get to this point, what he calls the sacrament of order, 138 a hierarchical vanguard that is incongruously necessary for a future freedom in brotherhood, 139 Then his argument begins to break down. The last phrase I quoted betrays all of the problems with such a hierarchical and disciplined body such as the priesthood, celibate, male, self-perpetuating, inherently conservative, not to mention indelibly Roman Catholic. Try as he might, stressing incongruity, fallenness, friction, paradox and withering away, he cannot get around the roadblock that he recognizes a few years earlier. 140 Eagleton would once have argued that, in this respect, the priesthood has failed to live up to his expectations. Now, the fact that he has avoided recycling this argument, preferring to torch any remaining copy of the book as a whole, says enough. Not the most stunning of ecclesiological reactions, no matter how innovative they might have seemed at the time. It is not so strange, then, that his heavy investment in Slant and in the Roman Catholic Church itself should receive such scant mention in his memoir, The Gatekeeper, or that the elaboration in sweet violence of the same argument from the 6th chapter of the Body as language on the political implications of Christ's death and resurrection should give no reference to that earlier text. Yet I do indeed it strange, all the same, that there is only the slightest of allusions in his later work. For the Catholic left and Slant were clearly important for Eagleton, going by the appearance in almost every issue of the journal of one piece or another by him, his role as general editor before it folded, and the listing of his own address at Jesus College, Cambridge, for correspondence concerning editorial matters. In the memoir, there is much on his role as gatekeeper in the convent for enclosed Carmelite nuns, or the liberated sisters in the early heyday of post-Vatican II, his Roman Catholic grammar school or the brief spell at a seminary at the mature age of 13, and especially on the dissonant value of minority Roman Catholics in a Protestant England. On this last matter, he points to the suspicion of the inner glow of private experience and subjectivism, along with the aversion to outward emotion and the Irish passion for the tribe, to the combination of sensuous symbolism and rigorous thought, to the incongruous combination of a deep pessimism about the way things are and a profound hope that they could be immeasurably better. And, like Althusser, he points to the astonishingly easy move from Roman Catholicism to Marxism without the halfway house of liberalism. 141 Now, we might want to disagree with Eagleton's association of minority Roman Catholicism and Marxism in England, for British Marxism has as much if not more dissenting and sectarian Protestantism about it than Roman Catholicism. As Andrew Milner pointed out to me, the habit of bearing witness from the sidelines, whilst denouncing each other as schismatics, was surely passed from the religious to the political sects. Yet, in light of Eagleton's suggestion in The Gatekeeper that, at least for him, the road from Roman Catholicism to Marxism was indeed wide, the dismissive and passing mention of slant looks odd indeed. He devotes more attention to Lawrence Bright, at whose suggestion slant was established and who was on the editorial committee. As for his complete absorption in the Catholic left and slant itself, this is all I could nd. The name of the journal, indeed the very same design, was nally adopted by a porno magazine, which Lawrence spotted one day in a Soho shop window and gleefully circulated to the former editors. Nowadays people write the odd doctoral thesis on the Catholic left, which I suppose is one up from oblivion. 142. Not a bad dismissal, really, along with, years later, when I had some reputation as a leftist theologian. 143 I am less interested in the motives for Eagleton's drawing of the curtain across this crucial element of his past, for favouring his involvement with a far-left political group in the 1970s over the Catholic left, than in the effect it has on his theological reactions that appear also in the memoir. As I have argued above, there is much that the later Eagleton recycles from his earlier theological writings with nary a whisper of reference to those earlier works. They appear as it were out of nothing, fresh and new, a defense of a political or left theology that emerges only late in his work. The almost complete erasure of the politically charged Catholic left that provided the substance of his theological thought, is expressed most clearly in the one sine qua non interest of these later reactions, namely the intrinsic nature of key theological concepts. Autoteleism may then be read as a symptom of this repressed past. And yet, even if the Catholic left and the Roman Catholic Church itself in the turmoil of the 60s were the contexts of most of Eagleton's theological positions, generated out of a desire to reform the Church from within by means of Marxism, 144 this is hardly the context of Eagleton's return to theology at the turn of the millennium. By that time, he had long since left that circumscribed institutional location to become one of the leading Marxist literary and cultural critics. In contrast to his earlier desire to bring Marxism into the Roman Catholic Church, along with the insights of contemporary linguistic theory that characterizes the body as language, the scourge of the establishment seeks to bring theology into the debates within the left. Hence the curiously idealistic image of the Church and theology that appears in these works. Chapter 7. The Conversion of Slavahik. Slavahik has undertaken the monumental task of reinventing the Protestant Reformation within his own writing. Not only does he discover, in a long and convoluted search that gets lost time and again in various cul-de-sacs, the Protestant doctrine of grace, but he also wants to identify its materialist, political core. On the way he desperately tries to discard the Roman Catholic, or should I say, Lacanian, emphasis on ethics, law and love. In what follows, I begin, then, with the challenge that led to Eke's conversion, which I will leave in scare quotes until I can speak about it in more detail. For one who held Christianity and Marxism at the end of each arm, Eke emerges as a proponent of both at the beginning of the new millennium. He does so, I suggest, in response to the challenge posed to him by Judith Butler and Ernesto Laca in Contingency, Hegemony, Universality, 2000. While Butler points out that psychoanalysis cannot provide the basis for a viable politics, particularly because it will constantly raise the issue of the constitutive exception to any political move. Lacan picks up on the highly undeveloped status of Eck's more recent statements in favor of Marxism. And the criticism bites, so much so that it will lead eventually to his double conversion, one to Christ and the other to Marx. While the conversion to Marx, or rather, Lenin, was not possible without the conversion to Christ, or rather, Paul, and vice versa, it is not quite so balanced. Whereas Eck will identify himself openly as a Marxist-Leninist, calling himself a ting materialist like Lenin, one brandishing the membership card of a party that has by and large ceased to exist, he will not make the same move for Christianity, although he does dare an occasional "we Christians" or "true Christians." You will not envy him sneaking off to a reformed worship service, although he would probably spend the afternoon arguing about the sermon with the minister over a glass of wine and a cigar. However, a major reason for his turn to Pauline Christianity is that it enables Eck to get out of the closed circuit of Lacan's psychoanalysis, to dispense in particular with the constitutive exception, no matter how much he might describe such a break in Lacanian terms. As I noted in the previous chapter, Eagleton points to the tension between Eck's Lacanian pessimism and his giddy, optimistic style, not in terms of a necessary tension between two extremities called for in our current situation, but as a compensation. I want to suggest that the tension is even more marked between Lacan and Lenin, although Lenin does not usually come through as a bright and sunny individual. How does Eck get from one to the other? Through the founding gur of Christianity, Paul, a necessary and by no means vanishing mediator who enables the move from one to the other. Yet he does not get quite so far in the initial responses to Butler and Lacan, for he must negotiate the insistent challenge from Alain Badiou. Although he will eventually draw the means of the breakout from Badiou's book on Paul, in his initial engagement with Badiou, Eck focuses on the challenge Badiou poses for psychoanalysis. And that challenge is that psychoanalysis deals, however well, with our everyday world full of quotidian exploitation, political disappointment, and fundamental injustice. In Badiou's terms, this is the order of being, while, in Lacan's terms, it is the intertwining of law and desire, terms that are, in fact, those of Paul as well, as we saw in my discussion of Eagleton. For Badiou, the truth event, his reading of Paul's absolute emphasis on grace, inexplicably breaks into this order of being, enabling the militant revolutionary movement of which Paul's early Christians are the prime model. Paul is, then, the revolutionary gur to whom Badiou reaches. Back beyond Lenin. Two Eck will later move the other way, from Paul to Lenin, but what I focus on in this section is the nature of Eck's response to Badiou, particularly in the ticklish subject. He will answer Badiou in terms of the constitutive exception, every effort at emancipation, every cause, Eck's preferred term for the truth event, has to face up to the constitutive exception, to the underside that both enables the cause to get underway in the RST place and hobbles it every step of the way. And this argument renders Eck unable to take up a distinct political position, however much he may wish to do so. What also interests me here is the way Eck neglects other elements of Badiou's work, particularly his discussion of materialist grace, to which Eck returns only much later. But what of the conversion? I cast this unapologetically in Protestant terms, namely the gradual and halting realization of the implications of the theological notion of grace. The crucial distinction here will be that between ethics and gospel, or law and grace, Pauline terms, although I will dispense with Eck's thundering capitals for these theological terms. Time and again Eck will glimpse the materialist and political possibilities of grace, only to slip back into the realm of ethics and the law. Again, Badiou will be important, more for what Eck misses. Initially, Eck comes out squarely on the side of ethics, like Eagleton, and gets caught in the cul-de-sac of love, but then, later, he attempts to correct this slide into moralising by kicking the lever over onto the gospel itself. In order to locate a materialist version of grace, Eck now leaves Lacan, however reluctantly, in the care of the ethicists and philosophers of love, and hitches a ride with Lenin where revolutionary grace can nourish. For reasons that will become clear, this part of Eck's argument one of the most intriguing and promising. Unlike some of the other critics dealt with in this book, Eek has no discernible past in any church, nor do buried theological texts threaten to turn up at any moment in some second-hand bookstore on the wrong side of the railway lines. What we have instead is a plate full of later arguments, a brimming political argument placed squarely on my desk before me. So my task shifts from reading forgotten and actively neglected works to material that is very much part of theoretical political debate at the moment. I am interested in 4 main texts by Eek and 1 by Elaine Badiou. The Fragile Absolute is, in many respects, the RST part of a longer work in which On Belief is the second part, the one Roman Catholic, the other Protestant. The Puppet and the Dwarf is a bit of a mix, summarizing the previous 2 books in consecutive chapters and laying out some gaps, except for the NAL and somewhat unwitting step in the path to a materialist grace. 3 along with Elaine Badiou's St. Paul, the Foundation of Universalism, for these books form the fulcrum on which my argument will turn. But then, since Eek's many volumes may well be read as one continuous text, cut off arbitrarily due to the material limits of paper publication, the subject of the next monograph usually appears towards the close of the preceding one. For this reason, I will include in this gathering the ticklish subject and the dialogues with Lacan and Butler in contingency, hegemony, universality. The darkness of Lacan, the challenge of Butler and Lacan. To put it as bluntly as possible, it seems to me that Eek emerges as a political writer only after the exchange with Ernesto Lacan and Judith Butler in contingency, hegemony, universality, and that dispensing the murk of his political credentials in terms of Leninist Marxism could happen only with and by means of Paul. The second point I will explore in the following sections on Badiou and materialist grace, for it seems to me that it is specifically Badiou's Paul that enables, eventually and with much hesitation, the crucial move for Eek, the ability to move out of the illuminating but ultimately closed circle of Lacan's theory in order to become a political writer. But that is jumping the gun, for my interest here is with the RST point. Judith Butler's criticism is that the Lacanian constitutive exception, the excluded item that is, in fact, the basis of the system in question, closes down any possibility of taking a political position. In response to Butler, Eek voices some quite traditional Marxist categories: class con ICT, mode of production, the overarching presence of capitalism, and he comes in for a beating at the hands of Lacan for this move. But Eek has not always been so openly Marxist. In fact, up until the exchange, Eek always distanced himself from Marxism. It was the subject of jokes or illustrations of a particular Lacanian point, usually in terms of the old communist regimes in the former Yugoslavia or USSR, or in anecdotes about the personal lives of Marx and Engels. Eek did, after all, hail from a former communist country, and so it would not do to identify too closely with the old guard, hence his running for president for a liberal reform party. But let me pick up Judith Butler's challenge to Eek. Lacanian psychoanalysis in the end closes down any possibility for what is new, for a viable politics beyond capitalism. At 2 points in her RST contribution to the dialogues, Butler comes back to the argument that psychoanalysis forbids any step out of the system, that the way Eek's dialectic works is to generate an impasse at the very point where such a break opens up. Firstly, on the question of hegemony, she recognizes the astuteness of Eek's many recyclings of this move, which, as I have pointed out above, relies on the notion that the remainder or surplus, or conversely the lack, that which is left out, comes to be crucial for the construction and viability of whatever is in question. Given that hegemony is not so much a description of the status quo but rather an inquiry into the means of political change, the key issue is that of opposition to domination. But, according to the Hegelian and Lacanian logic that Eek employs, what happens is that that very point of opposition is the instrument through which domination works, and that we have unwittingly enforced the powers of domination through our participation in its opposition. 5. Butler is puzzled, throwing a series of questions at Eek that all hinge on the impossibility of political action from within a Lacan read in terms of Hegel. But where does one go from here, she asks. Does the exposition of an aporia, even a constitutive aporia at the level of the linguistic performative, work in the service of a counter-hegemonic project? 6. Or, quite directly, where is the possibility of something new, especially in a social and political direction? In fact, what Eke does, suggests Butler, is pursue the other dimension of hegemony, namely the myriad ways in which consent operates, particularly to what constrains and limits us. But what remains less clear to me is how one moves beyond such a dialectical reversal or impasse to something new. How would the new be produced from an analysis of the social eld that remains restricted to inversions, aporias, and reversals that work regardless of time and place? Do these reversals produce something other than their own structurally identical repetitions? 7. Butler's questions concern not only the closed circle of Lacanian analysis, in which the break to something new is but another way we are contained within the system, but also the perpetual suspension of the domains of politics and history in the structures of Lacanian thought. In other words, how can Eke conceive of a viable politics that seeks to have some historical impact and that remains within the aspirations of the left? My argument here is that St. Paul, initially via Badiou, provides Eke with the beginnings of an answer, one that will set him on a path to Lenin. But, RST, in the dialogues Eke responds with a series of points that Butler has misunderstood Lacan on certain points, that the opposition between a structural, ahistorical Lacan and the historical arena of politics is highly problematic, that we should not succumb to a premature historicizing, that Lacan's arguments have a distinctly historical and political dimension to them, but what is noticeable here is that Butler's criticism bites. Compared to his earlier texts, Eke writes with a far greater political urgency, sounding more like Jameson than the monogamous Lacanian mass cultural aesthete, if such a thing is possible, of some of his earlier material. In the dialogues, Marx is far less the one who sits in the background amongst the jesters or NDS himself usurped by Lacan, rather, he is the initial means for Eke seeking to respond to the criticisms and become far more directly political. Now, for Eke, that which is left out, the unnameable and unrepresentable ground of the political possibilities both Butler and Lacan explore, the conditions for the dispersed and shifting postmodern political subjectivities, the background to Lacan's historical narrative of the move from essentialist Marxism to the contingent politics of postmodernism, or to Butler's account of the shift from sexual essentialism to contingent sexual formation, is capitalism itself. Or, rather, what we have here is not a simple epistemological process but part of the global change in the very nature of capitalist society. 9. Is this a much more political Lacan? In fact, it is straight Marxist theory illuminated by Lacan. The real has become that which refuses to be historicized, the stages of capitalism, and politicized, the economy, which simply cannot be changed. What he is after is not the incompletion within a particular horizon but the exclusion that constitutes the horizon itself. For all his detailed response to Butler's criticisms, her point remains valid, it seems to me. Despite all these attempts to correct her perception of psychoanalysis and even of Hegel, the question concerning the political possibilities of Lacanian psychoanalysis remains. As Butler points out in her second essay, Eke connates Lacan and Marx, capitalism becomes both the occluded and unrepresentable real of hegemonic struggles and the specie background of those struggles. Or, in his effort to patch Lacan into a Marxist framework, Eke argues that capitalism is the primary condition for hegemony and that the subject as lac is the primary condition, without any explanation as to how these two primary conditions, the one historicist and the other formalist, relate to each other. 10. In other words, when he wants to make a political point, Eke turns to Marx, Lacan has to tee in somehow. Lacan makes a similar point, although in more detail. Somewhat nonplussed by Eke's overt Marxism in the dialogues, he writes, I think that Eke's political thought suffers from a certain combined and uneven development. While his Lacanian tools, together with his insight, have allowed him to make considerable advances in the understanding of ideological processes in contemporary societies, his strictly political thought has not advanced at the same pace, and remains XED in very traditional categories. 11. Lacan castigates him for taking terms acritically from the Marxist tradition, or more precisely from the writings of Marx himself and from the period of the Russian Revolution, without any awareness of the subsequent debates. An intellectual history of the terms, Gramsci, Trotsky, Austro-Marxism, and so on. Lacan cites the questions of ideology, class, and capitalism, suggesting that Eck's assertions have little argument to back them up, and that even then they are, at best, highly troubled. As far as Lacan is concerned, the Marxist categories come as a collective deus ex machina to render his Lacanian framework political, the obverse of Butler's take, but the point is the same. Lacan is, of course, much more enamored with deconstruction than Eck, and he is suspicious of any Marxist category that has not gone through the deconstructionist grinder. But the point remains, Eck's discourse is schizophrenically split between a highly sophisticated Lacanian analysis and an insufficiently deconstructed traditional Marxism. 12 Eck's problem as it emerges in the dialogues lies, I would suggest, in the ambiguity over the cure provided by psychoanalysis. To put it crudely, whereas Freud explicitly sought an end to the analytic process, worrying when such a process failed, as with Dora, for Lacan the possibility of the end remained an open question. Would the analyse and nally be cured, or was psychoanalysis a process without end? As Eck point out in The Ticklish Subject, for Lacan, psychoanalysis is not psychosynthesis, there is no new harmony, no new beginning for the subject. Instead, the desired moment is the void, a wiping the slate clean. 13 However, at the point of the dialogues with Butler and Lacan, he pursues two options. The RST is to place the problem within Lacan's own development. 14 Thus, the later Lacan devalues the paternal function and the importance of the Oedipal con-ICT and stresses that paternal authority is an imposture, a temporary stabilization. If the early Lacan was given to conservative cultural criticism, then the later Lacan, especially from the 1960s, seeks a way out of this framework, to show that paternal authority, the symbolic order, is a fraud. This is the Lacan of the real, which shows up the fragility of every symbolic constellation, that every historical duration of the limit of the real is always susceptible to radical breakdown and overhaul. And what is this real? Capitalism itself. In other words, Lacan himself recognized the problem Butler identifies within his own theory, and his shift to emphasize the real is his effort to deal with the problem of the closed circuit. But note what has happened here, the real is capitalism. Even in the very discussion of Lacan, Eck's second and preferred option for dealing with the problem of both Butler and Lacan shows itself, namely the juxtaposition of Marx and Lacan. But Eck will need to do more than throw Lacan and Marx together, rather than Lacan turning out to be a Marxist, or indeed Marx a Lacanian avant la lettre, some mediation between them will need to come into play. In response to Lacan's criticism that he is insufficiently aware of the Marxist tradition, Eck will become a Leninist. But, as I have suggested, the step to Lenin, which is, at the same time, the necessary mediation between Lacan and Marx, is Alain Badiou's reading of Paul. Although Eck relies on Badiou in his post-conversion books, The Fragile Absolute and On Belief, the mediation is already in place by the time of the dialogues, although Eck does not utilize it at that point. I refer, of course, to the introduction of Badiou's Paul in The Ticklish Subject. Of Truth, Events and Sundry Matters, the challenge of Badiou. Eck needs Christianity, or more specifically Paul and the New Testament to crack the shell of Lacan. And Badiou gives him the strength to so do. Although he refers to Badiou at various points in his earlier works, 15 only with The Ticklish Subject, Eck's RST effort at a militantly political book, 16 does Badiou come to the fore. In Eck's search for the unacknowledged kernel 17 of the Cartesian cogito in the book as a whole, Badiou becomes the prime exhibit of the post-Althusserians, those who developed their theories of the subject by touching base with Althusser but then moving on. But what happens here, and this is crucial, is that Eck will still try to absorb Badiou into Lacan, and when he will not, then Lacan will do Badiou one better. Eck needs to do this, for now at least, since the problem Badiou raises is whether psychoanalysis is not able to provide the foundation of a new political practice. 18. In other words, in Eck's eyes, Badiou challenges him directly with the problem raised by Butler, namely whether psychoanalysis remains within the conness of that which is, the normal functioning of things, and cannot provide any possibility of the new. This is how Eck formulates the challenge. For Badiou, what psychoanalysis provides is insight into the morbid intertwining of life and death, of law and desire, an insight into the obscenity of the law itself as the truth of the thought and moral stance that limit themselves to the order of being and its discriminatory laws. As such, psychoanalysis cannot properly render thematic the domain beyond the law, that is the mode of operation of delighty to the truth event. The psychoanalytic subject is the divided subject of the symbolic law, not the subject divided between law, which regulates the order of being, and love, as delighty to the truth event. 19. Now, such a quotation risks fading into the mists of obscurity, for it relies upon a whole panoply of Badiou's philosophical and theological terminology. But it is useful both as the recognition by Eck of the fundamental challenge to any Lacanian politics and as a summary of the terms and categories that are important for Eck's engagement with Badiou. Even with outlining in the content of the various terms in the quotation, the distinctions and relationships between them are quite clear. Distinctions exist between the order of being and the truth event, law and love, life and death, law and desire, and the doubly split subject. The order of being is the realm of the law, or, rather, the law regulates this order, whereas the truth event is characterized by love, that which produces delighty to the truth event. I will return to this point below, for it is a slight misreading of Badiou. Another term has crept in here, namely trust or delighty, faith, but I will put that aside. The order of being is the writhing mass of law and desire, and life and death. These related but different distinctions come out of Badiou's exegesis of Paul's letter to the Romans, especially the 7th chapter. I will dispense with the quaint st for Paul that Eck and Badiou insist on using. The challenge for Eck is that psychoanalysis, according to Badiou and as we saw, Butler as well, although in her own terms is of the domain of being, of the law, and its inextricable relation with desire, life and death. It cannot provide any insight into the domain beyond the law, namely the truth event, which, for Badiou, is the location of the political act and subject. As for the subject, we have here a double split. One, the split subject of psychoanalysis, in Badiou's terms, the subject caught in the tensions of law and desire, and the other the split political subject of Paul's thought, the one caught between the law and love, between being and truth event. Let us explore these terms a little further, all the while watching for the way Eck responds to the challenge from Badiou. The key lies with Badiou's distinction between being and event. Being concerns the state of things. It is the realm of knowledge, of ontology, and mathematics proper. Badiou is also a mathematician, and the mathematical problem with which being is concerned is the relationship between the one and the multiple. Being comprises the pure multiple, as well as the endless multitude of everyday experience and the ability to structure, or count that experience as one, in terms of society, culture, politics, and so on. Without going into the distinctions between situation, the state of the situation, the state of things, the reduplication of symbolization that leads both to the void, the realm of the pure multiple before symbolization, and the two forms of excess, Badiou's notion of being is a complex and detailed way of speaking about the status quo. From the midst of the multiplicity of being bursts forth the event, emerging from another realm entirely unforeseen, unpredictable, outside the realm of knowledge. The event is localized, specific and contingent. It comprises the truth for a particular situation. There is only one truth, but it is specific. It can only be seen, from the welter of everyday life and experience, as springing from the void, but, in doing so, it uncovers the excesses and repressions of the situation. The favored example here is the French Revolution, an event that could not be predicted from the social, political, and economic mix of French society, and yet an event that exposed the lie of the ancien regime. However, there is no such thing as an event pure and simple, for it needs the perception and symbolization of those who follow, a naming of the event that constitutes it as an event, a goal, a political operator that takes the form of militant groups, and the subject. The subject is the agent who, on behalf of the truth event, intervenes in the historical multiple of the situation and discerns/identities in its signs effects of the event. What denies the subject is his delighty to the event. The subject comes after the event and persists in discerning its traces within his situation. 20. Paul is this agent, this subject, the one who names the truth event, for it can be a truth event only after the fact, after the event has been inscribed into language. For Badiou, Paul provides the primary example of the functioning of the truth event. Eck, however, drops one of Badiou's main emphases. Paul is a militant guru 21 who writes occasional pieces, letters, militant documents, 22 intervening in debates within the new groups he established. In fact, what attracts Badiou to Paul is not merely that he acts like a militant involved in a militant political group, the early Christians, but that he is the militant par excellence, the one who sets the agenda for subsequent members of the group. Given that Eck is, after all, writing a militant political book, it passing strange that he should abandon Paul the militant. Rather, Paul is an interpreter of an enigmatic event that could never have happened. He provides the interpreting intervention. 23 The act of one who speaks from a subjectively engaged position. 24 To an external observer, the event remains uncertain, it is not clear that there has been an event at all. The resurrection, of course, provides the best instance, and so the engaged subject, the intervener, is marked by his delighty to the event, working tirelessly to discern signs of the event and persuade others as to its truth. If the event itself is murky to an external observer, then the language of naming and formulating the truth event is meaningless from the same perspective. Christian theology, with its terminology of the incarnation and resurrection, of the return of Christ and the last judgment of God and his acts in the world, seems no more than the arcane projections of human beings themselves, pointlessly developing fantasies that relate to no objective reality. But then why do Paul and the other early Christians devote themselves so passionately to such an apparently empty cause? As Eck points out, for Badiou, Paul provides not merely the ultimate but the founding instance of the truth event. Yet it is not the content itself, the resurrection, that is the key, but the formal conditions of the truth procedure. He provides is the RST detailed articulation of how delighty to a truth event operates in its universal dimension, the excessive, surnumeraire real of a truth event, resurrection, that emerges by grace, i.e. cannot be accounted for in the terms of the constituents of the given situation, sets in motion, in the subjects who recognize themselves in its call, the militant work of love, that is, the struggle to disseminate, with persistent delighty, this truth in its universal scope, as concerning everyone. 25. There are two elements of this quotation that will turn out to be crucial in Eck's search for a materialist concept of grace. First, the form of Paul's articulation of the truth event is more important than the content. Very early in his book, Badiou makes it clear that he is interested in the formal possibilities, the general procedure of Paul's act and position rather than any fabulous content. If there has been an event, and if truth consists in declaring it and then in being faithful to this declaration, two consequences follow. First, since truth is evental, or of the order of what occurs, it is singular. Second, truth being inscribed on the basis of a declaration that is in essence subjective, no preconstituted subset can support it. Nothing communitarian or historically established can lend its substance to the process of truth. It is offered to all, or addressed to everyone, without a condition of belonging being able to limit this offer, or this address. 26. Yet, for Badiou, the strength of Paul's central claim that Jesus is resurrected is that it is pure fable, that it is not tied to any element of the earthly life of Jesus, or, more generally, any historical conditions or causes. It is not falsy, able or variable in terms of the order of fact, that is, it is not even a miracle. The formal strength of Paul's act allows him to structure a subject devoid of identity and suspended to an event whose only proof lies precisely in its having been declared by a subject. 27 In other words, Paul's breakthrough the contingency and particularity of the universal lies precisely in the subject without identity, through the event, the resurrection that can be known and named only by a subject, and the law without support, grace. Here, we come across a curious slippage in Badiou's text. If he does not need a historical Jesus, unlike Eagleton, then he very much wants a historical Paul. 28. The effort to construct something resembling a biography of the militant Paul relies on the 6 authentic letters, forgetting Philemon in the process, but at the same time eliding the scholarly Paul of the authentic letters and the historical individual himself, apart from the extraordinary exception of the account of Paul's conversion on the road to Damascus in the book of Acts. Indeed, the brackets of his assertion are telling, if, as we believe, in this particular instance one can, for once and once only, trust that fabricated biography of Paul that the New Testament presents under the title Acts of the Apostles. 29. One cannot help asking why the experience and naming of the truth event must be wrested from the realm of fable, the fabricated biography of Acts, while the event so named, the resurrection, must by definition remain RMLY in that realm. What of Eke's response to the resurrection? He is much more embarrassed by the resurrection than Badiou. He needs to banish, as it were, the content in order to allow the form to shine all the more brightly. Eke speaks of the resurrection in terms of a semblance of a truth event, one that is not based upon an actual event. It is a fable, a regression into obscurantism to insist on such supernatural miracles. Badiou himself does not speak of it in this way. The resurrection may not be open to scientific verification, but it is, in Paul's articulation, a genuine truth event that is eons away from what he calls the pseudo-event. In fact, a little earlier, Eke follows Badiou rather closely, using the clearest examples of the October Revolution and Nazism to differentiate truth event and pseudo-event. The difference? The Nazis appeared to change everything so that they could save capitalism, keeping the situation fundamentally the same, whereas the Russian Revolution undermined and overthrew the foundations of capitalism, putting the lie to the situation in which the revolution arose. The key, then, is the way the event relates to its situation rather than anything inherent to the event itself. However, when he gets to the resurrection and Paul, Eke can see nothing but a semblance, a fake. The paradox is, then, that the paradigm of the truth event should be based upon such a semblance. Eke pushes Badiou on this question, now comparing the fake of the resurrection with the Nazi pseudo-event. In the same way that Heidegger was seduced by a fake event, so also was Paul. Rather than rendering Badiou's argument meaningless for him, there is a clear demarcation between a truth event and a pseudo-event. Eke suggests that the pseudo-event may point to the actual function of the truth event. As a purely formal act of decision, the actuality of the event becomes irrelevant. One's faith in the event itself remains, a matter of religious commitment that lies beyond any argument for or against the veracity of the event. As for the second element of the quotation above from the ticklish subject, I am intrigued by the parenthetical comment on grace, i.e. cannot be accounted for in the terms of the constituents of the given situation. 30. I will speak more about grace in the next section, for the main issue in Eke's effort to develop a distinct political position is the search for a materialist notion of grace. He is, of course, echoing Badiou's language here. Eke does not write of the entirely undeserved gift of salvation, the eruption of God's love for inexplicable reasons, but of the inability to account for grace in known terms. Now, even at a formal level, this is vital, since it will become the means by which Eke himself is able to take up a properly political position. What I mean is that Eke gradually works himself out of the closed circle of psychoanalysis not merely through Badiou and Paul but quite specifically through the theological category of grace. In the same way that grace is inexplicable, entirely from outside the system, so also Eke will turn to Lenin in order to provide some political bite. This is the content with which he will replace the theological content of grace. I have, of course, willfully read Eke's comment in a particular way, for in his discussion of Badiou and the ticklish subject he attempts to keep him within his overarching Lacanianism. However, the parentheses I discussed in the previous paragraph are telling, for they constitute a tier in the fabric that will become all-important. For now, Eke brings to bear his usual panoply of Lacanian categories, and this parenthetical comment can, of course, be roped into those categories as well. Thus, grace, the truth event named by Paul, turns out to be the intrusion of the traumatic real that shatters the predominant symbolic texture. 31 In fact, Paul and Lacan are inseparable in Ike's discussion, for it is Badiou's challenge to psychoanalysis, via Paul, that Ike must meet. Thus far, I have really been concerned with the primary opposition with which I began this section, namely between being and truth event. What of the other categories, of life and death, law and desire/sin, law and love, and the double split of the subject? Badiou takes these distinctly Pauline categories and structures the realms of being and truth event in their terms. 32 Thus, death belongs to the order of being, once we understand that death is not biological death but a subjective stance, the way of the Esh that does not know the truth event of the resurrection of Christ. The subjective stance of life, therefore, is living in light of the truth event, the life of the spirit that very much includes one's own body, no Platonic distinctions for Paul. And so we get the wonderful play on these terms in Paul's insistence that one must die to this life, to sin or the life of the Esh, in order to gain eternal life and thereby overcome the other, physical, death. This position leads Badiou to dissociate death and resurrection as sharply as Paul separates law and grace. According to Badiou, the resurrection is the key to Paul's truth event, so that Christ's death becomes a minor issue, one that merely informs us that God became a human being. There is no necessary connection between Christ's death and resurrection. The resurrection is the truth event, the eruption of the new, without any Hegelian mediation of the negative. The law also, understood by Paul in the full sense of the Torah, the law of the Hebrew Bible, also structures the order of being, the way life operates in its normal, everyday sense. Thus we have a cosmos regulated by laws and knowledge, and society kept together by a web of prohibitions. Ike insists in the ticklish subject on setting the law up against love, which then becomes characteristic of the truth event, or rather, delighty to it. I am going to come back to this in a moment, for it sets him on the way to the fragile absolute as he conveniently forgets that Paul's primary opposition is between law and grace. For now, it is the RST split of the subject that intrigues me, namely that between law and desire. This split subject is caught in the order of being, the realm of the Esh, of law, death, and sin. In fact, sin becomes the autonomous life of desire, brought to life by the law. It is also, for Badiou, the point at which psychoanalysis touches Paul most closely. 33 And thereby the point where Ike must answer him. And so we get Romans 7, with its entwinement of law and sin, the subject of the law and his conscious ego, prohibition and desire, the tension of the desires themselves, conscious obedience and unconscious transgression, in short psychoanalytic jouissance. Or, as Badiou puts it with regard to Romans 7, all of Paul's thinking here points towards a theory of the subjective unconscious, structured through the opposition life/death. 34 Following Badiou, Ike puts Romans 7 in the foreground, for it brings out starkly Badiou's objection. I quote it in full, 35. What then shall we say? That the law is sin? By no means. Yet, if it had not been for the law, I should not have known sin. I should not have known what it is to covet if the law had not said, "You shall not covet." But sin, ending opportunity in the commandment, wrought in me all kinds of covetousness. Apart from the law sin lies dead. I was once alive apart for the law, but when the commandment came, sin revived, and I died. The very commandment which promised life proved to be death to me. For sin, ending opportunity in the commandment, deceived me and by it killed me. So the law is holy, and the commandment is holy and just and good. Did that which is good, then, bring death to me? By no means. It was sin, working death in me through what is good, in order that sin might be shown to be sin, and through the commandment might become sinful beyond measure. We know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. I do not understand my own actions. For I do not do what I want. But I do the very thing I hate. Now if I do what I do not want, I agree that the law is good. So then it is no longer I that do it, but sin which dwells within me. For I know that nothing good dwells within me, that is, in my I can will what is right, but I cannot do it. For I do not do the good I want, but the evil I do not want is what I do. Now if I do what I do not want, it is no longer I that do it, but sin which dwells within me. So I indeed it to be a law that when I want to do right, evil lies close at hand. For I delight in the law of God, in my inmost self, but I see in my members another law at war with the law of my mind and making me captive to the law of sin which dwells in my members. Wretched man that I am! Who will deliver me from this body of death? Romans 7:7-24. The anti-dialectical Badiou pushes this text and others to a radical opposition between law and grace, but he must dispense with Paul's comments that the law is holy and good and just and spiritual, and that sin is at fault rather than the law itself. Eck omits verses 12:14 and 19:24, while Badiou neglects verse 24. However, I am not so much interested in the validity or otherwise of Badiou's exegesis, nor even in offering a detailed exegesis of the text myself, no matter how tempting that may be, but in the challenge it poses to Eck. This is why I let the quotation run on to the question in verse 24, who will deliver us from this body of death? Soon afterwards, Eck quotes Lacan's gloss on this passage from Romans 7. Is the law the thing? Certainly not. Yet I can only know of the thing by means of the law. In effect, I would not have had the idea to covet it if the law hadn't said, "Thou shalt not covet it." But the thing ends away by producing in me all kinds of covetousness thanks to the commandment, for without the law the thing is dead. But even without the law, I was once alive. But when the commandment appeared, the thing art up, returned once again, I met my death. And for me, the commandment that was supposed to lead to life turned out to lead to death, for the thing found a way and thanks to the commandment seduced me, through it I came to desire death. I believe that for a little while now some of you at least have begun to suspect that it is no longer I who have been speaking. In fact, with one small change, namely, thing for sin, this is the speech of St. Paul on the subject of the relations between the law and the sin in the Epistle to the Romans, chapter 7, paragraph 7. The relationship between the thing and the law could not be better denoted than in these terms. The dialectical relationship between desire and the law causes out desire to our up only in relation to the law, through which it becomes the desire for death. It is only because of the law that sin takes on an excessive, hyperbolic character. Freud's discovery, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, does it leave us clinging to that dialectic. 36. Analogous to the question of Paul who will deliver us from this body of death. Eck makes much more of Lacan's question, Freud's discovery, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, does it leave us clinging to that dialectic? Paul is, of course, much clearer about the answer, as the verses that immediately precede Romans 7:7 make clear. We must die to the law through the body of Christ so that we serve not under the old written code but in the new life of the Spirit. 37. It is none other than Badiou's truth event, the lightning bolt that breaks up the order of being and scatters the writhing mass of law/desire. In Eck's terms, this is where the second division of the subject comes to the fore, for the RST split subject, the one torn between desire and its prohibition, is actually part of the way of death, and the law. The more fundamental division now comes into play as the way of life, spirit, and love overcomes the former. Or, in Badiou's, the Denning split is between being and the truth event itself. But what of Lacan? How does he answer his own question, which might be paraphrased as, is there an end to psychoanalysis? Before we turn to Eck's response, let me point out Badiou's own comment that Eck seems to neglect. Writing of Paul's insistence that the Christ event brings the believer to the moment of weakness, the identikation as the refuse or offscouring of the world, Badiou quotes 1 Corinthians 4:13, he then turns to Lacan. One will note consonance with certain Lacanian themes concerning the ethics of the analyst. At the end of the treatment, the latter must, similarly, consent to occupy the position of refuse so that the analysand may endure some encounter with his or her real. 38. For Badiou's Paul, that real is the object of Christian discourse, namely the pure event itself, that which has no grounding in any known system. In other words, the resurrection is the real because it is not real, it is mere fable. 39. However close this might be to Lacan, for Eck, it is all too positive, he will charge Badiou with both Platonism and Kantianism. The fundamental difference is that, for Badiou, this real breaks down all that has gone before, being, and constitutes a radically new subjectivity. For Eck, however, the real is that which simultaneously threatens and sustains both the order of being, or the symbolic, and anything new that might arise. Badiou's truth event will fall foul of the real, it will simply not be able to break free. Let me return to the question of the end of psychoanalysis in order to explicate Eck's response more fully. His eye to the possibility of the end of psychoanalysis is less than condent, a little too close to a nay. At RST he brings forth the ethical maxim ne pas céder sur son désir, do not give up on your desire, although he needs to read any desire here not as transgressive desire generated by the law, as the desire that generates jouissance, but as the ethical duty to be faithful to desire itself. Not so happy with such an answer, he passes quickly to the next, which is that psychoanalysis ultimately seeks to wipe the slate clean, to confront a void, a moment of negativity that both opens up the possibility of something radically new, the cause or the truth event, and yet holds a question mark over it. The crucial moment for Lacan is, therefore, death. What death stands for at its most radical is not merely the passing of earthly life, but the night of the world, the self-withdrawal, the absolute contraction of subjectivity, the severing of links with reality. 40. In psychoanalytic terms, the zone beyond the mess of law and desire is the death drive. In his perpetual effort to explicate a particular point of Lacan, Eck stacks one description on top of another. The death drive functions beyond the status quo, it is the necessary obverse of any truth event, the void that is much more fundamental than that truth event. The uncanny domain beyond the order of being is what he calls the domain between the two deaths, the pre-ontological domain of monstrous spectral apparitions, the domain that is immortal. 41. For Lacan, this is the lamella, the amoeba-like libido, immortal, irrepressible, indestructible, a living organ that does not exist. 42. Lacan is a little more ipant than Eck, who wants to dig into the horrible rotting heap that constitutes the end of psychoanalysis, the break from what Badiou calls the order of being. Like Eagleton, Eck throws out terms and phrases in order to gain yet another angle on this disgusting clot that seems to clog any possibility of Badiou's truth event, indivisible remainder, little piece of the real, surplus enjoyment, scum of humanity, the excrement that fell out of God's anus. This is man according to Martin Luther, or, more bluntly, and in an echo of Eagleton, a mere piece of shit. 43. Unlike Eagleton, or indeed Badiou and Butler, Eck would like to take his stand with psychoanalysis, at this point at least, and so he edges ever closer to what I will discuss in more detail in the next section, namely the constitutive exception. If he has been skirting this leitmotif of his work with the void that is the end of psychoanalysis, the breakout of the vicious circle of law and desire, with perhaps an occasional hint, the void always hangs over any new beginning, any cause or truth event. It rings out clearly when he gets to the subject. For Badiou, Paul is the political subject par excellence, the agent who names the truth event and constitutes a group of followers marked by their delight to the truth event. For Eck, however, the subject is constituted by a double bind, the effort to LL the ontological gap sustains that very gap. Subjectivity is a name for this irreducible circularity, for a power which does not ght an external resisting force, say, the inertia of the given substantial order, but an obstacle that is absolutely inherent, which ultimately is the subject itself. 44. In the end, Eck opts for a thoroughly dialectical position, no truth event without its obscene obverse, no subject without the gap that the subject sustains in the very act of attempting to overcome it, and, Butler would argue, no historical and progressive political act without the ahistorical bar that destabilizes it. For Badiou, this is a betrayal of the truth event, an indolity that denies the contingent emergence of the subject through the truth event. The upshot of all this, particularly on the political register at which Eek is operating, is a negative one. Suspicious of Badiou's notion of the Platonic truth event, Eek offers a warning that drains the enthusiasm of any political movement. If there is an ethico-political lesson of psychoanalysis, it consists in the insight into how the great calamities of our century, from the Holocaust to the Stalinist disaster, are not the result of our succumbing to the morbid attraction of this beyond but, on the contrary, the result of our endeavor to avoid confronting it and to impose the direct rule of the truth and/or goodness. 45. In his debates with Butler and Lacan, Eek perpetually returned to this point, although with myriad variations. More fundamental than any political act, or truth event, is the yawning void, the moment of radical negativity that destabilizes any act. So what is the authentic political act? It is one that engages at the level of the constitutive exception itself. And, for Eek, this is none other than the real, and so an authentic act can only be negative, one that is unnameable and innomable. Or, to put it in Badiou's terms, the event itself simultaneously structures the order of being at the same time that it destabilizes it. Less the break from being, the event is the traumatic moment that enables being itself. Eek always risks disappearing into the ether of theory, but the NAL point is crucial for the next step of Eek's search for a political position. I cannot help but feel that Eek is almost at a dead end with the unnameable political act that intervenes in the realm of the real. I hardly need to point out that he is still locked into the Lacanian universe, which manifests itself in the form of his argument. For any position that someone may put up, there is always a more fundamental element upon which such a position relies. The position in question, here Badiou's, thereby becomes a mode of avoiding or screening what is in effect the constitutive exception. But it does not leave Eek much room to move in. What happens next is rather astounding. For all his criticism of Badiou and the ticklish subject, he will follow Badiou into the New Testament in the fragile absolute. 4 things are important in this respect. First, in the dialogues, which, we must remember, follow the ticklish subject, Judith Butler will repeat, in her own fashion, Badiou's criticisms of psychoanalysis on which Eek focuses and which he feels compelled to answer in such detail. If, in the ticklish subject, he is much more condent of his answers, by the dialogues the criticisms start to bite. That Lacan should come in and point out his rather unsophisticated Marxism adds sting from another quarter. Secondly, the crucial question that Eek has raised again in the ticklish subject, namely the end of psychoanalysis, will continue to haunt him. In his engagement with Badiou, the issue becomes how one might break out of the order of being, where the interplay of law and desire, prohibition and sin, dominates one's individual and collective life. Over against the truth event, Eek stresses the negative, the force of the death drive and so on. In the end, all he can say is that any new political act or movement must remind itself of the morass that the movement itself seeks to obfuscate, the seething underside that will rot the bottom out of the act. The fragile absolute marks the mistaken beginning of a much more positive answer that he is willing to name Christian love, or agape. Thirdly, I am intrigued by an echo or two of Lacan in Eek's text. Initially, there is the copied slip from Lacan, with a slight variation. Lacan refers to the relations between the law and sin in the Epistle to the Romans, chapter 7, paragraph 7, whereas Eek writes of probably the, deservedly, most famous passage in his Paul's writings, chapter 7, verse 7, in the Epistle to the Romans 46. Lacan might just get away with his paragraph 7 but not Eek with his verse 7. For Eek in fact quotes verses 7:11 and 15:18 while Lacan glosses verses 7:11. A trying point, a slip perhaps, a sign of less than a precise reading of the New Testament? I hardly need to point out that in psychoanalysis the error is more significant than the explicit content of the argument, especially when the pupil exacerbates the slip of the master. But where does such a slip lead? Parapractically, it runs away to a much more substantial misreading of both Paul and Badiou. Thus Lacan writes, St. Paul's epistle is a work that I recommend to you for your vacation reading, you will end it very good company. 47. Eek has, to all appearances, taken Lacan at his word, although now focused on the master, everyone who aims at really understanding Lacan's écrits should read the entire text of Romans and Corinthians in detail. 48 I assume he means 1 and 2 Corinthians, both normally regarded in New Testament scholarship as authentic letters. However, note what has happened. Lacan speaks of Paul, the law, and ethics directly in the Ethics of Psychoanalysis, not in écrits. The slip concerning paragraph 7 of Romans 7 aggravated by Eck comes from the Ethics, as does the warm recommendation from Lacan to read Paul over the holidays. In other words, Paul, especially with his concern over the law, belongs to the domain of ethics. This is an extraordinary move, for Paul is not particularly interested in ethics or, in its more base form, moralising. Surely the issue is grace, not ethics? And yet, the problem for Eck is that any viable politics seems to require an ethical stand, perhaps even a code of ethics. Back to the slip, Eck's claim that Romans and Corinthians would help one understand the écrits can now be read as Eck's own effort to hide the obscene truth of his own position, namely that he will become a Pauline ethicist. How does such an oxymoron develop in Eck's work? This brings me to the fourth point. It is telling that when Eck does now allow himself a direct political comment in the midst of the heavy theory he speaks of the ethico-political lesson of psychoanalysis 49, the connection could hardly be closer. Politics is ethics in a hyphenated fashion that merges the two zones. He makes a comparable move when he speaks of Badiou's truth event. Let me quote him RST. One must thus avoid the pitfalls of the morbid masochist morality that perceives suffering as inherently redeeming. This morality remains within the con-ness of the law, which demands from us a price for the admission to eternal life, and is thus not yet at the level of the properly Christian notion of love. 50. And then, on the other hand, we have the more radical division between this entire domain of the law/desire, of the prohibition generating its transgression, and the properly Christian way of love which marks a new beginning, breaking out of the deadlock of law and its transgressions. 51. In both cases, the contrast between being and truth event becomes one between law and love. If the order of being is the domain of law, then the truth event and delight to it, characterized by Paul and the early Christian communities, belongs to the way of love, or rather the properly Christian way of love agape. Innocent enough at RST sight, but there has been a profound shift from Badiou's emphasis on grace. As Eck will admit later, the truth event is but a laicist or materialist version of grace. And yet, in these quotations, the point escapes him, for he replaces grace with love. The shift takes place in this sentence: there is another dimension, the dimension of true life in love, accessible to all of us through grace. 52. Unfortunately, for Paul, as for Badiou, love is not the same as grace. Even as agape, as Christian love, such love cannot escape the bounds of the law. Love may follow grace, but it is not the same as grace. The biggest miss, then, of Eck's discussion of Badiou is grace itself, particularly in light of Badiou's extensive treatment of grace in his Paul book. 53. I will return to these pages in the next section. At this point, in Eck's engagement with Badiou and the ticklish subject, he is caught up in Badiou's challenge to psychoanalysis. In gathering a psychoanalytic response, Eck nds that he needs to draw upon the well of Lacanian ethics, even to the point of copying and then expanding the master's errors. And this is the trap, for ethics is hardly the best response to the argument that the law has been overcome by grace. The result, Eck perpetuates the realm of law with his emphasis on love rather than grace, for love is still an ethical category, one that enjoins appropriate behavior, so the famous text from 1 Corinthians 13 that Eck will quote later: love is patient, love is kind. Lacan's reading of Paul in his Ethics of Psychoanalysis, as also Eck's attempt to produce a political position from Lacan, cannot escape the domain of ethics. Their Eck will remain for the duration of the fragile absolute. Materialist grace? Thus far, I have not made much of Eck's Roman Catholic side, which we will nd in full swing in the fragile absolute, particularly in light of its ending in the cul-de-sac of the ethics of love. Unbelief, however, throws all of this out of the political window. realizing that, in the previous book, he was still locked into the realm of the law. Instead of drawing moral lessons for us from the writings of Paul, Eck's slogan here may as well be the Reformers' slogan non sub leg sed sub gratia, not under the law but under grace. It is as though he has reenacted the move of the Protestant Reformers from the RST book to the second. For On Belief is a very Protestant, if not Reformed book, one that runs down the doctrine of grace until it blurts out all of its dirty little secrets. Human beings cannot effect salvation on their own, there is no proti whatsoever in good works, and the worst thing you can do is look for a political ethics in theology. The Puppet and the Dwarf, by contrast, is a curious amalgam of the positions of the previous two books, revisiting them in many ways. Thus, Eck immerses himself fully in the question of love in Chapter 4 of The Puppet and the Dwarf only to shift to the question of grace in the FTH, where we do in fact end the resolution of his long search for a materialist doctrine of grace. This search is the major question for me. For Eck, the point to all of this is to end a means to break out of the liberal capitalist hegemony, as he puts it, a way to cut his way through the absolute ground for any political thought and action, namely capitalism. I have argued above that it is also an effort to extract himself from the political dead end of Lacanian psychoanalysis. Now that Eck has strayed boldly stepped into the domain of dour Protestants, I can engage with him much more closely. However, Eck's search for that elusive materialist theory of grace emerges earlier, in the lead-up to his discussion of Badiou and the ticklish subject. Not entirely happy with the results of the search there, missing one of Badiou's great emphases in the same book, waylaid in the ethical byway of the fragile absolute, 2000, he will only end the track again in On Belief, 2001. But I will backtrack, returning to the pages of the ticklish subject that precede his reactions on Badiou. Only then will I move on to the two later books, breaking that discussion with a return to Badiou and his discussion of grace. A glimpse. Eck begins his search for a materialist theory of grace by attempting to divest grace of its theological content and stressing its purely formal character. Although now in a strictly decisionist or voluntarist sense. It is not the fact that God predestines certain individuals to salvation and others to damnation that is important, but the decision or act itself. Eck will then attempt to materialize grace in terms of the constitutive exception. Readers of Eck will be familiar with the endless variations of this idea, usually in terms of the real, objet petit, and so on. The problem, at least at this stage, is that I am not sure that it works, since he must understand both the Protestant doctrine of grace and texts from the New Testament at a curious slant. As for the former, he unrolls the standard format of the opposition between Roman Catholicism and Protestantism in terms of good works versus predestination, salvation by means of the law or by grace. In traditional Catholicism, salvation depends on earthly good deeds. In the logic of Protestant predestination, earthly deeds and fortunes, wealth, are at best an ambiguous sign of the fact that the subject is already redeemed through the inscrutable divine act, that is, he is not saved because he is rich or did good deeds, he accomplishes good deeds or is rich because he is saved. Crucial here is the shift from act to sign. From the perspective of predestination, a deed becomes a sign of the predestined divine decision. 54. Not particularly nuanced, but it does capture the fundamental difference between Protestantism and Roman Catholicism, at least as that difference came out of the Reformation, Luther's revolt against indulgences, penance, and so forth. Roman Catholics will point out that grace is central there too, although mediated necessarily through the Church, and Protestants will point out that predestination by no means exhausts the possibilities of the Reformers' breakthrough. From Arminius through Erasmus to Paul Tillich, Protestants have found predestination unacceptable, for it renders God just a little too arbitrary and allows human beings no scope for the role of free will or, indeed, the possibility of doing anything on their own. And yet, both Luther, in a milder form, and Calvin asserted the centrality of predestination in any theology worthy of the name. I am not sure about Eck's throwing wealth in along with good deeds as a sign of predestination. I suspect that Weber is responsible for this addition, and I am intrigued by the suggestion that Protestantism, understood particularly in terms of the doctrine of predestination, marks the shift from act to sign. For the Reformers denied grace in terms of predestination and made it the benchmark of Christianity. However, Eck's description of the transition from act to sign focuses the question of grace on good works, on obeying the law. To put it crudely, once good works shift from being the means of salvation to the fruits of salvation, then one constantly seeks such indications that a person is one of the elect. Yet, I want to pick up the ambiguity of Eck's at best in the preceding quotation, since it seems to me that we have here the spore of the central element of the Reformers' theology of grace. For what has left its trace on the way out of Eck's text is the question of salvation. Rather than worry about the status of good works, or even the paradox of election, if we put salvation to the fore, then there is a more fundamental rearrangement. Human beings are not responsible for salvation, God is. For it is by God's inscrutable act that we are saved and not through any act on our part. And, for the Reformers, this is grace, we rely entirely on God, salvation comes from outside the system, outside any life of virtue. This emphasis is crucial if we want to understand Eck's search for a materialist theory of grace. No longer the rearrangement of works, grace in this light ceases to be the constitutive exception. Reading backwards in the ticklish subject from the quotation I made above, we come to the second problem, his interpretation of biblical texts, with his attempt to develop a materialist grace by means of the constitutive exception. What he seeks is a suspension of the ethical, and this is embodied in the supposed words of Jesus that he quotes from Luke's Gospel, 55. If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and his mother, his wife and his children, his brothers and sisters, yes, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Luke 14, 26, 56. Eck's exegesis is intriguing. Christ calls on his followers to obey and respect their superiors in accordance with established customs and to hate and disobey them, that is, to cut all human links with them. 57. Intriguing, since the verse from Luke has not so much superiors in mind as the ties of blood, and even these are the most immediate ties, the ones that would much later be classed as the nuclear family. Setting the verse in the context of the immediate pericope in Luke would help as well. After the verse Eck quotes, we end two examples that focus on the issue of counting the cost of discipleship. Unlike the cautious tower builder or the judicious king about to go to war against superior forces, a disciple does not weigh up the pros and cons, carefully planning his or her discipleship so that it is workable. The follower of the movement has no concern for making a decision after careful consideration. Luke has Jesus conclude, so therefore, whoever of you does not renounce all that he has cannot be my disciple. Luke 14, 33. There is little respect for one's superiors here, unless, of course, we put Jesus in that category, but that is to draw in an element from later theology. Renouncing all that one has, or losing one's life for Christ's sake, is not quite the same as rejecting everything that is most precious to us so that later, we get it back, but as an expression of Christ's will, mediated by it. 58. What do we get back? Established ethical norms or mores. Everything is the same, except that now Christ dispenses it to us. In fact, Luke's text provides the workings of Badiou's truth event, even though Badiou needs Paul to make his argument and Eck has yet to get to Badiou in the ticklish subject. But Eck is on the track of the constitutive exception, one that has appeared before on countless occasions in his never-ending monograph. What Eck has done here is quite simply to read the New Testament in a Lacanian direction. Later, when he becomes more enamored with the revolutionary possibilities of Christology and the New Testament, his readings of biblical texts will become either a mix of Lacan and theology, or he will dispense with Lacan entirely and exercise some hitherto unknown theological muscles, however abby and underused they might be. 59. In other words, for Eck, the biblical texts and theology operate in a seamless continuum, untroubled by any breaks and ruptures, much more so than Bloch or Benjamin, whom I considered some time ago. This is a rather odd thing for Eck to do, given his own liking for subversive readings, ones that cast a whole new light on a position or an argument. And yet, as my discussion of Eck's beloved Luke 14, 26 shows, the text and theology at least Eke's way of doing. Theology do not necessarily work together. By and large, however, I am more interested in his theological positions per se, for which the texts become supports or proof texts. So we nd that, in order to make his argument for a materialist theory of grace stick, Eke must read the quotation he takes from Luke in this way: Jesus's call to discipleship is another version of the constitutive exception, the renunciation of the substance of social life, a curious expansion on the ties of kin that only now makes sense is necessary for that substance to exist as such. One can have family, social order, established customs only by rejecting them, for the exception is that which holds the whole shaky system together. One establishes ethical norms through their rejection. The problem with all of this is that the militant rejection of kin and of oneself in order to be a disciple does not partake of this logic. This exception will become important as I loop back to the Protestant break. Eke reads the assertion of grace as a fundamental realignment of good works. The constitutive exception of grace establishes the possibility of good works. In fact, Eke is reworking the whole Protestant Reformation in a materialist register. The Roman Catholic default position that salvation is a reward for good works misses the point. In this light, grace is that which is outside the system and yet sustains it. Yet his brief dip into the New Testament, a taste of his longer discussion of Badiou to come, hardly sustains his argument, nor indeed does the doctrine of grace. For the Protestant point about grace is that salvation is completely undeserved, not that it provides a realignment of the question of good works. Eke will come to this Protestant position by the time of unbelief. However, by then, he will need to ditch the overarching framework of psychoanalysis as a formal parallel to the doctrine of grace. The cul-de-sac of ethics and love. The materialist grace on which Eke has exceeded his political hopes has become somewhat slippery. Let me turn, then, to the fragile absolute, on belief and the puppet and the dwarf. All three books are very similar in structure, giving over roughly the RST half or more to an effort to depict the current situation under global capitalism and then the distinctly political option that Christianity provides. Structurally, then, the three books are very similar to Badiou's St. Paul, which addresses the urgent need for a new militant political model. If there is a difference between the three books in the RST part, it lies in the content. The fragile absolute concerns itself more with an analysis of the political and economic nature of capitalism, whereas On Belief and the Puppet and the Dwarf focus on the ideological and spiritual malaise of late capitalism, all the way from the ideology of the commodity and its empty promise, like the Kinder Surprise Egg 60, to the tension between excess and denial in Coffee Without Caffeine, War Without Casualties, and so on. 61. I do not want to spend too much time on the earlier sections of these books, except to note a profound shift in the way he organizes the discussion. The RST part of both books is heavily Lacanian and Marxist. He answers Lacan's charge that he is split schizophrenically between a highly developed Lacanian analysis and an underdeveloped Marxist one, not by becoming more Marxist, but in a more creative conjunction of the two. Just like Marx, Lacan's theory provides the best theoretical frame for grasping the totality of capitalism, all the way from the perverse forms of postmodern art to the inexorable and internal operation of global capitalism, in which transgression is indispensable for the functioning of capitalism. In the fragile absolute, before he gets to his Christian response, Eke makes one major argument with this Marxist Lacanian analysis, namely that capitalism is the real, the constitutive exception par excellence. Of course, he made this point and was castigated for it in the dialogues with Butler and Lacan. The lengthy analysis here, burning up almost 100 pages of text, functions, in many respects, as a detailed reply to his critics. The real, then, is the inexorable abstract spectral logic of capital. 62. Except that now it marks a gap between capital and the reality of people involved in the processes of production and distribution. If the former simply cannot be represented in any way, except through makeshift terms such as capital, then the latter is everywhere present. And, for Eke, it is precisely this gap that is the problem. The violence of capital lies in the abstraction or spectrality of a self-enhancing and self-fecundating capital, one that pursues pro-T with a sheer disregard for the people involved. Unable to represent it in any adequate form, we can at least speak of capitalism's victims. 63. The question, when he now gets to the distinct contribution of the Christian legacy in the fragile absolute, is whether Christianity merely manifests the logic of Lacan's constitutive exception or whether it breaks out of that logic. This is the question he puts to himself, one that he dares raise only late. Or does it Christianity endeavor to break out of the very vicious cycle of law/sin? 64 again, or does Christianity, on the contrary, endeavor to break the very vicious cycle of prohibition that generates the desire to transgress it, the cycle described by St. Paul in Romans 7:7. 65 and again. However, this superego dialectic of the transgressive desire engendering guilt is not the ultimate horizon of Christianity. As St. Paul makes clear, the Christian stance, at its most radical, involves precisely the suspension of the vicious cycle of law and its transgressive desire. How are we to resolve this deadlock? 66. This vicious cycle is, of course, quite familiar from Eck's engagement with Badiou. It is also a shorthand way of referring to the lengthy discussion of capitalism that precedes this question. But I cannot get over the incessant repetition. The same questions in exactly the same terms recur again and again, until we get this rush. What if the split between the symbolic law and the obscene shadowy supplement of excessive violence that sustains it is not the ultimate horizon of our experience? What if this entanglement of law and its spectral double is precisely what, in the famous passage from Romans 7:7, St. Paul denounces as that which the intervention of the Christian agape, love as charity, enables us to leave behind? What if the Pauline agape, the move beyond the mutual implication of law and sin, is not the step towards the full symbolic integration of the particularity of sin into the universal domain of the law, but its exact opposite, the unheard-of gesture of leaving behind the domain of the law itself, of dying to the law, as St. Paul put it, Romans 7:5. In other words, what if the Christian wager is not redemption in the sense of the possibility for the domain of the universal law retroactively to sublate, integrate, pacify, erase its traumatic origins, but something radically different, the cut into the Gordian knot of the vicious cycle of law and its founding transgression? 67. Eck faces his own trauma, hence the delay and then incessant repetition of questions of the limits of psychoanalysis. Behind each question lie the gers of Badiou, Butler, and Lacan. Each time Eck asks whether this is the ultimate horizon, whether it is possible to leave behind the domain of the law, whether there is a cut into the Gordian knot, whether we can break out of the vicious cycle of law and transgressive desire. Similarly, as the fragile absolute draws to a close, we get a run of examples, all the way from Stephen King's Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption to Toni Morrison's Beloved and back again. Even Christ's Crucifixion joins the list, an ominously endless repetitive list of examples of breaking out from the trap of the law. And yet, repetition is the sign of a failed effort to deal with trauma. How does Eck fail in the fragile absolute? A rift opens up between the Lacanian framework that he cannot leave behind and the notion of agape. But Eck refuses to see the rift, or in psychoanalytic terms, the void that opens up. For what Eck does in the fragile absolute is haul in love to do the hard work of grace. Thus, love apparently empowers him to break with the constitutive exception, to face the obscene supplement and stare it down, and it allows him to hang on to Lacan and not dump him on a quiet country road. All you need is love, seemingly. But love is not grace, even though we might want to argue for a gracious love, a love that sides with grace, and so it gets Eck nowhere near the break he seeks, from Lacan and/or from the constitutive exception. But let us look more closely at how this happens in the fragile absolute, for the specific reason of identifying it as something to avoid. To begin with, Eck offers exegeses of two biblical texts, the RST Luke 14:26 and the second 1 Corinthians 13. The text from Luke is, of course, the same one that Eck called on in the ticklish subject. 68 At that moment, he read Jesus's call to discipleship in terms of the constitutive exception, one must renounce everything for the sake of Christ in order to get it back. Or, rather, the necessary condition for social life itself, family, social order, established customs, in short the whole panoply of a Christian society is its renunciation, which is then the exception that holds everything together. It seems as though Eek has taken to heart my criticisms of this reading, purely in terms of the context in Luke's Gospel, for, by now, Luke 14:26 is not the constitutive exception of the social order but the very means of breaking from it. It is love itself that enjoins us to unplug from the organic community into which we were born. 69 In a pattern that has become thoroughly familiar, Eek throws together a whole series of variations on this unplugging, uncoupling, or as he will call it in the NAL section, the breakout. The Buddha, Christianity, and Kierkegaard join the Jesus of Luke's Gospel, who speaks not about hatred if anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and his mother. Luke 14:26, but the love of both. Galatians 3:28 and of 1 Corinthians 13. As for 1 Corinthians 13, he will throw it in with Romans 7, so much so that the message of Romans 7 is that of 1 Corinthians 13. In the quotation above, Paul already speaks of a gap in Romans, at least for Eek. Of course, Paul does not mention love at all in Romans 7:7, that Lacanian error once again, let alone in the verses surrounding it in chapter 7 as a whole. By contrast, 1 Corinthians 13 does speak of love. 70 Eek claims that it is Paul's other paradigmatic passage, one that should be read dialectically with Romans 7. In other words, love, 1 Corinthians 13, enables the breakout from the entanglement of law and transgression that Paul maps in the Romans text. Love is quite simply of another order, one that does not compute in the cycle of law and sin. Eek's argument can only appear to work if he casts 1 Corinthians 13 in with Romans 7. Yet, Eek seems to have forgotten Badiou's argument that love is delighty to the event and not the fundamental nature of the event itself. For some strange reason, agape has replaced grace. Thus, at one of the few moments when he refers to a theologian apart from Kierkegaard, he confuses grace with love. He quotes Rudolf Bultmann on the opposition of grace and law only to comment that Lutheran theologians like Bultmann are among the strongest proponents of this radical opposition between the law and divine love. 71 The problem is that Bultmann is speaking of grace, not love, a word he mentions not once. 72 But Eek likes tossing everything into the pot and Badiou's Nelly. Wrought distinctions between Paul and the Christ of the Gospels fade away. Christ's message, which now loses the mediation of the Gospel writers themselves, is that of Paul. Love has become the disguise for grace, a touch of makeup, café couture replacing wilderness gear, so much so that it gives the impression that Eek has found the way to break with the law. But, as he crawls through the fence and makes a dash for the NAL perimeter, he NDS that he is lugging Lacan along with him. He will not make it this time, for Lacan will trip him up, so Eek Nally gives in and makes the extraordinary claim that love in Lacan's Seminar XX is, in fact, Christian love. 73 He will justify this on two related lines. The RST is to argue that Lacan undermines the big other in his later work, so that, by the time he gets to the almost dementia-ridden Seminar XX, there is no guarantee for the consistency of the symbolic space in which we dwell. In other words, the fundamental unbalancing of Christian love, its threat to cosmic order, is the point at which it starts to look the same as Lacan's notion of love. But this notion of love as disruption is not quite the break from the cycle of law and desire, so Eek makes a move that signals the complete breakdown of his focus on love. In the NAL section of the Fragile Absolute, the breakout, as well as the last pages of the 4th chapter of The Puppet and the Dwarf, he suggests that the Christian notion of love may be understood in terms of Lacan's feminine formulae of sexuation. While the masculine is the domain of the constitutive exception, the realm in which the law-transgression relationship involves a tension between the universal law and its transgressive exception, the latter thereby constituting the former, the feminine is outside this logic. The feminine involves a paradox of the non-all, the non-universal. Let me return to the exegesis of 1 Corinthians 13 I mentioned a little earlier, 74, which Eek reads in terms of the paradox of completion and incompletion. First, Paul argues that although one might have the gifts of the Spirit, tongues and prophecy, all knowledge and the understanding of mysteries, even all faith and the ultimate sacrifice of martyrdom, if one does not have love one is or gains nothing. Secondly, all of these items are incomplete until that eschatological moment of completion, of seeing face to face. In the midst of this radical contingency, love is the greatest of the three, faith, hope and love, but only until the mirror clears at the eschaton itself. This paradox of, in, completion makes sense, Isaac argues, only in terms of the feminine formulae of sexuation. Love is therefore not an exception to the all of knowledge, but precisely that nothing which makes even the complete series/eld of knowledge incomplete. 75 Love cannot complete the series gifts of the Spirit, knowledge, understanding, faith, and martyrdom, for each of the series is already complete. Rather, love shows them all to be nothing, but now in nothing aware of its own lack. And so, concludes Eck, only an incomplete, vulnerable, and lacking being can love. Yet, this incompletion is, in fact, higher than completion, and so love is therefore higher, because incomplete, than any complete series. This paradox of the non-all, between the nothingness of completion and the necessary imperfection of love, is what Eck claims to be characteristic of both the feminine formulae of sexuation and Paul's excursus on love in 1 Corinthians 13. What we end, then, is that Eck attempts to hold two positions together. Love enables us the break out of the cycle of law and desire because it seeks to usurp grace. Love breaks the law only by means of the feminine formulae of sexuation. But this second position is none other than the one with which he finished his discussion of Badiou and the ticklish subject, where he argued that the point of breakage is in following the law to the letter so that it collapses under its own weight. In other words, love is no different to the law, hence Paul's statements in the New Testament concerning the fulfillment of the law. At this point he is absolutely correct, but in a different sense, love is still caught within the realm of the law. But this is hardly the operation of grace, for grace is the radically external interruption into the realm of law, not one that arises from within. If we follow Eck, we are left with the paradoxical conclusion, following on from the two statements above, that although the feminine formula of sexuation and grace are both forms of love, they are not the same as each other. The problem, as I have been arguing, is that love is not grace, but that Eck's problem is that he attempts to substitute love for grace. Not only does love enable him to dispense with the constitutive exception, it is also the very means by which this spectral obscene supplement can be suspended. 76 Yet I have argued that this is a failed effort. He attempts to break from this fundamental category that has been present in all his work while dragging Lacan along with him. Almost desperately he wishes to escape, as the focus on Stephen King's Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption, a story of escape from prison, in the last section of The Fragile Absolute shows. But love cannot do this work of grace, and so his focus on love becomes the sign of this failure. Before he knows it he slips into the realm of ethics and the law, precisely that zone he attempts to escape by means of love. In fact, Eck is much more comfortable writing about the superego cycle of law and transgression, readily slipping back into it at any opportunity that presents itself. The most telling mark of such a Roman Catholic regression comes when he revisits his response to Badiou and the ticklish subject. The uncoupling from the law that Eck sees in love is, he argues, the same as Paul's argument from 2 Corinthians 5:16-17, being in Christ brings about a thorough realignment, a new creation in which everything old has passed away. For Eck this is none other than the death drive, the moment of sublimation in which one wipes the slate clean in a moment of terrifying violence in order to make a radically new beginning. 77 Whereas, in the ticklish subject, the death drive places an everlasting question mark over any new start, questioning Badiou's emphasis on grace, here it becomes a characteristic of love as uncoupling. We cannot have it both ways. In the end, Eck's problem is not merely that he substitutes love for grace, but that he aligns love with ethics, i.e., the law. In fact, I cannot help wondering whether love gets us anywhere. With all this talk of ethics and love, with philosophy undergoing a recovery of its own ethical task and slender volumes on the question of love appearing on bookshelves, it is perhaps time to take a stand against ethics and against love. And one should take that stand in the name of grace. The Protestant turn. Finally, after too many byways, Eck almost stumbles upon grace. Even though he marks it in passing at certain points, by the time he gets to the end of his discussion of Badiou and the ticklish subject, he has all but forgotten grace, switching for the much more acceptable, at least in Lacan's terms, notion of Christian love. As I pointed out at the close of the previous section, this will lead him into the very Roman Catholic emphasis of the fragile absolute. In unbelief, he inches closer to the reformers, but not before he slips back into Lovia's ethics before the encore of the puppet and the dwarf. However, before I dive into unbelief, let me return to Badiou. I do this in part to show how much Eck missed in his earlier reading of Badiou, but also to show how much he needs it for unbelief. Badiou states with the reformers' starkness the extraordinary logic and appeal of their position. At times, I could shake Eck for the mad rush of thought and writing that wears away the clarity and sharpness of Badiou's arguments. Badiou, or militant gratuitousness. Not one for looping sentences, Badiou writes. The pure event is reducible to this: Jesus died on the cross and resurrected. This event is grace, charis. Thus, it is neither a bequest, nor a tradition, nor a teaching. It is supernumerary to all this and presents itself as pure givenness. 78. The contrast here is with the Gospels, written after Paul and overloaded with stories of Jesus's life, teaching, miracles, and so forth. Paul will have nothing of this. For Badiou, the key text is Romans 6:14, the Reformers' slogan, "Since you are not under law, but under grace." If the not signals the breakdown of the closed circuit of the law and the path of the Esh, then the but indicates the suspension of the law and the faithful labor of those opened up as subjects by the event, by grace. This not but is the mark of the rupture of the event. And, for Badiou, this is also the formal sign of the universal. We shall maintain, in effect, that an evental rupture always constitutes its subject in the divided form of a not but, and that it is precisely this form that bears the universal. 79. In other words, in its very particular and contingent break with the order of being, grace marks the emergence of the universal, a reformed philosophy that would put Kierkegaard to shame. But how is the resurrection of Jesus grace? As I pointed out earlier, Badiou takes the resurrection, the content of Paul's proclamation, as a mythological core and a religious connement. Badiou cares nothing for the good news he declares, or the cult dedicated to him. 81. Yet, the fact that it is a fable, that it cannot be verified according to any of the canons of science or historical inquiry, is both crucial to Badiou's argument. The truth event is beyond such verification, and makes it so much easier to identify the form of Paul's argument. 82. Badiou's concern lies with the notion of grace in a purely materialist register. Or, in Badiou's words, he seeks to extract a formal, wholly secularist conception of grace. 83. Later he will variously name this a laicist or materialist grace, or the truth event. But now comes the crunch. Everything, he writes, hinges on knowing whether an ordinary existence, breaking with time's cruel routine, encounters the material chance of serving a truth, thereby becoming, through subjective division and beyond the human animal's survival imperatives, an immortal. 84. This is an extraordinary sentence, fundamental to Badiou's whole argument, and I will pause a moment to exegete it. The key items will turn out to be its democratic and contingent nature, but, above all, the urgent need to tear grace from its theological content and context. Thus, an underlying democratization runs through the sentence I have quoted: an ordinary existence, something Badiou draws from Paul's argument that Christ's resurrection enables the resurrection of all human beings, Romans 6:4-9, 85. It is also very much part of Badiou's emphasis on the contingency and particularity of truth and the universal, hence a truth. So Badiou, a little later, will use the inclusive we and pluralize grace to certain graces of which we are all beneficiaries. 86. This much is fairly obvious, for Badiou stresses it time and again. However, I am more interested in the two metaphors, extract and more forcefully, THIR, that precede and follow the sentence I am exegeting. In order to produce such a materialism of grace, Badiou calls upon us to rip, wrench and haul the terminology of grace out from its theological context. The forcefulness of these metaphors seems excessive until we reread the RST words of the sentence. Everything hinges. What is this everything? Badiou's whole philosophical system? The validity of the truth event over against being? Or is it the question of militant politics that hinges on this? All of the above. It is incumbent upon us to found a materialism of grace through the strong, simple idea that every existence can one day be seized by what happens to it and subsequently devote itself to that which is valid for all. 87 Democratized, contingent, but above all materialist. It seems to me that this notion of grace is the much more fundamental challenge that Badiou poses to Eck. So let us see what Badiou makes of it. Over the last part of his book on Paul, Badiou systematically reworks the great Pauline triad of faith, hope and love from 1 Corinthians 13:13 into a program for militant politics. Eck will, of course, focus on the question of love, but Badiou rearranges the three. Over against Paul's order faith, hope, love we end faith, love and hope in a distinctly temporal order. None of them can work, however, without the underlying notion of grace. As for faith, Badiou picks up Paul's dual opposition between faith/works and grace/law to argue that grace and faith belong to the path of the Spirit. But the relationship is closer than that. Badiou draws nigh to the Reformers' position of justification by grace through faith. Or, in Badiou's terms, we have the subjectivation of grace's universal address as pure conviction, or faith. 88 As for love, this becomes delighty to the truth event, a post-evental delighty that produces its own law, the law of the Spirit that has nothing to do with the law that the truth event has overcome. If faith opens up the possibility of a new political movement, then love is absolutely necessary to keep the movement going, a delighty to the truth that can call other subjects to the cause and thereby universalis. It's so strange, then, that Eck makes love bear all of the weight in the fragile absolute. As for hope, it is quite simply perseverance and patience. Rather than the objective judgment that separates believers from unbelievers, Badiou takes hope in Paul subjectively. Hope is the result of passing through suffering victoriously, of facing the ordeal and not giving up one's delighty to the truth. One does not overcome the ordeal in the name of hope, but hope arises by passing through the ordeal. It is condenque in the delighty of the militant. 89 I am less taken with the reworking of faith, love and hope, for it seems to me that Badiou has succumbed to the attraction of 1 Corinthians 13. What is important, however, is that he reads this chapter in the light of grace, something that Eck misses entirely. I am also interested in the mechanism by which Badiou renders grace materialist and militant. It not just that Paul spouted forth a fable with which we can dispense, nor can we remain with the form of Paul's formulation. At some point, Badiou needs to return to content, and he does so by systematically squeezing out the theological meaning and ending a materialist and political rell for every term except that of grace itself. Thus, grace remains unchanged, read rather conventionally in terms of pure gift, that which occurs without being couched in any predicate, that which is translegal, that which happens to everyone without an assignable reason. 90 What is due, the wage or reward, is bound to the law and works. He will eventually shift the terminology to that of the subject, since the founding of a subject has nothing to do with what is due to it. That which founds a subject is, in other words, grace. Every subject is initiated on the basis of a charisma, every subject is charismatic. 91 Badiou writes not of the abstract subject, his interest is quite specifically in the militant subject. Militantism cannot be anything but gratuitous, of the realm of grace rather than law. What of the other term with which grace has an inseparable link, namely universalism? Here, he readily shifts from Paul's assertion of the oneness of God, God is God of the Jews and of the Gentiles, Romans 3:27-30, to that of universalism. Once the one becomes for all, it ceases to be the one, which is the mark of all that must be avoided. This universalism, Paul's revolutionary conviction, 92 is one of excess, a multiplicity that exceeds itself. Not a singular universal that can exist only by exclusion, it includes everyone without differences. Paul's key text here is the problematic Galatians 2:16, "In Christ there is male nor female, neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free." As superabundant, the universal cannot be separated from grace. So also with love, which is delighty to the event that makes it available to future subjects, and with hope, the condenke of the militant, each victory is a victory for everyone. We can now begin to see how Badiou develops his materialism of grace. Apart from grace itself, every other term that Paul uses, overloaded as each one is with theological associations, is recharged with philosophical or materialist content. God becomes universalism, love becomes evental delighty, hope the condenke that arises through ordeal, and law becomes the way things are or being, into which death, sin, desire, and the esh all dissolve. I do, however, have two questions for Badiou. Firstly, why does one need to get rid of the theological content Badiou's mythological core, religious connement or fable in order to develop a militant politics? Although I can think of a host of historical reasons for a distinctly atheistic and materialist stance in such a politics, I can also think of a range of other militants for whom their militancy was unthinkable without the theological content. Paul, if we agree with Badiou, is, of course, the prime example here. Secondly, and more importantly, both Badiou and Eck move from theology to militant politics. What happens, however, when we move on to theology from this point, from the full divestment of theological content in a militant politics? Or, to use Adorno's language, Badiou and Eck have not gone far enough, for if we push further in the direction they are headed we will end ourselves back in the realm of theology. What does this mean for the doctrine of grace? Not only does grace enable Badiou and, Nally, Eck to develop a distinctly militant politics, it also means that grace itself is an inescapably radical and revolutionary theological doctrine as well. In this way I read Badiou's Absolute Gratuitousness of Militantism 93. The Grace of V.I. Lenin. Now we can pass, at last, to the substantial argument of unbelief. For here, belatedly, Eck realizes the implications of Badiou's laicist grace for a militant politics. And the signal of such a realization is that only in this book does he become overtly Leninist. But this means that I will need to tighten up my argument concerning Eck's shift to Leninism. It is not merely Christianity, nor even Paul himself, but quite specifically the Reformed concept of grace that enables him to become a Leninist. So, my discussion zeroes in on those sections of unbelief where grace becomes a political category. Let me identify what he does say. A. The good news of Christianity involves the possibility of changing eternity, of a thoroughly new beginning. B. This new beginning is of the same order as Lenin's actual freedom, over against formal freedom. C. This change involves the suspension and demise of the law. D. Lest the previous point be taken as anti-Jewish, Judaism has a dialectical relation to Christianity. E. Christology is crucial. I. Christ faces up to the constitutive exception and shows it to be empty. 2. Unlike pagan religions in which one seeks to become more like God, in Christianity God becomes human. 3. Like the abandoned Christ, at the moment of being completely cut off from God, we are closest to God. 4. It shows the fundamental imperfection of God that is the foundation for love beyond mercy. To my mind, the RST2 and the fourth points are by far the most important. I am less interested in his efforts to specify the Christian uniqueness over against the various pagan temptations, E.2. And those arguments that merely revisit rather standard theological positions, E.3, or reiterate points he has made earlier, concerning both the law, C, and love, E.4, are not so tempting. Let me begin with a few comments on Judaism. Although the whole discussion of the law in Badiou and Eck himself is as much about Judaism as it is about Christianity. The overriding pattern is to oppose Judaism and Christianity, although not necessarily to the detriment of the former. The contrasts pile up, as usual, iconoclasm versus the renunciation of the beyond, Judaism is, in Hegel's terms, in itself while Christianity is Judaism for itself, the ban on images over against Jesus Christ, the change in personal identity whereby God or the law move from being external to internal, Christ, the gap between man and God becomes the split, the impotence, within God himself, the step from Job to Christ. For all this, Judaism does not come out of the contrast in all that bad estate. I can sense a sneaking admiration in Eke's casting of Judaism as another means of overcoming the constitutive exception, although this time in terms of the transgressive act of obeying the law to the letter. 94. It is almost as though Judaism provides an alternative breakaway from the constitutive exception, the obscene supplement of the law itself, and, in his response to Erich Santner in The Puppet and Dwarf, he argues such a line. 95. Except, of course, in the ban on images, Eke takes this as the mark of anthropomorphism or personification in Judaism. Precisely because Judaism does have a personal deity, because any representation would bring out this unbearable truth, Judaism needs the second commandment against graven images. Here lies the imaginary excess that must be repressed. This excess takes a number of forms: spectral, phantasmic history. Freud's myth of the patricide of Moses is then an effort to expose such a history. 96. Over against explicit symbolic history, the secret horror of divine impotence, the abyss of the other's desire, and so on. At this point, Christianity lays the truth bare: Christ is this image, this ordinary creature that Judaism cannot face. Or, as he will argue at greater length in The Puppet and the Dwarf, Christianity shows as empty the phantasmic kernel of Judaism. The Messiah has arrived. 97. And so, in the end, Eke prefers the Christian version of unplugging, in which Christianity faces up to and embraces its own excess. Even though the Jewish version obeying the law to the letter looks for all the world like the feminine formulae of sexuation with which he tried to describe the Christian break in the fragile absolute, he will stay with the elusive search for materialist grace. In fact, what happens in On Belief and The Puppet and the Dwarf is that the feminine formulae for sexuation, manifested in obedience to the letter of the law as the ultimate mode of undermining it, moves from Christianity to Judaism. Obedience to the law, the concern with ethics, even, dare I write it, Lacan himself, become Jewish concerns. Obviously, these options are extremely attractive for Eke, for they open up the possibility of another path for a new beginning. So much so that, by the time of The Puppet and the Dwarf, the split is not between Judaism and Christianity, rather, Judaism and Christianity join forces against pagan initiatory wisdom. The problem with this, however, is that the closer they are to each other, the more Judaism prepares the way for Christianity. Without Judaism identifying and remaining faithful to the phantasmatic kernel, Christianity would not have been able to identify with it and show it to be empty. Without the Jewish community constituted as an ethnic remainder, Paul would not have been able to claim that the whole of humanity is a remainder. All of which ends up being a renewed form of supersessionism, in part a response to Erich Santner, in part due to the indelible stamp of Judaism on psychoanalysis. I want to suggest, however, that the Christian break with Judaism is part of his necessary break with Lacan if he is to develop a political position. What of the other 2 points I listed above? How do they explicate a political theology of grace? On the last pages of On Belief, Eke seems to come clean. Here enters the good news of Christianity. The miracle of faith is that it is possible to traverse the fantasy, to undo this founding decision, to start one's life all over again, from the 0 point, in short, to change eternity itself, what we always already are. Ultimately, the rebirth of which Christianity speaks, when one joins the community of believers, one is born again, is the name for such a new beginning. 98. This passage leans heavily towards theological rather than Lacanian terminology. A little earlier he invokes the term miracle, quoting Lenin's "In some respects, a revolution is a miracle." 99. In fact, the only relic of Lacan lies in the notion of traversing the fantasy, crossing the gap that separates the mundane universe of meaning and its phantasmic support. Christianity dares to bridge this gap, to stare down the hoary sea and psychotic realm of the living dead that would, under normal Lacanian terms, result from this collapse of the real, fantasy, and symbolic, the universe of meaning. Christianity sends this realm scuttling away into a dark corner. Other than that, in these last pages Lacan has quietly slipped out the back. Instead, we end Kierkegaard, and I will need to return to this, Marx, Yves Lenoir, Brecht, Schelling and Lenin. Out of these, I am really after Lenin. In order to get to him, I will need to pass by Brecht. Brecht's poem The Interrogation of the Good, is translated by Eck himself. The poem allows Eck to stress the suspension of the ethical as the absolute basis of any authentic ethical engagement. Now, of course, we threaten to return here to the constitutive exception, the suspension of ethics as the basis of ethics, until we get to this statement. And what is the Christian notion of being reborn in faith if not the full-edged formulation of such an unconditional subjective engagement on account of which we are ready to suspend the very ethical substance of our being? 100. This unconditional subjective engagement is of a fundamentally different order than ethics, so much so that it can hardly be called an ethical engagement, let alone ethics as such. Instead, what we have here is the hard-headed and hard-hearted reality of seizing the revolution and holding to it. In other words, Badiou's militant declarations become, in Brecht's poem, the need to execute the obnoxious good man, although now with a good bullet from a good gun up against a good wall. This is, of course, where Eck's increasing identification as a Leninist begins to have some bite, over against the contemporary elevation of ethics over politics. A return to Lenin rather than a depoliticized Marx places politics, or more directly a politics of truth, 101, at the center. Further, like Paul with Christianity and Lacan with psychoanalysis, Lenin is outside the initial Marxist circle, he is Eastern, Russian, Tartar, but this externality allows him to wrench Marxism out of its original context and thereby universalize it. 102. Thirdly, only through such a traumatic displacement can the theory become effective in an explicitly political sense. This is where Lenin's absolute commitment to the revolutionary cause is the key, the profound suspension of ethics in the name of a revolutionary cause to which everything must contribute in order to change the coordinates of the situation. 103. The coordinates in question are those of the liberal capitalist world order. The terminology draws nigh to that which Eck uses for Christianity at the close of On Belief, see above, and to Badiou's event in the midst of being. A materialist notion of grace is beginning to emerge. But there is one more step, and that comes with the discussion of formal and actual freedom. Quite simply, actual freedom is the ability to step outside or transcend the particular context in question. It questions and overturns the cluster of presuppositions and determinations that constitute in normal circumstances the absolute horizon of thought and action. Formal freedom is then the apparent freedom whose boundaries are in fact set by a certain situation. Given the coordinates, the range of choice appears to be endless but is, in fact, limited. It operates within the terms of the existing power relations. Actual freedom, by contrast, is not the choice between two or more options within a given situation, but the choice of changing the very situation itself. My ability to choose from various products in a supermarket is therefore formal freedom. Faced with a bewildering array of choices, I fail to see that the political economic structure that generates supermarkets has already set the boundaries of the range of choice itself. The distinction between actual and formal freedom is an openly Leninist formulation of Badiou's being an event, or Paul's law and grace. Or, in Isaac's own terms, the given coordinates of a situation, being, law or formal freedom, must be opposed to that which overthrows and fundamentally rearranges those coordinates, event, actual freedom, and grace. However, Eck will not let the opposition stand as it is, so he works his way through a thicket of examples from Bill Clinton's failed healthcare reform through the French TV show It's My Choice to the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe in order to argue that in a situation of forced choice, Eastern Europe's option either for capitalism or to return to actually existing socialism, actual freedom is precisely the ability to act as though all options are available. That the choice is in fact not forced. Further, Lenin's insistence on asking whose interest is served by freedom. Freedom, yes, but for whom? To do what? 104 had the purpose of keeping open the possibility of a real choice, of an actual freedom. Finally, Eck is inescapably dialectical, and so he will not rest, as does Badiou, with the utter divorce of actual and formal freedom. Rather, actual freedom is what rearranges the coordinates of formal freedom, or, in Badiou's, the event embodies within itself an inscription into the order of being, hence the thoroughly new situation to which the followers remain faithful, living both in terms of delight to the event, love, and with the condenke that they will win through, hope. In Lenin's actual freedom, Eck has nally tracked down that elusive materialist grace for which he set out in the ticklish subject. And this time, for all of his criticism of Badiou's anti-dialectical stand, he affirms against Badiou's theologically illiterate critics that the event is a laicist grace. 105. Of course, as I discussed in detail a little earlier, Badiou himself says as much more than once. Before moving on to some reservations concerning Eck's militant Protestantism, let me note what has happened in the argument of unbelief. On a minor level, Eck has collapsed Badiou's sharp distinction between Paul and Jesus, preferring to speak of Christianity as such. Far more important is the fact that Lenin has replaced Lacan as the primary point of reference. To be sure, there is plenty of Lacan in unbelief, can Eck write in any other fashion, but, when he gets to the crucial politico-theological points, Christian theological terminology mixes it up with Lenin, and Lacan is nowhere to be found. Gone is the trap of ethics to which Lacan kept him tied in the fragile absolute, gone is the desperate effort to end political mileage in Lacan, or, indeed, to interpret the main points of Christian theology by means of Lacanian categories. In their place, we end a clear focus on grace, and it is Lenin who emerges as the embodiment of a materialist and political grace. Grace has, however, become a purely formal category, marking the unexpected break that overthrows the status quo. The term itself is then translated into Lenin's actual freedom, passing through Badiou's event. But let me pick up the features of grace that I identified a little earlier, especially the concern with salvation rather than good works or even election. In the Reformed understanding, grace is that which comes from entirely outside human agency, from God to be precise. Human beings neither deserve salvation, nor can they in any way effect salvation for themselves. Grace is the undeserved and unearned gift of salvation from God. However, Eck's Leninist reading hardly has room for God. Actual freedom is nothing other than the revolutionary act itself. In other words, human agency returns with a vengeance, and grace becomes an act of human intervention. I want to keep open the possibility that a materialist grace might in fact remove human beings as the agents of change, however difficult such a possibility might be. Kierkegaard's snare. However, Eck claims that his is a properly Christian reading, that this Leninist position is one with the revolutionary core of Christianity. But this is not something that Eck brings about through the force of his own argument. Rather, he brings about the Leninist Christian conjunction by means of a guru who quietly peers around the corner of some of the major points of his argument, namely Søren Kierkegaard. Now, Kierkegaard will come in for a beating in my discussion of Adorno in the next chapter, but Eck utters not one word of criticism of Kierkegaard, citing him approvingly when he needs to peg his argument RMLY to the ground. Kierkegaard is, of course, the Protestant, or, rather, Lutheran philosopher par excellence, and it seems to me that the moment of Eck's own reformation relies heavily on Kierkegaard. But Kierkegaard, at least on Eck's reading, is the one who skews his materialist theology of grace in terms of human agency. On crucial questions, such as the law and transgression, love, the religious suspension of the ethical, the fundamental Christian break, but, above all, redemption itself, Eck defers to Kierkegaard. As far as transgression and the law is concerned, the point of Eck's struggle with Badiou and psychoanalysis, Eck brings in Kierkegaard to back up an argument he has made before: the most dangerous and subversive act is to follow the law to the letter, to immerse oneself without reservation in the society/institution/relationship/ideological system in question. 106. This assumes a certain distance between the subject and the system in question, a pause in total identication that is fundamental to the functioning of that system. To close that distance without pause is the act of the prisoner who identifies completely with prison, the soldier who obeys commands to the letter, the citizen of any former East European communist country who actually believes that the state is the full realization of communism, Christ's fulfillment of the law, and most tellingly, the woman who identifies entirely with her lot as a submissive household chattel. Well, the last example is not quite equus, but he does argue that total identication is in fact consonant with the feminine formulae for sexuation, the Jewish form of uncoupling and the radical break of Christianity. And yet the last example is that item in the series that Eck cannot name, the point at which, it seems to me, the argument itself breaks down. I have already indicated my doubts about the constellation of love, ethics, and Lacan in the fragile absolute above. The way in which Kierkegaard comes in here is telling. Eck quotes from works of love, "We do not laud the son who said no, but we endeavor to learn from the gospel how dangerous it is to say, 'Sir, I will.'" 107. Kierkegaard's comment applies to Matthew 21, 28-31 108 in his own characteristic fashion. Yet the issue is not obedience to the law, to obeying the Father's command, rather, Kierkegaard reads this as the call of the gospel itself, the radical demand that requires that one give up everything in order to follow Christ. Even so, there is a catch with this reading, one that gives the human response great scope and one to which I will return below. At RST it will appear odd that Eck misses the direction of Kierkegaard's reading, for is he not himself interested in the radical break that Christianity provides? But this reference to Kierkegaard comes from the fragile absolute, which I have already argued slips back into the whole question of the law, in which Lacan and ethics end themselves at home. So also on the question of love, no matter how much Eck or Kierkegaard emphasizes the uniqueness of Christian love, agape, the prescriptions on love are inescapably ethical. On two other occasions, Eck cites approvingly Kierkegaard's works on love. The RST comes in a commentary on one of Eck's favorite texts from Luke 14:26, the one concerning hatred of father, mother etc. To suggest that one should in fact hate the beloved out of love and in love. 109. This is, in fact, the work of love, comparable to Che Guevara's or Lenin's revolutionary violence. 110. And, a little later, in a discussion wholly indebted to Kierkegaard on love and deception, love believes everything and yet is never to be deceived. 111. Yet, for all his comments on love, sequestered away in his private apartment, Kierkegaard is not so silly as to be trapped in the realm of love. He is, after all, a Protestant. And so Eck will follow him, now in On Belief and the Puppet and the Dwarf, in arguing for the religious suspension of the ethical. Behind Kierkegaard's comments, whose importance is in an inverse relationship to the all too brief citations, lie the three spheres of aesthetics, ethics, and religion. As we shall see in the next chapter, there is a distinct hierarchy in which the religious is superior to both the ethical and the aesthetic. Religion, or more particularly Lutheran Protestantism, will then override the other two spheres, suspending them both in the name of the more fundamental category. For Kierkegaard, love may pass through all three spheres, but its truest expression comes with the religious. Or, betrayal may be aesthetic, betrayal of universality for a particular reason, or ethical, betrayal of the particular for a universal such as truth, but the ultimate form is religious betrayal. This is the betrayal out of love, the sacrifice of the other, and thereby of oneself, in order to uncover that element that could only be uncovered by such a betrayal. Christ's mission is of course the greatest example here. 112. The religious suspension or rupture of ethics is but the RST element of Eck's reliance on Kierkegaard for a formulation of the Christian break. 113. Two other points are important. This fundamental shift in coordinates is one that we are called upon to repeat for ourselves in contrast to the Socratic process of recollection, and redemption is made possible by the break, Christ's death, but is not ensured. On the RST point, the new beginning of Christianity is not, suggests Kierkegaard, like Socratic recollection, Learning is therefore the process of recovering what we already knew before birth but lost in the trauma of birth itself. Rather, it is a repetition of that primordial choice that was RST made in Christianity. 114. The paradox here is that we can make a new beginning yet again without endangering the uniqueness of that RST beginning. However, the most telling debt to Kierkegaard comes with the notion of redemption. Let me quote Eck in full. By taking upon himself all the sins and then, through his death, paying for them, Christ opens up the way for the redemption of humanity. However, by his death, people are not directly redeemed, but given the possibility of redemption, of getting of the excess. This distinction is crucial. Christ does not do our work for us, he does not pay our debt, he merely gives us a chance with his death, he asserts our freedom and responsibility, for us, to redeem ourselves through the leap into faith, i.e. by way of choosing to live in Christ in imitatio Christi, we repeat Christ's gesture of freely assuming the excess of life, instead of projecting/displacing it onto some gur of the other. We put merely in quotation marks, because, as was clear to Kierkegaard, the definition of freedom is that possibility is higher than actuality. By giving us a chance to redeem ourselves, Christ does innately more than if he were directly to redeem ourselves. 115. Apart from the shouting capitals, but do not Slovenians always speak over the top of each other, the famous Kierkegaardian leap into faith nally appears here. Here again, Christianity overcomes the constitutive exception we appropriate through Christ the excess of life rather than leaving it with another, but, in making this argument, a decisive breach opens up with Reformed theology. In pursuing this break I want to return to a problem with Eck's reading of Kierkegaard on the two sons. In response to the call of the gospel, one says no and the other I will, but the catch is that it seems to leave the NAL decision up to the human agents. God offers the call, we have the option of refusing or accepting it, with all the consequences. The problem, then, is free will and grace. In his famous and vital debates with Erasmus, Luther argued RMLY against any notion of free will, which, for him, entailed salvation by merit. 116. Grace was an overwhelmingly alien act of God in Christ for the forgiveness of sins. There was no room for a natural or gradual path to salvation, nor could human beings play any role in the process of redemption. Erasmus was too much of a humanist to give up entirely on human agency or free will. For Luther, however, free will gave NAL control back to human beings, who could then choose whether to accept salvation or not. Eck's reading of Kierkegaard pushes him closer to Erasmus than Luther, closer to traditional humanism than the decisive Protestant break. Ultimately, I would suggest, it means that he is unwilling, at least in unbelief, to take the step that sees at the heart of the doctrine of grace the removal of human agency. Revolutionary grace. If I had high hopes for Eck's resolute focus on grace in unbelief, I am nally disappointed. What we nd is yet another effort to locate grace in the realm of human effort, yet another form of salvation through works and not through grace. However, just when I had given up hope, the curious mix of the puppet and the dwarf provides that NAL step. Here he discards the reliance on human agency, rather than suggesting that any materialization of grace shifts grace RMLY back into the realm of human decision and activity. He nally realizes the full implications of the doctrine of grace itself. 117. A materialist grace is nothing other than the unexpected, messianic moment of revolution. Eck's debts at this point are a mix of Giorgio Agamben, Walter Benjamin, and a return to the central argument of Elaine Badiou. From Agamben, he draws the point that the reason why Paul is so readable now is because his notion of the end of time only makes sense in light of the revolutionary state of emergency. From Walter Benjamin comes the whole panoply of messianic designation, although in a distinctly loose and Christian sense. And the return of almost pure Badiou is a belated surprise, since Badiou himself argued that the truth event, in its utter unexpectedness and contingency, is a materialist form of the doctrine of grace. Eck's text is saturated with the theological language of grace and predestination. Lacan has again disappeared, but he makes use of it in two ways. One is the unexpected, unpredictable revolutionary moment that comes entirely from outside. The second is the post-revolutionary task, the responsibility for building from the ground up. It seems to me that, for all his byways and choppy arguments, Eke has hit on something here, namely that one of the most complex ways of speaking about revolution does, in fact, come from theology. As I have argued throughout this chapter, grace concerns salvation, and this salvation cannot be earned, nor is it deserved. Theologically, of course, the name for such pure externality and contingency is God. Eke has a good deal to say about God, but he also stresses the analogous impossibility of predicting revolution. We may assess the social and political situation in whatever way we choose in order to understand how a revolution may have taken place, but, ultimately, we cannot answer the questions: why now? Why here? Why these people? Objective analysis will not tell us the time, even in terms of the Marxist crisis of contradictions. The value of speaking about this in theological terms is that it maintains the pure externality of the event. The doctrine of grace also enables Eke to wrench himself away from human agency, the point at which he concluded on belief. Grace inverts, or rather undermines, the usual focus on human activity. Rather, the focus is on God. God puts himself on the line, opening up the new beginning. God took upon himself the risk of putting everything at stake, of fully existentially engaging himself by, as it were, stepping into his own picture, becoming part of creation, exposing himself to the utter contingency of existence. 118. After such a moment, we must help God, who now stands for the radically unexpected. So, a materialist grace is external, unexpected, and beyond human agency, which is how we then need to understand God. However, the full Protestant turn in Eke's work comes only with his appropriation of deepest logic of predestination, without which grace could not be thought. It is not just that God predestines things and they turn out so in a quiet, linear progression, rather, predestination relies on the wholly contingent, unexpected role of grace. Once we have had the entirely unexpected and undeserved experience of grace, only then does it appear as foreordained. So also the revolution, only after the contingent moment of revolution do the objective conditions show up as leading to it. Further, with predestination, one cannot avoid showing signs of the workings of grace, which will then become apparent in the work necessary for the new post-grace order. So also with revolution, the easy part is the revolution itself. The hard labor comes the morning after, when a new society must be constructed from scratch. Or, in Badius, the event is pure empty sign, and we have to work to generate its meaning. For Eke, the truth of predestination lies here, in the expectation and responsibility that follows the event. Conclusion. In contrast to the other characters I deal with in this book, in Eke's case I have been on the trail of but one question, the materialist notion of grace, in face of the disconcerting capacity of capitalism to generate and absorb any effort for political emancipation. The only viable political option for the left, what has usually been termed revolution, lies completely outside the system. As I have pointed out a number of times, the doctrine of grace assumes both the utter futility of human efforts at salvation, usually understood as a reward for good and hard work, and the complete externality of salvation itself. For Badiou, this is the truth event; for Eke, it is Lenin's actual freedom, the revolutionary uncoupling that is completely untimely. On the way to this position, with its various glimpses here and there, Eke has followed with enthusiasm. Does he operate in any other way, the byways and dead ends of love as ethics and human agency, but he arrives there nonetheless. However, in order to locate that materialist idea of grace, he has had to pass from Lacan to Lenin, via Paul. In other words, one of the most intriguing elements of Eke's development, particularly in light of his position as the preeminent Lacanian cultural critic and philosopher, is that, in order to make this Protestant turn, he must, in the end, step beyond psychoanalysis. Only then can he become a fully engaged political thinker, that is, a Leninist. Finally, after much hesitation, Eke faces the reality of this break with Lacan himself. And he does so by raising the question I have raised earlier, namely the end of psychoanalysis. For psychoanalysis, the treatment is over when the patient accepts the non-existence of the big other. The ideal addressee of our speech, the ideal listener, is the psychoanalyst, the very opposite of the master figure that guarantees meaning. What happens at the end of analysis, with the dissolution of transference, that is to say, the fall of the subject supposed to know, is that the patient accepts the absence of such a guarantee. No wonder psychoanalysis subverts the very principle of reimbursement. The price the patient pays for the treatment is, by definition, capricious, unjust, with no possible equivalence between it and the services rendered for it. 119. Contrary to what we might expect in light of the range of Eck's work, the end of analysis is not the moment of the Christian breakthrough. Rather, the whole logic is different. Is not Christianity here, then, the very opposite of psychoanalysis? Does it not stand for this logic of reimbursement brought to its extreme? God Himself pays the price for all our sins. 120. This is an extraordinary admission from a critic who is now perhaps the greatest proponent of psychoanalysis after Lacan. Christianity simply does not follow the logic of psychoanalysis. It breaks all the rules and thereby enables the breakthrough Eck so desperately seeks across 4 books. 4. Even though Lacanian psychoanalysis is the best way of accounting for our situation within late capitalism, as I pointed out earlier, it cannot provide the means for stepping beyond capitalism. Chapter 8. Adorno's vacillation. Disillusionment at the false abolition of something, be it religion, philosophy, or art, can induce a reaction in someone that results in vacillation, if not hesitation. 1. So why would I close this book with Adorno? Partly because these stark and dense texts continue to mesmerize me. The promise of an extraordinary sentence that may well turn up on the next page or in the next paragraph, which is often much longer than a page, keeps me reading and rereading. Partly because he provides the logical, rather than temporary, close to the various positions I have explored in this book. Partly because Adorno teases me, offering a hint, a glimmer of hope in the midst of his perpetual ban on saying anything positive about the future, the occasional phrase or sentence where he drops his guard but for a moment. The main reason, however, is that he produces 2 of the most astounding arguments in his engagement with theology, the notion of theological suspicion and his resolute criticism of the secularization of theology that he saw everywhere around him. Indeed, the latter has been the staple of nearly every character I have encountered in this book, along with the contemporary recovery of Paul's political philosophy on the left. I must also admit to a perverse pleasure in reading Adorno's rigorous texts. In fact, rigorous would have to be the most common adjective used of his work, but it is one that my own Calvinist tradition always insisted was the only way to think and write. Sloppy thinking was to be shunned, the practice of intellectual slobs. If God gave you a reasonably well-oiled mind, then you had better use it to the best of your ability. However, in keeping with the nature of the rest of this book, I want also to subject Adorno's own engagement with theology and the Bible to critique. For Adorno critics, this engagement is a little like a monolith whose upper reaches are open to the elements and the endless cameras of onlookers, but whose subterranean roots are perhaps known in some way, but best left to the denizens of the underground. Indeed, it is rarely recognized in critical assessments of Adorno that his rigorous philosophical work began in the realm of theology. For it is his study of Kierkegaard, the Habilitationsschrift, and RST philosophical work, that engages directly with one of the most influential albeit posthumous philosophical theologians of the early 20th century. Yet, despite all the work that has been done on Adorno in the areas of sociology, philosophy, music, German, feminism, ecocriticism, literature and cultural studies, few if any have ventured into Adorno's engagement with theology, especially the Kierkegaard book. 2. This is both understandable, given Adorno's subsequent major works, and perplexing, for the absence in critical analysis of this significant dimension of Adorno's work leaves that criticism halting. As Robert Hallotkenter points out, theology is always moving right under the surface of all of Adorno's writings. 3. Indeed, his key ideas and motifs were cut and shaped in a profound interaction with theology, specifically the Lutheran theology of Northern Europe. Various deep motifs, especially those of suffering and disaster through which redemption comes, are central to the tradition of the Lutheran theology of the cross. For I would add his asceticism and iconoclasm of the ban on images, for here his Jewish and Lutheran strains run along similar lines. But, above all, especially in light of my discussion of an underlying insistence on the theology of grace, which cannot be dissipated in the hands of the secular theologians, hence his place here, after the Protestant turn. Not only is the ostensible content theological, but Adorno also wrote the Kierkegaard book under the direction of the theologian Paul Tillich, who later, in 1939, invited Adorno to give a seminar entitled Kierkegaard's Doctrine of Love at Union Theological Seminary in New York, where Tillich was now professor of systematic theology. That Adorno was to ND theology wanting and seriously odd only makes the confrontation with Kierkegaard far more interesting. In this case, I am less interested in the nature of Kierkegaard's writings than in the way Adorno's own arguments move in the text, what the implications might be for his work in light of this sustained treatment of theology. I am therefore going to assume that the main concern of the book is theology, to which aesthetics then becomes a secondary argument. I have yet to ND someone who will argue that the Kierkegaard book is an easy read, one that you would read to relax your mind in the last minutes of the day before dropping off to sleep. One of his most formidable texts, and in my own perverse way that is what I ND so attractive about it, it perpetually snares me in the labyrinth of Adorno's dense style. It does not help that the youthful Adorno was showing off his formidable philosophical skills. So, quite deliberately, I will go against the spirit of the work and seek a key to the labyrinth, or, if we are going to stay with the classical allusion, the thread that will lead us out again. And that thread is threefold. I have, in fact, mentioned two already: theological suspicion and the criticism of secularist theology. But the third is a strong desire to stretch Adorno, to push past his self-imposed roadblock and seek out what the possibilities of theology might be. Let me say a little more on each before plunging into Adorno's texts. As for theological suspicion, I have, in fact, taken the liberty of coining the term. You will not ND Adorno championing the idea. But it is, of course, intimately entwined with that venerable Marxist notion of ideological suspicion, and Adorno is one of its most accomplished practitioners. What is good enough for ideology is good enough for theology, and so I trace the way Adorno carries out a double strategy in his critique of Kierkegaard. He will consistently seek to demythologize Kierkegaard, identifying the mythological underlay of his theology, and then make the move either to history or to the unbearable paradoxes of that system. The particular strategy may change, but theological suspicion must be one of the crucial dimensions of any materialist theology. Theological suspicion will lead me on to the second element I want to draw from Adorno: the criticism of secularist theology. This may come as a surprise to those who have read at least some of the critical appraisal of Adorno's work, for one of the commonplaces is that he too operates with secularist theological terms such as the fall, redemption, and grace. However, a close look at both dialectic of enlightenment and the jargon of authenticity makes short work of such a position. Intimately related to criticism of secularist theology is the builder verbet that he drew from the second commandment in Exodus 20 and Deuteronomy 5. I have much to say on the ban on images in this chapter, for it has a direct bearing on the question of the personality cult. So we have a ban on secularist theology that has profound implications for the work of the other Marxists I consider in this book. Apart from Lefebvre, all of them seek to reappropriate theological, biblical, and ecclesiological motifs for Marxism, to move from the criticism of theology to the criticism of politics. Adorno can see nothing but misfortune on this path. Thirdly, for all his efforts to torch Kierkegaard's thought, I track an ambivalence, a vacillation over the question of theology itself. At one level, such an ambivalence appears in the desire for a thoroughly dialectical reading of theology, a search for what he calls the truth content of theology that arises from the act of theological suspicion. Indeed, his suspicion regarding the possibility of theology to provide any ostensible basis for philosophy generates the motivation for a dialectics that seeks the truth content of theology beyond itself. This is where the tension between his point to Benjamin, that an immanent dialectical method is able to make the most of theology, comes face to face with his devastating criticism of Kierkegaard. But, at another level, I am fascinated by the glimpses, the moments in which Adorno lets slip a comment or two where theology has another, more positive role. And, here, I will take Adorno where does not want to go, into the possibilities of theology. My foci are the questions of love, especially from his essay Kierkegaard's Doctrine of Love and Grace. Theological suspicion. Sorely tempted as I am to offer a detailed commentary, line by line, of Adorno's study of Kierkegaard, I find myself taking to heart and applying to Adorno himself the warning he issues against being enchanted with Kierkegaard's texts, producing strategies to avoid being mesmerized as I so often am with these extraordinary arguments. For Adorno, fascination is the most dangerous power in his work. 7. And that fascination comes from the assumption that Kierkegaard appears just as much a poet and storywriter as a philosophical theologian. Hence the poetic spell of his writings. How does Adorno resist? Through two approaches, one preliminary, the other forming the methodological underlay on his whole study. To begin with, he sends to the margins Kierkegaard as poet. Kierkegaard's own writing is not poetry, not aesthetic in itself. He is not a writer or a literary aesthete, whether that claim is made somewhat ambivalently by Kierkegaard himself 8 or by others as the key to interpreting his work 9. Poetry itself becomes the stage props and ominous decorations of the private individual, the determination of the poet's comportment 10. But, just when we think that Adorno wants to discard the fancy decorations as so much useless garbage, he brings to bear the second strategy. And that is nothing other than sentence production. In Nous, Adorno wants to take Kierkegaard literally, to read his images at face value in order to identify their authentic reality 11 and prevent them, as he puts it, from volatilizing into metaphor. Various terms come in to characterize such a strategy: the search for truth content or concretion 12, whose ultimate aim is both to uncover the mythical underlay and resist its pull. Let me take the most direct statement, if that is possible in Adorno, of his method. There is no way to meet up with him in the fox kennel of a nightly re-acted interiority than to take him at his word. He is to be caught in the traps set by his own hand. 13. If I tease out this statement, then 3 elements emerge: in nightly re-acted interiority, taking him at his word, and catching him in his own traps. The RST will, of course, become a fundamental argument in the book as a whole, namely the radical retreat of the bourgeois private individual. I will return to this below, but, for now, the other 2 items urge my attention. The second, taking Kierkegaard at his word, is none other than holding his images and metaphors to account, allowing the naked bulb in the ascetic interrogation room to do its work until the images nally divulge the truth. But then I will want to direct the same question to Adorno, for do not his images, they are in fact metaphors, have their own truth content? What if I were to take him at his word? The fox kennel and its autonomous traps would speak then not only of Kierkegaard, the radical interior of the bourgeois individual, but also of Adorno, who is inescapably also a bourgeois individual, especially if we follow his line on the closed cage of capitalism. But, much more importantly than this, I want to suggest that Adorno will not let himself say anything positively about theology. This is the trap of his own fox kennel, or, better still, his own fox tunnel. Even though he will criticize Kierkegaard over and over for the impossibility of basing a philosophical system in theology, even though he is resolutely opposed to the various patterns of secularizing theology, even though he wants to let theology have its head, and even though he lets slip extraordinary glimpses of such a path, he stops short of saying anything more on theology itself. We will see this in a host of theological notions, such as redemption, reconciliation, faith, grace, and love. All we have left are the traps themselves, set by Kierkegaard's own hand. I am going to indulge myself a little here, for the astonishing model for Adorno's method is none other than biblical exegesis. He gets to this point by stating that he will use Kierkegaard's own method in order to read his work, an eminent strategy he developed from Benjamin. And Kierkegaard's method is none other than theological exegesis. Here is Adorno. The impulse for the literal examination of Kierkegaard's language does not have to be imported psychoanalytically into his work, although there is more than enough occasion and temptation. It has its precedent in the work itself, in the theological Christian exegesis, Christliche theologische exegese. Like the edifying writings, the pseudonymous training in Christianity is exegetically, and all the pseudonymous writings are interwoven with exegetically sections. No meaningful exegesis can be conceived, however, that is not obligatorily bound to the vocabulary of the text. 14. Here, the attention to a literal examination, to the vocabulary of the text, in short, the concern with sentence production, with language and terminology that is so characteristic of Adorno's work after this RST text 15 is to be found in Kierkegaard's own perpetual recourse to biblical exegesis. At every point Kierkegaard's statements refer to texts that he held to be holy. 16 For me, steeped as I am in biblical interpretation and the long traditions of commentary, this is the bread and butter work of literary criticism. Given the emphases of Adorno criticism, especially English-speaking criticism, it is worth emphasizing this point, namely that the well-known immanent approach to interpretation begins its long path in Adorno's work with biblical interpretation. By the same token, we cannot dismiss this biblical touch as a temporary phase in Adorno's work, for not only is Adorno's work peppered with biblical allusions that exhibit more than a passing knowledge of the biblical text, 17. But he was also to use very similar terms in his famous discussion of the essay. 18 Yet, in a loop that will bring my indulgence in biblical criticism back to the task at hand, Adorno introduces a variation in his own exegesis of Kierkegaard's texts. In contrast to Kierkegaard's exegesis, the exegetically method das exegetiske Verfahren must be concerned primarily with metaphor. 19 And the reason for such a move is that it uncovers the mythical contents die mythischen Gehalt of his philosophy, precisely that which the poetic seduction of Kierkegaard's texts seeks to glide over. I must admit that I am much more willing to be seduced by poetry than Adorno, but what has turned up here is one of the two great underlying motifs of the Kierkegaard study, namely demythologization. After all, it is not merely the poetic pull of Kierkegaard that he resists at every struggling step, but the fascination of myth itself. This will, in fact, be one of the motifs around which I will gather my discussion of Adorno's theological suspicion. The other two are the recourse to history and paradox. They form, to dip into the metaphor I used earlier, part of the thread that will help me negotiate the forbidding turns of the labyrinth. Succinctly put, time and again, Adorno levels three charges at Kierkegaard: that his theology slips into the myth it perpetually represses, that it cannot escape the history it perpetually ees, and that the paradoxes of theology eventually break up the possibility of any system based on theological categories. For Adorno, theology turns out to be a treacherous backer, dissolving into mythology at almost every turn, and then rendered nonsensical by internal paradoxes that fail to respond to the dialectic. Demythologization. My own encounter with demythologization is from the work of Rudolf Bultmann, 20, who will come in for a hammering in the jargon of authenticity. For this New Testament scholar and theologian, the mythical structure of the New Testament, and thereby of Christianity itself, was hopelessly outdated. Christianity had to wrench itself out of the Hellenistic world with its tiered universe in which Jesus descends from heaven to earth, defeats the devil of the underworld and then returns to heaven above and remythologies itself with a contemporary worldview. My question, then, is demythologization and Kierkegaard. Here, I step out on a path few have trod, the Kierkegaard book, so let me put out front a couple of key issues. Firstly, why is Adorno so adamant that myth is a bane that must be uncovered and countered in whatever way possible? Apart from the obvious point that the Nazi appropriation of myth, in terms of the blonde beast and of blood and soil, was hardly going to endear myth to a Marxist of Jewish background, there is more to this question. In many respects, we might read demythologization as an extension of the Marxist program of ideological suspicion, particularly of emancipatory projects and their unavoidable mythical justification. And then, in the correspondence with Benjamin, he explores what myth that has been thoroughly demythologized might look like. 21. I am keenly interested in the whole problem of myth and, in fact, would like to retrieve myth in some sense, especially in the form of political myth. So I will watch Adorno's strictures closely. Secondly, Adorno is famous for refusing to deny a term, preferring to let its multifarious senses appear as the discussion proceeds, so I am going to outline the main senses of myth in the Kierkegaard book before I go on. 22. Like a perpetual bass riff, myth returns in ever more variations: Nordic myths, propitiatory sacrifice, fate, Gnosticism, the Orphic myth of the harmony of the spheres, and, above all, chthonic myths of nature. All of these vitiate Kierkegaard's effort to break out of myth through theology, for theology is unavoidably mythical. Let me summarize. As for Nordic myth, Adorno traces the myth of Odin behind Kierkegaard's discussion of the sacrifice of Christ. The God who is consecrated and said to himself in an autonomous sacrifice, can never be banished from Kierkegaard's Christology. Further, by seeing on the notion of propitiatory atonement, Christ takes the punishment which we deserve for our sins, Kierkegaard slips into a Gnostic myth of redemption in which fate dominates, since redemption must entail transcending nature, especially fallen human nature. The only means of doing so is a rescue by Spirit, Christ, from a demonized nature. The catch is that the mythical calculus of propitiatory atonement renders meaningless both grace and reconciliation. Finally, Kierkegaard's central notion of the spheres is vitiated by its reliance on Plato's harmony of the spheres, an Orphic moment within a philosophical system. Nordic myth, propitiatory sacrifice, fate, Gnosticism, and the myth of the spheres, but I have left out the whole realm of chthonic myth. In fact, nature is a crucial category on its own, zigzagging its undained presence throughout this text on Kierkegaard. Again, let me call Adorno to order and list the various senses nature takes: the natural state of human beings, the result of the fall, that which is not God, the physical realm of nature which is also fallen, and the timelessness and abstractness characteristic of nature. In the Kierkegaard study, nature is primarily an anthropological term, using anthropology in the traditional theological sense, and, in this sense, he can milk it for all it's worth. For the theological sense of nature allows Adorno to speak of certain crucial myths of Christianity: the fall, the death and resurrection of Christ, the two natures of Christ, the second coming. Yet even this does not exhaust the senses Adorno attaches to nature, for not only is it a metaphysical term deriving from Aristotle but also one that invokes the implications of the natural sciences for the understanding of history. Let me turn for a moment to Adorno's essay The Idea of Natural History, where this sense of nature is more explicit. In this respect, Benjamin's ignorance is profound, particularly in terms of the natural history that Benjamin found problematic, arguing against the classical, an account of the inquiry into nature, and the Kantian, nature itself as unending and innate creation, senses of the term. Adorno proposes a dialectic between nature and history in which nature emerges at the most historical moment and vice versa, a dialectic that comes from the ambiguity of the term itself, whether the history of nature, nature as historical, or natural history, history as natural. 23. Finally, Adorno later invokes nature with a very different agenda in mind. In aesthetic theory, he attempts to recover the category of natural beauty, over against Hegel, in the context of his analysis of aesthetic modernism. Here, nature becomes the irreducible other, that which will not be subsumed under an anthropocentrism within Adorno's non-identitarian theory of knowledge. The central issues, then, are myth and nature, linked through the underlying rhythm of demythologization. Adorno's main point, to which he returns repeatedly, is that for all Kierkegaard's efforts to lock myth away in some forgotten corner, it crouches at every doorway, ready to spring back into his carefully structured theological philosophy. Three nodes characterize Adorno's demythologization: inwardness, sacri cui, and the spheres. But, rather than letting Adorno set the agenda, I want to IP these philosophical categories over and take on the theological ideas that lie on the obverse. And so, we have faith, inwardness and history, Christology, sacri cui, redemption and reconciliation, and cosmology, the spheres. I want to suggest that Adorno's major discussion of inwardness, Innerlichkeit, in Kierkegaard's Thought 24 is, in fact, a consistent demythologization of the theological category of faith. It is also one of his best arguments in the book, albeit with two steps, the one concerned with uncovering the mythological motifs that run through Kierkegaard's radical inwardness, and the second with the historical truth content of inwardness. For Kierkegaard's retreat to an inner intellectual sanctum has a dual purpose: to outsmart the mythological dimensions of Christianity and to end an alternative way to deal with the problem of history and faith. Let me begin with myth. In the pursuit of inwardness, Kierkegaard falls headlong into the realm of spiritualism. Is not spiritualism the favored form of religious expression of the private individual, especially in our post-secular world where spirituality is everywhere valorized? But spiritualism has an older sense upon which Adorno plays: the realm of séances, communicating with the dead, the occult, and so on, and this enables him to point out that the spiritual is also very much the demonic. The devil is, after all, as much a spirit as God, as indeed are the myriad demons and angels that populate the supersensual world, but as soon as we allow this point we are immediately in the realm of myth. Is not talk of God versus the devil anything but myth, Kierkegaard's theological protestations notwithstanding? The trap Kierkegaard has set with his own hand is about to be sprung. But, RST, he must arrive breathlessly in the deepest recesses of the tunnel of inwardness only to end that myth awaits him there in the enticing shape of the devil, and then attempt to escape by making that famous leap to God, ontology, and then to other human beings. Now the trap closes. Such a leap can only be conjuration, the magician's trick by which he attempts to escape inwardness. 25 Faith turns out to be nothing more than superstition, a reliance on magic that can manipulate the universe through peculiar acts that, when carried out correctly and in the right quantity, produce the desired result. Hence the formulaic brevity and repetition of Kierkegaard's writings, their pattern of entreaty and conjuration. For all his efforts to bar the door to myth in the inner room of his soul, Kierkegaard NDS, at least as far as Adorno is concerned, that myth is quietly waiting for him after he has frantically secured the last lock, and that myth will be his only means of escape. But why should myth be such a problem? Kierkegaard needs to be free from myth in order to be open to religiosity. In other words, one can encounter God only when the last trappings of myth have been discarded, whether these are inherent to Christianity or part of the incessant pattern of appropriation of pagan elements into Christianity. So, at this level, Adorno is, in fact, correct. Should the inward realm be subject to myth, then Kierkegaard's system collapses, the core of existential faith turns out to be empty. The deeper point of all this is that inwardness is itself mythical, a fundamental myth of bourgeois ideology, but I will have more to say on this in a few moments. The question for Adorno is why, for all his relentless criticism of Kierkegaard, he should accept Kierkegaard's abhorrence of myth. Would not the step beyond Kierkegaard, beyond showing how his philosophical theology breaks down at every point, be to ask what the implications might be of taking myth as potentially benevolent rather than baleful? Rather than seeking a reality that is either beyond myth, Kierkegaard, or as the truth content of myth, Adorno, what happens if we take myth as a necessary fable, and, to go beyond Badiou and back to Bloch, as a potentially liberating fable? Spiritualism, conjuration, and superstition, thus far, three elements in the mythical underlay of Kierkegaard's radical inwardness. The last item before I turn to the question of history is subjectivity. If we grant Kierkegaard his inwardness, then the subject is its own ground. It cannot be established on anything but itself, and the movement of subjectivity can only involve an oscillation, out and back and again, in what is a poor substitute for the dialectic. Or, rather, Kierkegaard's inversion of Hegel's dialectic is not materialist, Marx, but idealist, based on a radical interiority. The problem with all of this is that Kierkegaard is forced to wipe out subjectivity despite himself, and the reasons are as follows. According to his theoretical need for radical inwardness, the subject can be constituted only by itself. However, such an inwardness is inescapably mythical, and so, if Kierkegaard seeks to banish myth from his philosophical theology, then the subject must go with it. Here, we are simply at an irresolvable paradox. The subjectivity of radical inwardness relies on a myth that is unacceptable for the system in question. Adorno's verdict is NAL. Any idealist system such as Kierkegaard's cannot contain its mythical core forever, for in the NAL products of the idealist spirit, the mythical content simply breaks through the cells of the systematically developed concept, where philosophical criticism has banished it, and takes possession of the old images. 26 And yet, all this sniff-ng out of myth in every last corner of Kierkegaard's most inner sanctum, is but the RST logical step of demythologization. I must admit that I have actually inverted the sequence of Adorno's argument, for the whole question of history that follows, in fact, comes RST in Adorno's text, before undressing Kierkegaard and ending him decked out in mythical underwear. Yet it seems to me that, logically, history comes second, for here Adorno pushes demythologization to its next step. For one who has agonized over Adorno's text, reading a page 10 times in English and 10 more in German before hazarding an interpretation, the section on inwardness and history is one of the more lucid sections of the book. And it is also thoroughly biblical, for it involves a sustained assessment of the Gur of Adam from the book of Genesis. But, at a deeper level, the whole question of history is crucial for Kierkegaard precisely because of the Bible. Kierkegaard's problem is, if history is so central to Christianity, Christ's life, death, and resurrection must constitute in some senses a historical event and not fable or myth, then why is it so difficult to connect with a history that continually eludes our grasp? For Kierkegaard, the answer lies with the processes of objectless inwardness that provide a radically alternative contact with history. That is, the history Kierkegaard seeks is an alternative history of the inner self, an extraordinary retreat into the individual interior from where contact with the lost and enciphered meaning of the archaic text of the Bible may once again be made. Yet, for Adorno, this is nothing other than a ite from history, but he makes his point with the biblical Gur of Adam and the theological problem of original sin. 27 Adorno is nothing if not persistent and patiently thorough. His point, or at least his initial one, is that Kierkegaard cannot escape external history, for his resolute focus on the inner history of objectless inwardness operates by means of the external category of race, specifically the human race. Even though Kierkegaard tries to set up a dialectical opposition between individual and race, he cannot help but absorb objective history into the enclaves of isolated inwardness. 28 How does this work with Adam? This RST man's willful sin sets up the condition of sinfulness, which is then the cause of sin for every other man, yet such an objective or constant history puts Adam outside the human race, for he sins in a way different from other men. The alternative that each person begins to sin, enacts original sin yet again like Adam, makes Adam one of the human race, denies any sense of history as a continuous and constitutive feature of the race. But Kierkegaard cannot escape external history, so his conclusion, albeit temporary, contradicts his initial position. Continuous renewal is not possible, so sinfulness does in fact have a continuous history. The upshot? Adam must be out of history. How does Kierkegaard avoid the trap? He wants to maintain the continuous history of the race, and yet that forces Adam outside of that history. In an effort to sidestep the problem, the question of Adam turns from his relationship to the human race to one of historical uniqueness. As we saw, for Kierkegaard, history must be fundamentally continuous, must operate within time. This would force him into the position that Adam is thereby a prototypical, extra-historical example that sets history on its path. And yet, Kierkegaard simply cannot accept this, since uniqueness automatically excludes one from history, thereby rejecting the irreversible and irreducible uniqueness of the historical fact. 29 Which is, for Adorno, the key to authentic history. Now that Kierkegaard has discarded historical uniqueness in one form, he tries to recover it by means of his well-known notion of the leap or the beginning. Adam becomes the RST moment of a new beginning, not in the sense of uniqueness but as an inauguration. The leap, in other words, constitutes a beginning that is within continuous history and not outside it. For Adorno, this position gives up on historical uniqueness and thereby significance. And if historical significance disappears, is not Adam's sin precisely such a significant event? Then history itself threatens to fade away. At this point, the two are at loggerheads. Kierkegaard will not give up on historical continuity and seeks a place for uniqueness within continuity, whereas Adorno takes the very uniqueness and significance of events as the basis of history. A third time Adorno worries away at the tension between the singularity of Adam's sin and its place in history, now from the side of language. The problem with sin is that it is both ontologically prior and historically determined through language. Although there is an understanding of what sin itself means as a word, although there is a concept of sin that carries through from generation to generation, each person must also enter sin through a qualitative leap in order to maintain its ontological and qualitative singularity. Is not sin, after all, an ontological affront to God that is unique and primary? And yet, we know what sin is, what thoughts and acts constitute sin. Kierkegaard wants to hold on to both, although he tries to squirm out of the paradox by suggesting that the word sin has no content on each new occasion, being led anew with the sense it has always carried. All of this is, of course, yet another permutation on the tension between inwardness and history. Adorno's point is not merely that Kierkegaard attempts to produce an alternative history by means of radical inwardness, one that connects us with Adam's sin through the qualitative leap that enables us to touch that inaccessible history. He is also keen to point out that, for all Kierkegaard's efforts to escape objective history, he simply cannot do so. It returns through the objective history of language, the meaning of the word sin, through the effort to incorporate Adam's uniqueness within history, by means of an inaugural leap, and through the actual history of the sinfulness of the human race, which leaves Adam outside history. Those who venture into the Kierkegaard book stop, as I pointed out earlier, with this section, and even then they rush to Adorno's socio-economic point. But Adorno is the last one to make rushed vulgar Marxist connections with the base. He is the master of delayed satisfaction, holding off the pleasure of the socio-economic point in a way that makes it all the more pleasurable when it arrives. So he tarries long with the logical tensions of Kierkegaard's efforts to block out objective history and end a new path through inwardness. Even when he has explored as many problems within Kierkegaard's argument as he can, still Adorno holds off, for what he wants to do is locate in Kierkegaard's writings an awareness, blocked before it becomes articulate, of the historical conditioning of objectless inwardness itself. The traces of history in Kierkegaard's writing appear in various forms, whether in the act itself whereby subjectivity recedes and closes in on itself even further in response to the external world, or in the political opinions that are responses to the painful intrusions of reality into the objectless interior. 30. At this point Adorno grants Kierkegaard an insight, even if it is despite himself, for Kierkegaard's responses are not merely reactionary, but absorb and give expression to the social situation of their production. And, in this process, particularly in his critique of the Church, Kierkegaard draws on the left Hegelians for a materialist critique. Kierkegaard himself cannot avoid realizing that the efficient cause of the social situation that generates his life and writing, especially ideas such inwardness itself, is none other than the knowledge of the reification of social life, the alienation of the individual from a world that comes into focus as a mere commodity. 31. In the end, this is the history of which Adorno has been speaking, which is at the same time the truth content of theology. It is precisely Kierkegaard's response to such a process of reification that functions as a signal of the history he perpetually seeks to reject. Of course, Kierkegaard's idealist response, namely that Christianity is the cure for reification, is entirely inadequate, but at least he recognizes the problem in the RST place. For Adorno, Kierkegaard does therefore identify a certain existential and ideological crisis of capitalism, the perceived inauthenticity of the capitalist world, especially the anxiety and desolation of the individual burgher. For all Kierkegaard's solitary posturing, Adorno pushes his existential pure inwardness until it yields its material and social content. This ideology-critical examination of the traditional problems of bourgeois thought thus redeems their truth content, that moment in them which pertains to the antagonistic structure of reality itself, and not merely to the structure of thought, and annihilates the ideological veil of reconciliation which affixes all merely conceptual solutions. 32. Only now, after having worked through all of the internal problems of Kierkegaard's thought, all of which hinge on showing that the logic of Kierkegaard's philosophical theology operates with a profound tension between the effort at absolute retreat into inwardness and the inability to close history out completely, may Adorno have the extraordinary pleasure of the Marxist recourse to Kierkegaard's social and economic situation. By this time end. This is the magic of Adorno's analysis. Kierkegaard himself demands such an analysis. 33. Here, Adorno makes the famous point that Kierkegaard's work cannot be understood without the crucial role in his written and personal life of the spacious and fortress-like bourgeois interior of the 19th century. 34. This interior is both metaphor and physical location. Kierkegaard was a rentier, an individual who lived off an inheritance, working on his own in a room isolated from outside. Yet, this apparent rejection of capitalism, down to the refusal to put his money out to interest, embodies the logic of capitalism itself, the autonomy of the isolated individual working to his own agenda. For Kierkegaard, in theoretical and personal retreat expresses the deepest logic of liberalism. 4. In such a contradictory way, liberalism has its collective power, although each individual believes he or she is working entirely independently, perhaps even polemically in opposition to the evils of capitalism. The very act of doing so makes them part of a larger whole. To cap it off, Adorno's moment of the truth content of theology loops back to suggest not only that space rather than time is the key to Kierkegaard's philosophy and theology, but that the situation, Christianity, goes hand in hand with the modern apartment. One cannot be thought, in Kierkegaard, without the other. Kierkegaard's Christianity in the context of a Christian Europe is itself part of the ideology of liberalism, as is Kierkegaard's own very liberal response, namely the isolation and reification of the private individual. His theoretical answer, radical inwardness, is now at one with historical situation, a situation saturated with the legacy of Christianity without which capitalism would not have been possible. It is a brilliant argument in itself, but also because we see here that the inner workings of his famous immanent critique were honed on the theological matter of Kierkegaard's writings. Built into the critique of Kierkegaard's objectless inwardness is an effort to show how a dialectical reading of theology might work, something he so much hoped Benjamin would do. But we should not forget that it is also the end run of a thorough process of demythologization. The mythical underlay of Kierkegaard's thought has its basis in a distinct historical situation. Adorno's vacillation. Christology. Regrettably, Adorno makes the historical move only with the argument concerning radical inwardness. In fact, I found myself wanting it badly in the other arguments of the book, especially those on sacri cei, Christology, and the spheres, cosmology. Instead, he adopts the dominant pattern in the book, namely a dual critique that moves from myth to paradox. The moment of identifying the mythic patterns of various items in Kierkegaard's thought gives way to the irresolvable paradoxes of these same items. And, in Adorno's eyes, these paradoxes shake Kierkegaard's system into crumbling ruins. This strategy is crucial for the notion of theological suspicion that is so important in Adorno's work. In what follows, I pick up the two key moments, Christology and sacri cei, which will then allow me to focus on the key theological question of reconciliation. As for Christology, Adorno makes much of the mythical core of propitiatory atonement. Christ takes the punishment for our sins upon himself, the key to Kierkegaard's Christology. On the face of it, there is nothing earth-shattering here, since many theologians and biblical critics have made and continue to make the same point. Yet Adorno's argument is more astute than the banal point that Christology is inescapably mythical. Rather, his criticism is that propitiatory atonement renders grace useless, and, here, Adorno is a thoroughly Lutheran thinker. I will turn to grace below, save to pick up Adorno's point here that such a Christology operates according to a graceless mythical calculus. 35 A calculus whereby Christ becomes a substitute for human beings, a sacrifice so that humans do not need to suffer the consequences of their acts. That this becomes the basis of the search for meaning, the point at which transcendence touches individual lives, where Christ and man meet, is the nub of the problem, for in the absence of grace the whole notion of reconciliation makes a hasty exit from the theological scene. But note what has happened here. Instead of uncovering yet another moment of myth, Adorno has, in fact, resorted to theology itself to make his argument: without grace reconciliation is meaningless. This is the Adorno that intrigues me in these arguments, the moments he lets us glimpse the possibilities for theology after theological suspicion has done its work. For now, I am more intrigued by Adorno's further argument that Kierkegaard's Christology suffers from a lethal dose of Gnosticism, the mythical core of propitiatory atonement. For Adorno, Gnosis erupts in late idealism when through spiritualism mythical thought gains power over Christian thought, and, in spite of all talk of grace, draws Christianity into the graceless immanence of the course of nature. 36 Let us stay with Gnosis for a few moments. As he outlines the various, albeit masked, Gnostic doctrines of Kierkegaard, Adorno characteristically denies Gnosis indirectly, drawing it out by means of his immanent criticism. And he prefers Gnosis to Gnostic or Gnosticism. But this does not in the end avoid the problem of the sheer variety of Gnosticisms that flourished in the early centuries of the Christian era and carried on in a range of half-lives as the consistent underside of theology ever since. By restricting his usage to Gnosis, Adorno implies the denying feature of Gnosticism as saving knowledge, a secret knowing code words, the truth about existence, a radical dualism between evil matter and the spark of the soul that has been trapped in nature and forgotten itself, the salvation of the spirit through imparting a restricted knowledge that enables the soul to escape the realm of nature and matter. Christologically, this means that Christ's soul did not die, his material body or a substitute was left on the cross, thereby fooling the evil hordes, or even the creating demiurge of the Old Testament, who all believed they had killed God himself. The link for Adorno, although this content is not made explicit, is with Kierkegaard's abhorrence of nature in all its senses. Nature is that from which the follower escapes by means of Christ's propitiatory death, and yet this escape is doomed before it may begin. Thus, the real basis of Kierkegaard's mythology lies in his Gnostic doctrines, which now connect with the questions of fate and propitiation. Neither Christ nor God can prevent the fate of Christ's death, since this, precisely as propitiatory atonement, becomes a necessary step for redemption that simultaneously robs it of any efficacy. Further, this death becomes an offense not merely because it is a propitiation for sinful human beings, but for what lies beyond human sin itself, namely the realm of evil nature from which Christ promises a futile rescue. The point is very astute on Adorno's part, for propitiatory atonement is indeed a doctrine that trades on certain features of Gnostic thought. Not only are human souls trapped within nature, but God himself is similarly imprisoned, particularly in his binding in human nature in the Incarnation. Yet, this is the ultimate expression of necessity, for God cannot help but succumb to such a fate. God must be incarnated in Christ, in nature, so that the punishment due to human beings may be taken by Christ, so that, in other words, redemption can take place. The sheer necessity of this particular schema of redemption puts God at the mercy of fate, but the problem for Adorno is that Kierkegaard's evocation of God's own fate sucks all the air out of the prison of nature where he is caught. In this environment, where fate, a force outside God, renders God helpless, such a God fades from existence. Mythical dialectic consumes Kierkegaard's God, as did Cronus his children. 37 Yet, identifying myth is but the RST step. Adorno will then move on, not to history so much as to the problem of paradox. Here, Kierkegaard is inescapably a theologian, for theology deals with myriad paradoxes, such as the dual nature of Christ, fully man and fully human, transcendence and immanence, punctual time and eternity, and the bind of theodicy, the tension between evil, God's omnipotence and love. Indeed, for Adorno, this is precisely the problem with Kierkegaard and with theology more generally. While his understanding of dialectics must have paradox as the starting point, Kierkegaard annoyingly insists that paradox is the answer, the end point of the argument that loudly proclaims the limits of human thought. 38 Adorno will worry away at this assumption for most of the book. The paradox is Kierkegaard's fundamental, categorical form. 39 And Adorno is not going to let Kierkegaard get away with it. Out of the density of Adorno's text, I choose one instance of Christological paradox: time and eternity. The point Adorno wants to make is that paradoxes like these are the fertile ground in which the dialectic may and should take root. Except, for Kierkegaard, the dance of the dialectic falters a misstep here, a falter there, one partner begins dancing to a different beat and soon they give up altogether. The fatal problem with Kierkegaard's discussion of time and eternity is the recurring problem of nature. Nature, especially fallen nature, has for Kierkegaard no history, whereas time is that which distinguishes human existence from nature. The problem is that Kierkegaard attributes timelessness, a feature of nature, to Christ, in direct contradiction with his insistence on the historicity of God's appearance in Christ. 40 Adorno picks up on Kierkegaard's phrase "this nota bene" on a page of universal history to argue that this is precisely a signal of the lack of historical specificity in regard to Christ's incarnation. He might have appeared at any moment in time, interchangeable with any other. Thus, rather than marking in a unique fashion the possibility of history itself, Adorno's very definition of history itself, as we saw a little earlier, the life of Christ becomes timeless, falling back into nature. And this nature is specifically fallen nature, the state of human beings in the world after the fall. Of course, this means that Christ cannot effect any redemption. Trapped in nature as timeless, he has no way of extracting himself from nature, let alone anyone else who may be interested in redemption. For Kierkegaard, this is a real problem, since he desperately wants to get himself out of such a fallen nature, and, for the Adorno of this early work, nature is not a particularly desirable state. Sacri ce. All of this is only a warm-up before taking the central category of Kierkegaard's thought, Sacri ce. 41 And he will let Kierkegaard have it on both counts, showing how Sacri ce is both mythical and paradoxical, so much so that it leads to the Sacri ce of reason itself. As for myth, Adorno is beginning to enjoy himself, Xing his dialectical muscles. All Kierkegaard's bans on myth, he points out, are but screens for myth itself. Blinded, however, it escapes him that the image of Sacri ce is itself mythical and occupies the innermost cell of his thought, accessible equally by way of his philosophy as by his theology. 42 Using Kierkegaard's dialectic against him, Adorno argues that, in the very effort to remove the mythical origin of Sacri ce, he makes use of Sacri ce. However much he exploits the ambiguity of myth to extirpate myth, he cannot escape it. But what is the myth that riddles Kierkegaard's notion of Sacri ce? None other than the Nordic myth of Odin Wodan. 43 The god who rules over all things but Sacri ces himself for himself. Patron of the Jarl nobles, possessor of the great spear Gungnir, a treacherous and untrustworthy god of war and the brotherhoods of warriors, also of poetry, magic, wisdom, especially in war, and runes. Odin's creatures were the raven and the wolf that fed on the bodies of the slain. Dweller of Valhalla, he welcomed warriors fallen in battle, but also demanded human and animal Sacri ces which the Jarl provided for him by raiding the villages of the Karl, free men, whose god was Thor. These Sacri ces were hung from trees and stabbed with spears, often around temples, in memory of Odin's own hanging. Strung from the world tree Yggdrasil for 9 days, bearing a spear wound, he Sacri ces himself for the secret of the runes, for knowledge itself. In the Havamal, Odin speaks thus: I know I hung on the wind-swept tree through 9 days and nights. I was stuck with a spear and given to Odin, myself given to myself. 44. For Adorno, this is the key, myself given to myself, to Kierkegaard's theory of Sacri ce, although I have had to overcome Adorno's obtuseness here with a few details. The point is that the myth of Odin's self-Sacri ce gives us the essence of Kierkegaard's idealism, the rash claim that thought itself, reason, is able to generate not only reality but redemption itself. Yet, Does not Kierkegaard seek to overcome idealism through sacri cui? Ostensibly yes, but the myth betrays him, for his use of Christ's sacri cui is saturated with the myth of Othin's sacri cui. This means, for Adorno, that Kierkegaard seeks both to transcend his idealist system and, by the same act, hold it together. He negates all the claims of idealism and then grasps them. Let me exegete for a moment a key quotation from Adorno, one that is typically overlaid with multiple levels. It reads: "The model of this sacri cui is paradoxy, a movement of thought, completed in our thought, and negated as totality in this movement of thought, in order, sacri said, to draw toward itself the strictly different, its absolute contrary." 45. The ghost of Othin haunts this sentence, the paradox of the God who sacrifices himself for knowledge, thought itself, but then idealism itself comes to the fore. Thought is both completed and negated in order to draw in the contrary, the other that it believes it has constituted through the power of thought alone. But such an idealist dialectic has about as much chance of connecting with the other, Hegel's moment of the negative, as Othin has of being reliable and trustworthy. Finally, reconciliation peers out from beneath the words. Any effort at reconciliation, the effort to reconcile oneself with any other, can hardly proceed from and return to oneself, gathering the other in the process. Idealism, staring at the onset of imminent collapse, has no access to such reconciliation, cannot achieve the cathartic reconciliation promised by sacri cui, since reconciliation is precisely that category excluded by the realm of pure thought that characterizes idealism. Or, if we replace thought with nature, redemption that comes from nature can never rise above nature, it must fall back, exhausted, into nature. Reconciliation thereby becomes the imperceptible gesture in which guilty nature renews itself historically as created nature. 46. The key paradox, then, is idealism, although all of Kierkegaard's much beloved paradoxes also come into play: revelation/mystery, happiness/suffering, certainty/uncertainty, ease/difficulty of religious truth/absurdity. Kierkegaard's problem is that he tries to overcome the primary paradox of idealism by means of sacri cui. Unfortunately for him, this sacri cui is caught in the myth of Othin that replicates the idealist paradox. Hence, sacri cui is the Essensgehalt of paradoxy. 47. And, with the incessant rattling of this idealist paradox, Kierkegaard's system falls apart. What appears to be a dialectic is one in name only. Or, rather, he is closer to Hegel than he cares to think. In all his opposition, Kierkegaard replicates the idealism of Hegel, suffering an inverse fate. Reason, which in Hegel as in Night Reason produces actuality out of itself, is in Kierkegaard, again as in Night Reason, the negation of all night knowledge. If the former is mythical by its claim to universal sovereignty, the latter becomes mythical through universal annihilation. 48. Othin's Nal battle at Ragnarok, when Loki and the wolf Fenrir are let loose, marks the collapse of Kierkegaard's system. This is the sacri cui of reason to which Adorno has been working, the sheer inability of reason to function in any capacity in Kierkegaard's thought. In the end, sacri cui becomes not merely a signal of the inability of reason to function in any capacity, but also the very means by which reason is rendered incapable. The effort to hold his system together through sacri cui fails spectacularly, going every which way in a shower of sparks. Not a bad argument, it seems to me, particularly in the way the uncovering of myth and identikation of paradox mesh with one another, but, again, I am left wanting more, especially on the question of reconciliation. Adorno refuses to say anything more on reconciliation, and even then I have had to spell it out: the reconciliation of myself with the other, with what is strictly different. Does he mean reconciliation between human beings and God? This would, in fact, be the primary theological meaning of the word, or between human beings themselves the subsidiary theological point. If so, he does not say so. My suspicion is that spelling out what he means by reconciliation would draw him too far into theology, although he could always answer that the ban on images comes into play here. that we cannot in fact know or say what reconciliation is, since we have not as yet experienced it, at least on a political and social level. Cosmology, the spheres. It is all beginning to read like a thorough demolition job. Indeed, the subtitle of the Kierkegaard study may well have read "All I leave are the memories." I do indeed this somewhat troubling, not so much because I have a soft spot for Kierkegaard, but because it is, to be blunt, a betrayal of the dialectic. Would not a more dialectical reading have been to draw Kierkegaard up into a wider problematic, to recast his questions and problems into another set of questions? At least Adorno should have asked, what are the implications for theology and philosophy, given the inadequacies of Kierkegaard's thought? But, for now, Adorno raises Kierkegaard to the ground one more time, on the question of the spheres, or, as I have recast it, a demythologization of cosmology. So let us see what he does here with a deep structure of Kierkegaard's works. Kierkegaard's famous spheres, the aesthetic, ethical, and religious, are both hierarchically and dialectical related, mediated by irony and humor. Again, two phases characterize Adorno's argument, the one that they are ultimately theological and therefore mythical, and the other that the dialectic of the spheres fails to achieve the desired unity, becoming a totality of ruins 49 due to the inherent idealism of Kierkegaard's dialectic, in which they become ruling ideas. Theologically, the spheres operate within a vertical world between heaven and hell, eternity and damnation, with the aesthetic at the lowest point, moving between despair and objective damnation. Irony mediates, as a conyen, between it and the ethical, the middle realm, which then moves to the religious via humor, at which point the holy or apostolic life may be found. But the relationship is also dialectical, with all three spheres rubbing up against one another. As for myth, Adorno's dialectical reading moves from the spheres as distinct entities, through their status as concepts, to their magical and hypostatist forms. The initial signal of myth's presence in the dialectic of the spheres is language itself, for the nomenclature of the spheres is astral. The spheres, apart from assuring Kant's notion of the moral law beneath the stars in heaven, both echo and derive from the Pythagorean/Orphic music of the spheres that Plato found so appealing. Here, the mythical element takes astrological form, and Adorno argues that Kierkegaard's formulations themselves betray such a linguistic debt. Echoing Kierkegaard, Adorno writes, "The most universal concepts, posited by consciousness to order its multifarious contents, appear to consciousness as alien, meaning conferring powers that deny their own course. They direct the individual's fate the more completely the stranger they become to him, the more hidden their human origins, the more, that is, that abstraction progresses in them." 50. Like astrology, in which inanimate pieces of rock affect one's individual characteristics and personal decisions and events, the spheres become alien bodies, dictating one's life according to the logic of fate. Although Kierkegaard would hardly believe this, for Adorno he does in fact hold that universal concepts fall under the sway of astrology. By now, Adorno has become a little impatient with stripping Kierkegaard down to his mythological underwear. With the spheres he is far more interested in the logical paradoxes they pose for the dialectic. To begin with, Kierkegaard's own model of the spheres is riven, somewhat ironically, with the tension between a dialectic immanent to the spheres and one between the spheres. 51. This tension produces its own contradiction between a Hegelian immanent dialectic and one of the leap across the abyss between the spheres that transforms one into the other, from the lowest, the aesthetic, through ethics to the highest, the religious, mediated by the UID boundaries conyen of irony and humor and occasionally the interesting or even the ethical itself. In order to explicate the contradiction, Adorno resorts yet again to a theological problem that highlights the problem, namely, Miracle 52 at RST. This might seem like a strange way to open up the contradictions in Kierkegaard's dialectic of the spheres. But let us see what Adorno does with them. Miracles are caught in Kierkegaard's system between believer and non-believer, for in neither case do they work, despite Kierkegaard's claims. For the non-believer, miracles can make him attentive, but not compel belief. In fact, he may equally decide to accept or reject the faith towards which miracles point. This means that miracles can be only for believers, but this falls away from the paradox of belief, seeing it as an eternal proof of faith. Yet they cannot be, for Kierkegaard, proofs of faith, since faith can happen only through the leap. In either case, the categories are mutually exclusive, but Kierkegaard's point is that the tension can be resolved through a qualitative dialectic that scorns Hegelian Vermittlung, mediation, as nothing more than interposition mediation. Now Adorno pounces, for it is not possible to operate a dialectical argument without mediation Vermittlung. There are two possible outcomes in this situation: without mediation, the paradox of miracle becomes a pure negation, absolute difference, and then the dialectic freezes, closing down into a simple limiting condition. 53. Alternatively, the paradox of the miracles is in fact mediated, and miracles work for both believer as signs of the life of faith and for the non-believer as signs of how one might enter this life. But let us pause for a moment and backtrack to the leap, to the means of avoiding mediation. If the leap, as the only entry into faith, overcomes the paradox of miracles, how does one enter faith via the leap? Here, the ambivalence and difficulty of the whole dialectic of the spheres emerges. Where the conception of this dialectic is denuded by the categories of the leap, the absolutely different and the paradox, there can be no room for the authentic dialectic. As a movement, the leap is not commensurable with any dialectical movement immanent to the sphere, it is not demonstrable in any act of consciousness. Paradoxical in itself and otherworldly, the leap reveals itself to be an act of election, the consummation of an irrational doctrine of predestination that is perhaps the foundation of Kierkegaard's Baroque 54. Kierkegaard has merely replaced one paradox with another, this time between the leap of faith and the election of believers, or, between free will and grace. It is, in other words, the old theological paradox whereby what seems to be an act of pure choice, above all a decision for God rather than against, turns out, in hindsight, to be a manifestation of election. And theological paradox is the death of the dialectic, as far as Adorno is concerned, for such paradoxes are the end of the run rather than its inaugural moment. In its stronger terms, the issue is predestination, to which Luther and the Lutheran tradition were bound. In the light of the extraordinarily rich doctrine of predestination, Kierkegaard's notion of the leap becomes nonsensical, for there is no longer any risk or uncertainty, the key to the leap itself. As the spheres begin to break up in Adorno's hands, he extricates the unbearable tension between dialectics and hierarchy. For the spheres themselves run in descending order, from the religious through the ethical to the aesthetic, which, for Kierkegaard, implies a certain unintelligibility between the spheres. The lower spheres cannot make intelligible that which appears in higher spheres. But Adorno is after something more. On these terms, any dialectic will break down, whether through the leap or through intrigue. By the leap one may pass from one sphere to the other, but only by intrigue, argues Kierkegaard, may the hierarchy of the spheres relate to each other. The effort to overcome this paradox by means of the notion of projection, in which the higher spheres seek to project themselves into the lower spheres, only generates further problems. In fact, these efforts at the projection of one sphere into another fail abysmally, for it is not possible to move downwards in the hierarchy, since higher spheres cannot be understood by lower ones except by intrigue, and so the hierarchy itself fails to be ordered. Any religious item cannot be understood in the ethical or the aesthetic, nor can the ethical be comprehended in the aesthetic. But where is Adorno going with this argument? In Kierkegaard, higher spheres may not be arbitrarily depicted in lower spheres, the leap precludes adequate projection, and in the necessity of dissimulations the system of the spheres shows itself as a totality in fragments. The projection of the phenomena of a higher sphere into a lower means falsi cation, and, therefore, every statement of the religious sphere remains incomprehensible for the aesthetic sphere because it is already falsi ed by mere depiction. 55. Not only does the dialectic of the spheres collapse, but Kierkegaard's own thought precludes any effort to base aesthetics or ethics in theology both spheres lower than the religious, for all that results is the falsi cation, by intrigue and deception, of the theological categories in the effort to produce an aesthetics or ethics. What of the reverse process, from the lower spheres to the higher? Over against intrigue and dissimulation for the step downward, transcendence refers to the reverse, the way the spheres move out of themselves. Here, Kierkegaard concentrates on the way the aesthetic may move into the religious, and Adorno follows through the various modes by which this happens, the extreme moment of decisiveness for the aesthetic, in contrast to the ever-present leap for the religious, and the exception as the moment of that transcendence, the poet, marriage, feminine romanticism, or human being as such. Decisiveness and the exception then mark such a movement upwards, but it is Kierkegaard's characterization of this movement towards transcendence that is most intriguing. He seeks this transcendence in incommensurable moments or situations in which aesthetics points beyond itself, where there is no ostensible reason for its expression. This is Kierkegaard's concretion, the inward and simple expression of a value that can speak incommensurably of transcendence, such as poetry or love. Who has not felt that moment of transcendence in a lover's eyes, or perhaps in a stunning piece of literature? Enigmatic as ever, Adorno mentions the concrete or concretion a few times before passing on to his next point, but I want to grab Adorno by the collar and hold him in his tracks for a few moments. By concrete, Adorno refers not only to Kierkegaard's notion, and, remember, Adorno will not be seduced by Kierkegaard's poetry, but also to a more Marxist sense where the concrete indicates the specificity of political economics and historical location. And it is this concrete that Kierkegaard cannot avoid and yet seeks to negate through his alternative sense of concrete as the transcendent exception. For the RST sense of concrete appears all the more insistently the more Kierkegaard tries to escape it, particularly with the escape into radical inwardness. Here lies the irresolvable paradox of Kierkegaard's notion of concretion. The very possibility of his alternative notion of concretion as exception relies upon the historical sense of the term, a sense he deeply wants to banish. But Adorno is not content to rest, and so he turns the contradiction of concretion and Kierkegaard's resistance to it into a mark of the system itself, namely the ultimate contradiction of the whole dialectic that Kierkegaard tries to establish. Why does Kierkegaard's effort at a dialectics fail? In the end, paradox begs for an adequate dialectic, something that Adorno himself is keen to establish. Although paradox lies at the heart of Kierkegaard's philosophy, the problem is that, rather than taking paradox as a dialectical category par excellence, as the object that allows the dialectic to begin its work, Kierkegaard falls victim to the theological treatment of paradox. That is, the mere arrival at paradox doctrine of the Trinity, the nature of Christ, time and eternity, transcendence and immanence, free will and grace, miracle, etc., is the signal of the end of inquiry rather than its beginning. The problem with Kierkegaard is that the paradoxes of theology are themselves not open to dialectical analysis, however much he may protest otherwise. The theological propositions with which Kierkegaard works are external, revealed truth contents which appear in the highest sphere, the religious. This means that the various phenomena of the spheres religious, ethical, and aesthetic do not arise from within the system itself, but externally. With the externally revealed truths of theology, Kierkegaard's system fails as a dialectical one because there is no mediation, a category that will remain central to Adorno's exercise of the dialectic. 56 Even the use of the ethical sphere itself as a mediation between the religious and the aesthetic fails, for these two crush the ethical between them as a mode of passing from one to the other. Theological truth crashes down to human level as aesthetic truth and reveals itself to man as a sign of hope. 57 Except that such a hope becomes feeble due to the abruptness of the crash. Even though I have voiced my doubts about the need for stamping Kierkegaard's system to dust and then scattering it in the brook nearby, the critique of theological paradox is a pertinent one. Kierkegaard gives precedence to theology, and theological readings, as Adorno points out, are entirely correct to focus on paradox as the key to Kierkegaard's work at the expense of an adequate or workable philosophy or aesthetics. And yet, despite his profound suspicion of Kierkegaard's theology as entirely false within itself, Adorno only just hints at a way in which theology would have a legitimate place, when the paradoxes of theology become the beginning of dialectics, rather than the answer of a system of thought. Then the truth content of theology may begin to appear, however different it may be from its ostensible content. I have, by and large, done with the Kierkegaard book. Apart from carefully sinking into the text itself, with its tight and unrelenting sentences, I have also been on the lookout for the workings of what I have called Adorno's theological suspicion. If I have found the study wanting at certain points too concerned with undertaking a complete demolition job on Kierkegaard, unwilling to pursue guarded hints, and assuming a little too much from Kierkegaard, especially concerning myth and nature, then I also want to hold to the necessity of theological suspicion, especially where paradox is the NAL word, the terminus of any theological argument rather than the beginning of a far more interesting dialectic. Yet, such a theological suspicion does not mean that we can turn our backs on theology, brushing the dust from our sandals before we set out on the road. Secularist theology. I feel as though I have circumnavigated a vast continent of thought and then traversed its tough and rugged interior. But, before I can get too carried away with my sense of achievement, all I need to do is remind myself is that this is only the RST philosophical book. And so I turn to that other central engagement with theology, namely the criticism of secularist theology. This will come as a contested surprise to those who work on Adorno. Does he not, after all, make use of terms such as reconciliation, redemption, and above all the ban on images? Indeed, Adorno is often credited with the suggestion that theology must undergo a radical purge of its bowels so that its language and ways of thinking may be invested with a clean, new, and thoroughly secularist content. 58 Lesson observation about a process that had already been underway from the Enlightenment. It is read as prescription of dialectics itself, a radical ushing out and remolding for the purpose of contemporary radical thought. If this is the case that Adorno is a secular theologian, then he is hardly alone, as the various critics I have discussed in this book or the new wave of political theology at the beginning of the new millennium makes abundantly clear. Now, I could argue that Adorno never makes use of a secularist theological concept, but let me take the more modest position that, although he has a propensity to slip into such a mode at times, he also develops an extraordinary criticism of such secularist theology, what Marx would call the passage from the criticism of theology to the criticism of politics. So, let me track that critique of secularist theology rather closely. The catch is that the criticism of secularist theology is inseparable from the famous ban on images or Bilderverbot, while the ban itself is, in many respects, the basis for the criticism. The criticism of secularist theology raises the question as to what the ban is if it is not a secularist theological category. So, I begin with the criticism of secularist theology itself, before passing on to consider the ban on images. In doing so, I am going to trawl through another of Adorno's less-read books, The Jargon of Authenticity, originally intended to be part of negative dialectics, as well as the more recently unearthed lectures on metaphysics translated as Metaphysics, Concept and Problems. 59 out of these texts, 3 moments of the criticism of secularist theology emerge, 2 from the Jargon book and 1 from the Metaphysics lectures, the attack on existentialism and especially Adorno's favorite punching bag, Heidegger, the danger of a metaphysics that seeks to base its authority in thought alone, and the partial secularization of liberal theology. As for the jargon of authenticity, Adorno wants to do the same to existentialism as he tried to do to Kierkegaard, raise it to the ground, and, this time like the Romans in Carthage, sow it liberally with salt for good measure. That the existentialism of the early 20th century was, in many respects, Kierkegaard's legacy did not help Adorno's appreciation, but, at another level, the rejection of Hegelian reason and Marxist political solutions represented everything about liberal ideology to which the Frankfurt School was opposed. I am, however, listening with different ears to this text, attuned to the theological cadences that run side by side with those of existentialism, so, even though Adorno takes on Jaspers and Heidegger in the book, I am after the theological questions, references to gurus such as Martin Buber and Paul Tillich, but, above all, the argument that the early Heidegger's use of secularist theological concepts leaves the foundations of existentialism termite-ridden. I am going to give Adorno his head for a few moments, since we need to let him give the early Heidegger's existentialism a good shove before we can pick up the problem of secularist theology. The argument of the jargon of authenticity is that, in the name of a critique of alienation and the ways hitherto used to overcome it, existentialism in fact became a mystication of that very process of domination and oppression, and it did so through its inherent idealism, the self-experience and self-production of subjectivity that loses or negates the crucial relationship between the existential subject and its objective historical content and context. Nothing that had not been argued earlier, except that, in the jargon of authenticity, the argument runs a different course. It passes through the terminology of existentialism, a particular language that became a widespread jargon in theology, pedagogy, youth organizations, business, and administration, which closes down the possibility that language will relate in some way to truth. By truth, Adorno quite explicitly refers to the reality not so much of the political and economic situation to which language relates as to the dialectical and mediated relation between language and political economics, all of which can then reveal the function of ideology. Adorno's own argument is then a model for such an identification of truth in the very act of criticizing existentialism's inability to do so. Thus, the truth of the jargon is that it is a form of ideology, in this case a species mode of language and thinking that serves, by positing its message through its own nature, to oppress rather than liberate. The thickest sections of the jargon of authenticity are given over to Jaspers and Heidegger, the latter especially appearing time and again for another punishing bout. But it is the earlier pages that register on my mental radar, given the central role of theologians within existentialism. Indeed, the RST pages of the jargon of authenticity deal with the twist given to the theological legacy of Kierkegaard. For a number of people active in philosophy, sociology, and theology 60 had decided that it was not so much the content of religion, or more specifically theology, but the act of conviction itself that was the key. Although named on only one or two occasions, the letters between Adorno and Tillich indicate that Adorno had Tillich primarily in mind. Proposed as a way to move beyond the specificity of Christianity so as to incorporate any form of religious belief, Adorno saw it as a renewed form of mystikation, the exacerbation of all the vilest enchantments of Kierkegaard's thought. The problem for Adorno was not the loss of an external referent for theology but the turn inward, the legitimacy rendered to the act of believing by an autonomous subject. For only this act could be authentic in the jargon of existentialism. The religious streams of existentialism were not restricted to Christianity, especially the liberal theology of which Tillich was the most distinctive representative. For Martin Buber, whose work along with that of Kierkegaard and Tillich continues to be influential, brings a Jewish bent to existentialism. Buber's appeal lay in providing a greater metaphysical and theological depth to the act rather than the object of belief. The I-thou relationship supersedes the I-it relationship, although it constantly threatens to fall back into rei-cation not by emphasis on the object of the relationship but on the relationship itself in all its intimacy. It matters not whether the relationship is with God, another human being, or indeed any other animate being. For Buber, while the prime relationship is with God, such transcendence comes from below, from the relationship between man and man. Adorno nds the appropriation of Buber into Christian theology and then existentialism, a warmed-up irrationalism, a founding of metaphysics on stupidity, the result of removing Kierkegaard's Christology from his theory of existence and universalizing it. Theology breaks down its crucial demarcations between natural and supernatural, immanence and transcendence, life and death, losing any viable position. Adorno's criticism bites, for Buber's warm and fuzzy irrationalism becomes central to the jargon in which Heidegger took up Buber. In fact, it is Heidegger who, with his diminished theological tone, 61 provides the theoretical and systematic depth to the more vague aspirations of existentialism. Had he not existed, he would have had to be invented in any case, at least in his earlier incarnation, for his appeal and popularity lay in the clear articulation of the hazy thoughts of the dark drives of the intelligentsia before 1933-62. Heidegger's effort in Being and Time to develop a metaphysics by appropriating theological notions of experience without theology. For Heidegger, the structures of the experience of death become the structures of Dasein is, for Adorno, the most ideological part of Heidegger's work. His sleight of hand lies in the effort to develop a non-theological concept of death, in explicit recognition of the decline of positive religion. This effort ends up being a subtle maneuver to reintroduce theological concepts. The problem is that the experience that theology posited in this case, death, is no longer possible without theology. But, in order to develop a concept of death, Heidegger must then smuggle theology back in. 63 Heidegger tries to re-LL the empty theological pots with a non-theological mix, in short, to espouse a secularist theology. A further feature of such a fateful secularization is the shift to religion as religion, to the act of belief itself. For the jargon secularis is the German readiness to view men's positive relation to religion as something immediately positive, even when the religion has disintegrated and been exposed as something untrue. 64 For Adorno, and I cannot emphasize this enough, any notion of a secularist theology is an insult not only to thought but also to religion. 65 The insult to thought we can readily understand, but what intrigues me to no end is the insult to religion. I assume he is talking about theology here, but this means that theology itself is badly done by with such a secularist theology. Indeed, it is precisely the assumed pervasiveness of secularist theology that Adorno nds such a bane to theology itself. Apart from the criticism of the transformation of progress into a secular concept, a process already implicit in Augustine's Civitas Dei, as one of idolization, 66 we can see also a critique of Marxist efforts to secularize the Bible or theology, as most of the characters I have discussed in this book try to do. In the end, this will mean, for Adorno, not merely a slippage into the alienating patterns embedded in the language of such a secularist theology, but the implication of the worst of such systems while anything that might have acted as a check is jettisoned. In part due to the centrality of Kierkegaard in existentialism, Adorno nds the theological residue poisonous, its addictions have seeped into the language, a language which molds thought. 67 And this is the problem. It is not as though the content oats free of its container, language, but that language itself has its own shaping, content-producing function. The language of theology, appropriated by the early Heidegger and existentialism, has the distinct ideological role of producing patterns of subordination to an absolute authority, which is now fascism rather than God and the Church. The theological language of existentialism, which drew its sacredness from the cult of authenticity rather than Christianity, becomes an ideological schema particularly suited to fascism. In the case of fascism, existentialism functioned not so much as an explicit statement, but as a refuge, a mystication that gave voice to an ostensible salvation from alienation that functioned as a virulent justification of oppression. In short, here we have the smoldering evil of fascism. 68 At around the same time Adorno was working on the jargon of authenticity and negative dialectics, he was also delivering his lectures on metaphysics. So, here, I want to take a break and switch to the lectures, especially since a somewhat similar criticism as the one I have just traced emerges against metaphysics. An intricate path weaves its way through the lectures, one that accounts for both the long-standing love affair between theology and metaphysics and yet their inability to live together. But what interests me is the deeper source of this tension, apart from the tactical alliances and the points where they touch, especially on the question of the absolute. The difference between the two is as follows: what theology posits by revelation, metaphysics does by concepts, through reason. Metaphysics no longer does so in a belief in the direct experience of the sensible perceptibility or the substantial existence of the divinities or divinity, but on the basis of conceptual thought. 69 But this is the beginning of a problem and not merely a statement of the status quo. Let me dig out the problem further by exegeting a sentence and a half from Negative Dialectics. Metaphysics is not only theology secularist into a concept. It preserves theology in its critique, by uncovering the possibility of what theology may force upon men and thus desecrate. 70 The very problem with the notion of a secularist theology is contained in this statement, for such a move by metaphysics merely replicates the authority structures of theology, or, to put in the terms of negative dialectics, the return to RST principles that theology took up with gusto. 71 Instead of revealed dogma, ensured by the institution of the Church, conceptual thought becomes the authority, the legal basis for metaphysics. The result is that the structure of being is nothing other than the structure of thought, the elevation of thought to the key elements of the universe, so to speak. In order to avoid such a move of theology's claims to authority into philosophy, particularly in the transition from theology to metaphysics, where thought becomes the justification and jurisdiction over metaphysics, where it claims that thought is in fact metaphysics, Adorno suggests that metaphysics can no longer be anything other than a thinking about metaphysics. 72 A critical self-reaction that perpetually questions the fundamental assumption of the whole metaphysical tradition, that thought in its constitutive forms are in fact the absolute. 73 In this perpetually self-reactive mode of metaphysics as the thinking about metaphysics, Adorno tries to squeeze past the no-road sign over metaphysics, usurping the position of theology in an even more insidious fashion. If metaphysics has any chance whatsoever, it is not as secularist theology, not as a rescue of theology in another register, but as a perpetual criticism that is wary of its own ground. Adorno will not offer so much in the third moment of his criticism of secularist theology, namely the damning assessment of liberal theology. Along the way in which Christian theology made itself palatable to the modern world, its role was to give space to those who found the pious claptrap of the Church unbearable and yet could see no way to live outside the institution. So it became possible to dispense, one after another, with the virgin birth of Christ, the resurrection, the notion that Christ is God's Son, the parousia, hell, and so on, and yet remain a card-carrying member. Hardly one to support a conservative opposition to liberal theology, the con-ICT that continues to set the boundaries of institutional and ideological life in the Church. Adorno argues that the theological freeing of the numinous from ed dogma has, ever since Kierkegaard, involuntarily come to mean its partial secularization. 74 The key to such liberal theology is its peculiar brand of mysticism, the emphasis shifting to the relationship itself rather than any ostensible content or definition, which can only result in reification. It is, therefore, commitment a central term in the jargon that counts, with no need to commit to any person or thing, or, indeed, speculation about such content. The terms of the jargon have become sacred without sacred content, as frozen emanations. 75 In this way the refusal of reification becomes reified itself. This theological move, the partial secularization characteristic of liberal theology, provides one of the main avenues into the jargon of authenticity, which may be summed up in terms of the role of language as ideology and the positing power of the subject. The key terms themselves bear a theological residue existential, in the decision, commission, appeal, encounter, genuine dialogue, statement, concern. Although in the end, what remains after the removal of existential bombast are religious customs cut off from their religious context. 76 For instance, commitment, removed from any subordination to revelation or the law, becomes a category of mental hygiene, a medicine against nihilism. 77 That obscures precisely the element of subordination that is so objectionable in religion itself. Or, the doctrine of man, derived from the theological notion of human beings created in the image of God, secularist, closed off from its theological origin, the notion of man becomes a persuasive and unassailable term. The transcendence that separated man and God collapses, and man becomes divine, full of wonder, incapable of sin or evil, the image of itself for which the jargon acts as the language of worship and reverence. The subtlety of the jargon is that it worships not greatness but a universalist nothingness and powerlessness, precisely the means of ensuring acquiescence to, rather than criticism and rebellion against, the historical and political conditions of oppression. Thus, suffering, evil and death should be accepted, not in the hope of eternal life, itself highly problematic, but as part of the current state of affairs, with no hope of change, no challenge to authority. In this respect, the secularist theology of existentialism is a more potent ideology than theology. It vitiates any critique, any notion of the division of labor, and any protest. Does Adorno want to return to theology untainted by such secularization? Not quite, for theology hardly needs to be recovered, nor do its claims to transcendence, the transformation of death, or the desire to speak about God have anything inherently banichal about them. The warm and irrational feeling about religion per se, functions not only as an ideology that masks the oppression and alienation of capitalism, but it also obfuscates, by appearing to discard the embarrassing and virulent content, the alienation of religion. Such irrationalism, inherited by the jargon of authenticity, is like the childish manner of Latin primers which praise the love of fatherland in itself, which praise the viri patria montes, even when the fatherland in question covers up the most atrocious deeds. 78. The jargon transposes into capitalism, now raised to a new exponential level, the ideological effect of theology, both of which make attractive something unbearable and disgusting. Dead cells of religiosity in the midst of the secular, however, become poisonous. 79. Adorno's critique of secularist theology leaves wide open the question as to what he wants, what role he sees for theology. If it is not to be secularist, should it be restored to its former glory, or should it undergo a thoroughly dialectical treatment that will take it to places it hardly imagined nor perhaps really wants to go? I will leave that question unanswered for the time being, since what I want to do now is explore what has been lurking beneath my discussion of secularist theology, namely the criticism of idolatry, or the ban on images. Judaism and the ban on images. Surely the Bilderverbot is immediately susceptible to the charge that it is a form of secularist theology, drawing a motif from the Hebrew Bible and raising it to a philosophical leitmotif? The catch is, as I suggested earlier, that the criticism of secularist theology is part of the whole Bilderverbot package, for, in a sense, it relies upon the ban itself. And the ban is a more slippery notion than at RST appears, offering a self-criticism of the very process of its emergence. For, at the moment we suspect that what we have here is a secularist theological notion, the ban comes into place, negating such a possibility before it comes into being. I want to come back to this problem, but RST the ban on images, a prohibition on making any hewn or cut image pissel, it forms the second commandment in Exodus 20:4 and then Deuteronomy 5:8. Just to ensure that the ban is comprehensive, the commandment specifies that the image should not be in the form timuna of anything in the heavens, on earth, or in the seas beneath the earth. More importantly, however, it follows the RST commandment, "You shall not have other gods before my face," Exodus 20:3, my. Translation: neither gods in the RST nor their images in the second commandment, not even an image of Yahweh. But, in the very proximity of the RST and second commandments, a slippage takes place between God and image that will become extremely important in Adorno's own discussion. But what interests me for now is what Adorno makes of this, and, again, I have supplied some of the background. Well known from negative dialectics and his thinking on aesthetics, it emerges most clearly in the anti-Semitism section of Dialectic of Enlightenment. Thus, in opposition to Enlightenment nominalism. In Jewish religion, in which the idea of the patriarchate culminates in the destruction of myth, the bond between name and being is still recognized in the ban on pronouncing the name of God. The disenchanted world of Judaism conciliates magic by negating it in the idea of God. Jewish religion allows no word that would alleviate the despair of all that is mortal. It associates hope only with the prohibition against calling on what is false as God, against invoking the night as in night, lies as truth. The guarantee of salvation lies in the rejection of any belief that would replace it, it is knowledge obtained in the denunciation of illusion. 80. The echo of Benjamin's argument concerning the language of naming should not be missed here, although Adorno is more interested in the criticism of contemporary linguistic theories of communication. 81. But the implications run into the philosophy of language, theory of knowledge, the nature of myth, and the nature of religion. But let me exegete the passage a little further, especially the sections I have placed in italics. As for the ban on pronouncing the name of God, he picks up the obvious point that the name of God is of course itself an image, especially a graven image, even when one has no other images of wood or stone or metal. Behind this comment lies the point that, in Orthodox Jewish practice, one avoids mentioning even the name of God, Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, replacing it with Hashem, the name. All in order to ensure that the commandment on banning images is observed. But Adorno is hardly one to leave it at that, and so he will push the ban until it becomes the prohibition against calling on what is false as God, against invoking the night as in night, lies as truth. 82 Here, the RST and second commandments enfold each other, the prohibition on making any hewn or cut image blending into the ban on other gods. At this point, we are clearly in the realm of idolatry, as the image that represents God becomes God, the signifying link having been broken. It then becomes possible to raise up any night thing in the heavens or on earth or in the waters beneath the earth to become a deity. The catch with all of this is that it is a distinct idea of idolatry that emerges only from the Hebrew Bible, especially with its imposition by late scribes of monotheism on earlier texts. Let me take the example of the polemic against idols in Isaiah 40, 19-20, 41, 6-7, 42, 17, 44, 9-20, 45, 16-17 and 46, 1-2, 5-7 Here, the political satire operates on the basis that these images could not represent some deity, since that deity or those deities does not or do not exist. Therefore, the one who worships his or her god through the image is actually worshipping the image, for there is nothing beyond the image. Thus he or she is a fool. Once this logic is in place, we can then move to the notion that the making of graven images is, in fact, the raising of what is contingent and not God into the place of God. This is what Adorno will not have: night replacing the in night, lies instead of truth, falsehood in the place of God, and, as he goes on to write, illusion instead of knowledge and belief in lieu of salvation. It is an extraordinary extension of the second commandment into a philosophical principle, in which a consistent demystikation is a given, where one always hesitates to name utopia and hope itself, searching instead for shards in the negative. One must adhere to the commandment not to depict utopia or the commandment not to conceive certain utopias in detail. 83 This is the deepest level at which Jewish thought provides Adorno with a lever outside the tradition of Western philosophy. But what catches my eye is the penultimate point in the list: the guarantee of salvation lies in the rejection of any belief that would replace it. 84 We are back in the realm of grace, but more of that later. Out of myriad possibilities in Adorno's work, let me focus on two instances of the ban on images, both of them drawing upon the criticism of idolatry that lies at its heart, the criticism of Christology and the personality cult, and then the relationship between metaphysics and theology. As for the criticism of Christology, I have rehearsed this with my criticism of Eagleton earlier in this book, but, here, I can now lay out the theoretical background. Boldly put, the dialectic of Christology enables the personality cult. Only through the logic of the God-human, that is Christ, does it become possible to raise another human being to divine status. In other words, precisely because God becomes a human being in Jesus Christ, if we push the divinity far enough, we end up with the very human Christ, and vice versa. Can a human being become God? Not just Christ, but any human being. I will need to spin this out somewhat, especially in the context of the anti-Semitism section of Dialectic of Enlightenment. The role of Judaism would have to be one of the most enigmatic dimensions of Adorno's work, closely tied up with the ethical, metaphysical, and even autobiographical absolute of Auschwitz in his later texts. Of course, the Jews, along with women and nature, are the necessary underside of a Christian Europe, and it is the anti-Semitism chapter in Dialectic of Enlightenment that indicates the central place of the Jews in Adorno's thought. The chapter itself runs through a number of angles in a search for the reasons and nature of anti-Semitism, class analysis, a ritual outlet of hatred, an economic argument, a psychoanalytic analysis, and the NAL argument that, under the modern capitalist state in which the individual is absorbed into the machinery of production, anti-Semitism becomes not an individual position but a plank in the platform of bourgeois politics. Out of all of these items, I am, of course, most interested in the theological analysis. Despite the waning of religious zeal in persecuting the Jews, the motive for almost 2 millennia and the consequent playing down of religious dimensions for fascist anti-Semitism, Adorno and Horkheimer argue that the vehemence of the denial of religious tradition is one protest too many. Here, they make use of a very similar argument to the one Adorno elaborates in his criticism of secularist theology. Anti-Semitism sublates theological factors in favor of cultural ones, but this renders those ideas and positions even more pernicious than when they were more overt. With only the external forms of religion left, with the old authority structures of theology discarded, and the truth of religious claims now forlorn, the longing for a better life is transformed into nationalistic fervor, religious fanaticism NDS expression in blood, soil, and patriotism, and the hatred of unbelievers is unabated. Anti-Semitism is all that the German Christians have retained of the religion of love. 85 In the very differences between Christianity and Judaism, one that breeds hatred of the Father by the followers of the Son, lie the theological roots of anti-Semitism. The paradox is that, although Christianity, in New Testament and Reformation terms that were so influential in Lutheran Germany, marks a shift from the law to a grace that was inherent in the Hebrew covenant, replacing a religion of sin and guilt, of abstract horror and duty, with one of love, it is precisely in Christianity that idolatry comes back with renewed force. And this is where Christology becomes the culprit, particularly in its early formulation at the intersection of Hebrew and Greek thought. To begin with, Christology is the pretense on the part of the knight, 86 the elevation of the tangible, eshly human Christ to divine status. In Christ, the worship of a human gur receives religious sanction. But this is only the surface of the problem, the RST and most obvious step, for the more dialectical point is one that comes straight out of Christology itself. To the same degree that the absolute is humanized, so other human gurs may be dei'd like Christ. What we have here is an inverse ratio. Only through the humanization of the divine in Christ does it become possible to divinize other human beings, dictators, despots, pop stars and sundry megalomaniacs. The deep dialectic of Christology gives us the logic of the personality cult, for only when Christ is most completely God as one of the Trinity, dwelling in heaven, an all-powerful creator, omniscient, the source of love and so on, only then does his humanity push its way through all the theological categories and claim its presence. So also with his divinity, when the humanity of Christ is dragged to the remotest and most inaccessible point, when it can travel no further and is nature in all of its senses, then the divinity of Christ begins to show up, way past its last deadline. The RST step enables the second, which is where the personality cult picks up the dialectical swing, for only as a human being can Christ become God, which then sets up the possibility for anyone else. The knight stands in for the in-knight, the lie for truth, the illusion for knowledge. The immediate context of this argument is the section on anti-Semitism, particularly the Nazi proclivity for the personality cult of Hitler, but it extends well beyond that analysis to the personality cult that bedevils politics on the left and right. But, for now, my criticism moves in a different direction, namely the curious mix of insight and blindness, the exclusions generated by the ban itself of women and nature. For it is exactly at the points where Adorno can retrieve something, however paradoxically negative it may be, from the Bible and from Judaism, that he closes down other possibilities. As far as women are concerned, he and Horkheimer are the RST to argue that women, like the Jews, have been systematically locked out of Western culture and society. In fact, they give as much space to how misogyny is constitutive of this status quo as they do to the Jews. As with the oppressed Aboriginal inhabitants in early national states, or the colonial natives whose organization and weapons are primitive compared with those of their conquerors, or the Jews among the Aryans, women's defenselessness is the legal title of their oppression. 87. Notice here the extraordinary conjunction of colonialism, anti-Semitism, and misogyny, well before any post-colonial criticism. But in this why Adorno is so good, theological issues are by no means secondary. Such a matrix of oppression NDS its ideological justification in the Lutheran emphasis on the word as the essence of the gospel that equates spiritual freedom with actual oppression. 88 Deviously, Christianity oppresses women through reverence. Mary conceals a lurking and compulsive hatred for women through the notion of love for one's neighbor, venerates the Madonna while burning witches, hides a withering scorn in the admiration of beauty. Adorno and Horkheimer trace the bourgeois modes of control through chastity and propriety, cleanliness and appearance, Puritan domesticity, all of which generates images of the demure housewife, the prostitute, and the shrew who enacts her revenge in the tradition of the Fury. If they are uncomfortably sympathetic to Bacofen's untenable thesis of a long-lost and almost forgotten matriarchate, they also look forward to debates that would emerge later, especially in a remarkable passage. Women have no personal part in the FCNC on which this civilization is based. It is man has to go out into an unfriendly world, who has to struggle and produce. Woman is not a being in her own right, a subject die Frau ist nicht Subjekt. She produces nothing but looks after those who do. She is a living monument to a long-vanished era when the domestic economy was self-contained. The division of labor imposed on her by man brought her little that was worthwhile. She became the embodiment of the biological function, the image of nature, the subjugation of which constituted civilization's title to fame. 89. If dialectic of enlightenment has become a central text in German feminism, albeit debated, criticized and developed further, 90 it has also had a profound effect on the Greens, especially in a nation-state where Die Grünen were one of the RST viable environmental political parties. Thus, in the anti-Semitism section, they link anti-Semitism itself with the domination of nature, for one of the contradictions of anti-Semitism is that the Jew is both the agent of the alienation from nature and abject nature itself. As vermin they threaten to undo civilization itself. 91. Witness Nazi propaganda LMS, in which Jews are depicted as rats overrunning Europe in a direct evocation of the Black Plague. And then, in another RST, Adorno and Horkheimer show how women were equated with nature, the realm of animals, and that in the RST division of labor along lines of sexual difference women and nature became the objects of domination. The mastery of nature, of the irrational, of the weaker, was realized in conjunction with the domination of women, which is consistent from Plato to the Church. Now the last sentence of my quotation above takes a whole new resonance. She became the embodiment of the biological function, the image of nature, the subjugation of which constituted civilization's title to fame. 92. And yet, despite the extraordinary promise of the conjunction of anti-Semitism, misogyny and the destruction of nature, Adorno and Horkheimer cannot take it any further. Unlike Adorno's dialectical recovery of the ban on images, they cannot work the dialectic so that there is something positive to say about either women or nature, or, indeed, their connection, as both Sigrid Weigel and Andrew Hewitt have suggested, among others. 93. For Kate Rigby, their analysis still leaves women, and nature, in the position of the imaginary other of enlightenment. 94. And this is contrary to the logic of their own argument. The foundational exclusions of Western thought and society provide another angle, a distinct critique that is both part of the system and yet outside it. But let me stretch Adorno here, precisely on the question of the ban on images, for it seems to me that the ban itself dialectically includes nature and women as much as the Jews. And this takes place, very much in the spirit of dialectic of enlightenment, in the process of reworking the question of rei cation in light of ban on images. Something that I suggested earlier is begging for an analysis in the book. Rei cation is, of course, the mutual transfer of living relations to things and the rendering of such living relations between human beings and nature as lifeless and objecti ed. The next step is to connect rei cation with the ban on images by going back to the root of the ban itself in the critique of idolatry, and, here, I draw in some other biblical texts from Isaiah, 40, 19-20, 41, 6-7, 42, 17, 44, 9-20, 45, 16-17 and 46, 1-2, 5-7, where we end a dual critique of idolatry. On a more obvious level, the lifeless object is given a life of its own, while the maker and worshipper transform themselves into lifeless things. For the worshipper can gain life only by submission to the idol which now imparts life. But the critique runs deeper than this, since the idol, at least in the eyes of its makers and worshippers, is meant to represent a god. It is a sensory form that mediates God to the believer. The problem is that, when the shaped image gains a life that is not its own, when the symbol becomes an idol, then God becomes XED as a static, lifeless object in the very form of the idol. Now, and it is a big now. God is, in many respects, shorthand for the other than human, conventionally understood as the suprasensory, supernatural domain beyond human knowledge. But must it not also include all else that is other than human, namely the natural world of which human beings are a part and yet engage in a profound process of transformation? This is where the criticism of idolatry gains a whole new dimension, for it applies not only to the conventional senses of God indelibly stamped with a Greek ontological heritage, but to the whole other than human realm as well, which very much includes nature and indeed the heavens beyond this particular globe, this third rock from the sun. Thus, in the idol, nature itself, the source of the materials from which the idol is made, becomes a static form at the moment the idol takes on a life of its own, that is, nature becomes reid. Let me now go back to the ban on images in Exodus 20/Deuteronomy 5 and recall the phrase that follows the prohibition on graven images, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth, Exodus 20:4. From here the images are drawn, the idols constructed, dead objects given life, while all that is in the heavens, earth, and sea become lifeless things. Idolatry then is also the process of reifying the natural world, of producing an item that becomes an object of worship, of containing, controlling and objectifying that which cannot be contained, controlled, and objected, in short, cannot be rendered a lifeless thing. Nature has begun to make its way, albeit brewy, into the extraordinarily fruitful notion of the ban on images, but what about women? This is where the work of Christina von Braun 95, whose Nicht Ich is one of the most innovative and influential developments of the dialectic of enlightenment, becomes pertinent. 96 Von Braun argues that the domination and displacement of nature through an ever-increasing abstraction, in the simulacrum, began with writing and then by the 20th century had generated a second-order reality that has completely obliterated material reality. Nature, body, and woman no longer exist as such, except as projections of that abstract logos that has now become Esh. For von Braun, bodily and eshly resistance to such a process has shown up historically in hysteria, the female disease that marks a historical resistance to abstraction, and then anorexia nervosa as the denial of the fake/false/phallic body. What we have here, especially in light of my argument in the preceding paragraph, is a raising of the critique of idolatry and the theory of rei cation to yet another level. For now the ban becomes both an expression of such a narrative of abstraction and a necessary strategy for dealing with it, for what is banned is precisely such an abstraction, such a process of rei cation and therefore of idolatry. One therefore refuses, bans, the abstract, idolatrous images of nature, woman, or body precisely because they no longer have any material reality. The possibilities of theology. But is there a more positive Adorno? I have already suggested that he exists in various strategies of reading and smaller pieces of written text. In any scan of his pessimistic brilliance, the hints of promise shine all the more brightly in the gloom. I want to return, then, to my concerns of the chapter on Eek, especially the questions of love and grace, but now with Adorno's own particular cadence. Before I do, however, let me pick up the extraordinary wavering in the Kierkegaard book, the moments when the demolition machinery wavers before theology. By now, the overall argument of the Kierkegaard study should be clear: theology, in this case the theology of Kierkegaard, is saturated with mythology and paradoxes and therefore constitutes a shaky basis upon which to build a philosophical system. Yet, even in his relentless criticism of Kierkegaard, Adorno vacillates, letting slip occasional hints that have the potential to run elsewhere. These occur at moments of terminological slippage, of alternate modes of expression in which he distinguishes between Christian doctrines and Kierkegaard's transformations. 97 Kierkegaard transforms Wandelt the Christian doctrine of reconciliation into the mythical. 98 Christ's death is for Kierkegaard not so much an act of reconciliation as a propitiatory sacri ce. 99. Thus the story is mythically reduced Schrumpfeet to a sacri ce. 100. A border guard mentality, unchallengeable discipline, the power of fascination. These the deluded Kierkegaard owes not, as he claims, to the purity of his Christian doctrine, but to its mythical reinterpretation. Mythische Umdeutung. In the paradox 101 the terms here suggest an alternate path: transform abwandeln, reduce schrumpfen. Reinterpretation Umdeutung, in which Kierkegaard systematically warps theology, producing something that is at best a caricature. Passing comments that they are close to his criticism of secularist theology, particularly the half-baked efforts of liberal theology to render theology relevant. He would rather have theology stand on its own rich tradition, but not for its own sake. Rather, he espies another side to theology, for he wishes to submit theology to the same dialectical moves that he applies to everything else, namely that the truth content of theology must be sought in its dialectical other, without which it cannot exist or operate. Yet this truth content can be located only through theology and not be imported from outside. This entails an intense immersion in theology that locates its contradictions and then works through them. Love. Let me strengthen the ow of these various hints and glimpses, now by revisiting Kierkegaard, or, rather, following Adorno back to Kierkegaard. For some reason, Kierkegaard continues to weigh on Adorno's mind, returning in a little-known paper simply called Kierkegaard's Doctrine of Love, presented at the invitation of Paul Tillich at Union Theological Seminary while Adorno was in exile in the USA. 102. Here, the tension lies between the doctrine of love and its outcome in reconciliation and Kierkegaard's radical inwardness. As a profoundly inward category in Kierkegaard's hands, such a notion of love, an inner and universal agape that transcends carnal eros, could only ground itself on itself. And yet, the catch is that inwardness vitiates any notion of love. For the rei cations of capitalism and insight, Adorno credits to Kierkegaard that Kierkegaard sought to overcome through the radical inwardness of the doctrine of love could only become much more vicious the more Kierkegaard withdraws. In other words, the radical retreat from the rei cation of social relations under capitalism in fact expresses the deepest logic of capitalism itself, the pursuit of one's own personal agenda, the priority of the individual subject over all others, and the subsequent treatment of other human beings as objects of use and exchange, are fundamental if contradictory features of capitalism. Love becomes then a concern for oneself at the expense of others. This forms the RST tension of Kierkegaard's doctrine of love. If Kierkegaard attempts to escape rei cation by retreating inward, desperately attempting to produce an abstract and universal doctrine of love that overcomes rei cation through reconciliation, then such a doctrine runs up against a subject that is rei-ed in its very act of escape from rei cation. Further, the doctrine itself is rei-ed, let alone the subject to whom it pertains, based as it is on a reifying and abstracting process. The second tension is closely related. Rei cation begins with the transference between human social relations and relation between things, namely commodities. According to this logic of transference, the solutions to the problems of capitalism may apparently be found in the living, social relations of commodities rather than in human interaction. Market forces, rather than human intervention, provide the resolution. In this respect, Kierkegaard's doctrine of love in its universalizing attempt at reconciliation that is far removed from natural and physical eros is itself a similar ideological mystication characteristic of the process of rei cation. It produces its own mask, its own ideology that seeks to provide a solution to the depredations of capitalism that can only be a further justification and exacerbation of those same problems. In other words, the ideological effort to overcome the rei cation produced by capitalism is precisely the means by which rei cation becomes more pernicious. Thus, the extreme abstract inwardness of Kierkegaard's doctrine disables love's ability to reconcile both natural tendencies and social relations. Happiness and its historical conditions become impossible. Secular injustice remains untouched in a classic pattern that calls for the ideology critique that Adorno saw as one of the abiding strengths of Marxism. In the end, as I noted earlier, Adorno grants Kierkegaard a limited insight into the alienating effects of capitalism and bourgeois society, but his attempted solution only provides an ideology that preempted a more advanced form of capitalism. Adorno's solution, however, is to construct an alternative theory of subjectivity that will lead into the argument of the jargon of authenticity. And, for Adorno, such a theory requires a properly mediated dialectic between subject and object, between human subjectivity and the historical context in which subjectivity is formed. This avoids the traps of positivist objectivism. Subjectivity depends on the facts themselves, and idealist objectivism, innate principles of the mind, that characterizes Kierkegaard's system. But I am not sure that this is enough. Adorno refuses to take up the implications of his argument, and, here again, I want to squeeze them out. If Kierkegaard's effort to hold on to the reconciliation at the heart of the doctrine of love fails precisely at the point where he attempts to save it in the retreat to absolute inwardness, then what does a reconciling love look like? If inwardness is the end of love, then love must be radically collective. Only here may reconciliation take place, in a collective love of which we as yet have only shards. Grace. But love is meaningless, as I suggested in my discussion of Eck, before grace. If we expect Adorno, like Eck and Badiou, to seek a thoroughly materialist and political sense of grace, then we will be disappointed, for he has already foreclosed such a possibility with the criticism of secularist theology. Not that Adorno writes all that much about grace, except obliquely, but it bides its time, ready to break the door from its hinges. So let me pick up, Nally, the briefest hint, a single phrase in fact, as a lead into grace. This remarkable moment comes in the anti-Semitism section of Dialectic of Enlightenment, where grace as undeserved salvation shows its face. Here is the sentence. For Christian anti-Semites, truth is the stumbling block, truth which resists evil without rationalizing it, and clings to the idea of undeserved salvation against all the rules of life and salvation which are supposed to ensure that blessed state. 103. In other words, only by denying the truth of Christianity can anti-Semitism exist, but what catches my eye in this sentence is the phrase undeserved salvation. In 2 words, Adorno and Horkheimer capture the essence of grace, something that took Eck almost 3 books to identify. As I emphasized in the last chapter, grace concerns what is undeserved, unexpected, and comes from completely outside the system. There is nothing that we can do to earn it or bring it about. And this, for Adorno and Horkheimer, runs against what Badiou would call the order of being, the effort to provide some kind of human assurance of salvation through commandments and statutes, earning salvation through good works, the law and ethics, a denial of truth that is the sad story of the institutional claim that salvation comes through doctrinal adherence and correct ritual. What is stunning about this argument is not merely the positive space given to Karl Barth among others, but also the equivocation regarding the Christian roots of anti-Semitism. Although Christianity can provide the logic of the personality cult, lead to totalitarian dictatorship and the valorization of self-denial, it also has within it a truth that denies anti-Semitism. And that truth is the notion of grace. Conclusion. I hardly need to repeat what I wish to draw from Adorno: theological suspicion and the criticism of secularist theology, and there is little more that I want to write about them here. I have tended to treat them separately, theological suspicion maintaining its vigilance in the arena of theology itself, and the criticism of secularist theology ready to cut down any foray outside, any effort to draw theology out of its cozy, relit lounge room full of the memorabilia of millennia. But the two do not always observe the imaginary line that separates them, for theological suspicion may of course also be the suspicion of secularist theology. The swell of yet another wave of political theology today, now concerned with the legacy and possibilities of Paul's epistles in the New Testament, suggests to me that we dispense with both elements of Adorno's approach at our own peril. Indeed, this resurrection of political theology renders both items extremely relevant today. 1 response. The worldly damnation of all those who did not make the dull sacrifice of res. Is to dive into the debates, searching for a viable political direction when all other possibilities seem to have withered, absorbed yet again by capitalism. Badiou may want a militant Paul of materialist grace, Eek may desire a Paul of political love, and then Nally of grace as well, and Agamben may wish for the remnant in Paul's work, the continual process of dividing across accepted divisions. Or we may take a stand against all of this and search for a thoroughly detheologized politics, a call that Moreras makes in response to Badiou and Eek, 104, or that Albrecht Welmer makes in seeking to root out the last theological residue in Adorno's work. 105. It seems to me, however, that another possibility emerges from Adorno's criticism, but, before I comment on that, let me return for a moment to the unrelenting negative side of what I have described as his vacillation, his thorough demolition job on Kierkegaard. Recall for a moment the double move, from demythologizing to history and then alternatively paradox. At this point, Adorno felt that he had Kierkegaard's system disintegrating under its unbearable tensions, the result of a failed dialectic. Somewhat later, in the lectures on metaphysics, Adorno points out that such a strategy has its AWS. In general, one does not understand philosophy by eliminating contradictions, or by chalking up contradictions against authors. There is no sine Kant philosophical author who could not be convicted of this or that contradiction. One understands a philosophy by seeking its truth content precisely at the point where it becomes entangled in so-called contradictions. 106. What are the implications of this quotation for my reading of Adorno? To begin with, I have explored that other side of his own work, the perpetual fascination with theology that would lead to some extraordinary glimpses of another dimension he himself refused to explore. And so, drawing out the logic of his arguments, I dared to make a run with such items as faith and love, a collective reading that takes off from the criticism of Kierkegaard's radical inwardness, and particularly with grace in relation to nature and myth. Of course, now I may appear to have transgressed, to have returned to theology and left myself wide open for Adorno's theological suspicion. However, like Adorno, I do not want to hold, however surreptitiously, onto an impossible pristine theology, nor, indeed, to search for some new mode of secularist theology that will rescue us from our political predicaments. Rather, I want to ask what Adorno in fact means by stating that theology, and indeed philosophy, must seek its truth content precisely at the point where it becomes entangled in so-called contradictions. 107. My suggestion, or answer, to this problem, is that theology must be allowed, or perhaps encouraged, to run its dialectical course. And this path is one that has been overwhelming in nearly all of the critics I have discussed in this book, namely from theology to politics. But what if we take this dialectical track to its logical end, moving all the way through the political to see what theology looks like at the other end? Conclusion. I will keep my conclusion brief, since this book has been primarily a work of commentary. I set out with the modest task of investigating and subjecting to critique the role of theology and the Bible in the thought of some of the key Western Marxists of the 20th century. In some cases, this work was more known than others. Benjamin and, more recently, Eek have generated sine Kant debate in this respect, but, in others, it has lain quietly in a corner. To my surprise, in many cases, the engagements with theology and the Bible are long and deep in this material, often structuring some of the central elements of their thought. Thus Bloch's theory of myth and hermeneutics of utopia are impossible without the Bible and theology, as is Benjamin's fragmentary theory of history, Adorno's Bilderverbot, Althusser's theory of ideology, Gramsci's universalism and the organic intellectual, Lefebvre's passion, Eagleton's liking for intrinsic categories and the possibility of Eek being a political writer at all, and the permeating presence of Roman Catholicism in the Catholicity of Althusser, Lefebvre, Gramsci, and Eagleton. In each case, I have had some problems, such as Bloch and Benjamin's tendency to allow theology to dominate their readings of the Bible, the suppression of Roman Catholic backgrounds in Althusser and Lefebvre, Eagleton's troubled Christology, Eek's blending of grace and love, and Adorno's role as gatekeeper of utopia. But I am, in the end, far more interested in the crucial ideas and categories that emerged from my commentary. Bloch's strategy of the discernment of myth, when it works well, has been far too neglected and needs to be oiled and put to use once again. His political exegesis of sacred texts also has much to offer. Benjamin's unwitting insight into the role of myth in speaking about utopia is something to which I want to return. 1. The opening up of the possibility of a materialist philosophy of religion in terms of ideology, myth, everyday life, space, and ecumenical political organization emerges most strongly in the work of Althusser, Lefebvre and Gramsci. Although I was less enthusiastic about Eagleton's contribution, his emphasis on political forgiveness should not be forgotten. Eke's belated discovery, via Badiou, of the inherently political nature of grace is vital for left politics, it seems to me. But, above all, Adorno's theological suspicion and criticism of secularist theology have taken my fancy. Indeed, theological suspicion poses some urgent questions to the others I have discussed in this book, and with that I would like to close this discussion. Apart from Adorno, they all make the move from theology to politics, or, as it is sometimes put, they seek to secularize theology, for Adorno's theological suspicion cannot, in the end, be separated from his criticism of secularist theology. Adorno directed his criticism at Heidegger and existentialism, as well as liberal theology, but it applies just as well to most of the characters that have turned up in this book. Gramsci is, by and large, beyond this criticism, for he seeks insights from the Church, especially its politics and history, for the left. Only his enthusiasm for the Protestant Reformation falls under Adorno's criticism, for he valorizes it too uncritically as a model for moral and political reform. As for the rest, we may distinguish between those who, like Eagleton, Eke and Bloch, make an explicit effort to secularize theology, and others for whom theology turns up as unexpected guest, precisely because they reject it. Here we end Althusser, Lefebvre, and Benjamin. The RST3 are quite explicit, their agenda is to use theological terms in a materialist register. Eagleton thinks the left should learn some valuable lessons from theology and the Church, whether these are Christology, Christian virtues, or forgiveness. Eke at various points argues for the viability of love, ethics and grace. And Bloch attempts a wholesale recovery of a spate of theological ideas. In each case, the question that hangs low over their work is whether it is indeed possible to empty such terms entirely of their theological content and reload them in a political sense. More importantly, however, is the question of assumed authority structures for such terms. At least with the Church, this is somewhat out in the open. They serve the Church's agenda of preservation at least, if not expansion. Secularist Christology, however, falls prey to the logic of the personality cult, while the virtues Eagleton espouses he lists variously: humility, modesty, meekness, vision, courage, dedication, loyalty, selflessness, and endurance fall prey to the question: humility, loyalty, etc. for whom? And for what purpose? Indeed, the very same question applies to Eke's wayward emphasis on love. For when those in positions of authority and power, traditionally the apparatchiks of the Church, urge the faithful to love one another irrespective of class, creed, gender, or race, is this actually a strategy for obscuring the differences of class and gender and so on? As long as we love one another with Christian love, everything will be ne. Bloch's effort to appropriate theological terms is even more comprehensive than that of Eagleton. By the time we get to the close of the Principle of Hope, we end that teleology, transcendence, faith, hope, evil, sin and death all make an appearance. Except for his openness on the question of death, I found this part of Bloch's work less than appealing. It was really his biblical criticism, especially the discernment of myth and political exegesis, that worked much better. The advantage, of course, is that biblical studies is by no means a theological discipline, that biblical studies is inherently secular, as Bloch himself argued so well. In the cases of Althusser, Lefebvre, and Benjamin, secularist theology has a more pernicious presence. It is, in many respects, an absent cause of their thought. For Althusser and Lefebvre, the dismissal of and polemic against theology and the Church indicates a far more pervasive presence than they would care to admit. I would rather that Althusser had openly admitted that his theory of ideology rests heavily on theology, for then he would have been able to deal with it face-on rather than it had crept into the closing pages of his ideological state apparatus essay. In the end, his theory shares a little too much with the theology he sought to banish. Lefebvre, for his part, has just too much a liking for heresies for it not to derive from his time in the Church. Heterodox Marxism is not all that different from heterodox Christianity. It is not for nothing that, in both cases, I found unwitting insights and developed both the possibility of and categories for a materialist theory of religion. In Althusser's case, it was the logical possibility itself along with the categories of ideology and myth, whereas, with Lefebvre, I traced the possibilities in terms of space, everyday life, and women. And I did this by reading against their own explicit agendas. The difference is that I sought to speak of religion directly by means of some of their key categories rather than banishing it from the discussion. Finally, Benjamin makes use of a theory of history derived from theology and the Bible to counter tendencies in both liberalism and Marxism that he saw as baleful. Here, the problems are a little different, for Benjamin was both explicit and coy about his use of biblical and theological categories. So it is not for nothing that I found, in the midst of his failed effort to break out of the mythic hell of capitalism, a way of using myth to do precisely that. But we also need to ask, in respect to Benjamin's appropriation of an anagogic theory of history, whose history this is and why the Church developed such a history. It is, of course, a narrative of the Church triumphant at the close of history. But who takes the place of the Church, or indeed of God, when the concept is secularist? But what, then, of the ideas I have gleaned from their work? Do they not too fall under a theological suspicion? Some of them are by now less suspect the discernment of myth since it comes from Bloch's study of the Bible, the unwitting contributions of Benjamin, Althusser, and Lefebvre because they are applied directly to religion and not only politics, and, of course, the notion of theological suspicion itself. But what of a materialist grace or political forgiveness, or indeed a materialist theory of evil? Precisely those I found valuable. These must face the full glare of theological suspicion, for the agenda is quite explicitly an effort to rework theology for politics, to empty the terms of their theological content and rework them as the basis of political reaction. Theological suspicion also touches directly on the new wave of contemporary debate over Neopaulinism or the political theology of Paul, with which my chapter on Eek is something of an engagement. Into the Uri of this debate, which has no signs of abating or being resolved, come Giorgio Agamben, Eagleton in his own way, Jacob Taubes's posthumously published seminar on Paul's political theology, and most recently the essay by Alberto Moreras. At the heart of this debate lies the famous assertion by Carl Schmitt that all sine-cant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularist theological concepts. 3. That the conservative Schmitt would go on to elaborate the idea of the exception in jurisprudence as analogous to the miracle in theology. 4. Is also well known, but Schmitt did, well before the current wave, identify the problem of secularist theology, albeit with a very different agenda. Let me suggest, then, that we need to take up another element of Adorno here, and that is none other than the dialectic. Adorno, of course, argued that we ought to let the dialectic have its head and seek the truth content of theology by this means. This would mean that the move from theology to politics is but the RST step of such a dialectic. It succeeds in showing the deeply political nature of many of the categories discussed in this book. But it is only the RST step. Rather, we take the move from theology to politics all the way, push it through to its dialectical extreme. And, in doing so, we would end with theology, not a going back to theology as Schmitt argued, but a theology beyond the initial opposition, one that is the next step, thoroughly politicized and materialized. What we will end up with then is not merely a political theology, as Eagleton once sought in his days with Slant, or as the liberation theologians continue to do. Their agenda has been to bring together Christian theology and Marxism, whether the metaphor is one of dialogue, mutual insight, antagonism, or the demarcation of spheres of competence, the one is better for analyzing social and political systems, the other more adept with questions of transcendence and salvation. Instead, as Eck has suggested, but has not, to my mind, carried through, it is only through a thorough materialization, through the full materialist move, that the possibility of theology begins to emerge.